Okay.
Oh, what was that all about? Oh my gosh, that put the kibosh on a full 12 hours, didn't it? So that lasted us about no, not a kibosh. Didn't mean the kibosh. No.
You can still say it's been
12 hours. Yes. Yeah.
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 Acknowledgement water, but you know.
All right. So okay. So many apologies for that. I do apologize.
So yeah, we're back.
Okay. Do apologize for that.
Okay.
All right. So.
Everyone's coming back.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. I'm not quite sure what happened. Sorry, we had to stop the stream. For some reason or other, we were just buffering and nothing was happening. Nothing that we could do to help. So I do apologize. I'm going to give it a few minutes for this. I'm not going to rush on. We're just going to have a bit of a general chit chat again. How about something tweet, I think, Louise, shall we?
I'm going to post some links then.
Okay. All right, then. Bear with me a second, guys. All right. So, gosh. So Louise is going to post up some links. I'm going to have a bit of a snack. Just wait for everybody to come back onto the new stream. Really don't know what happened there. Really do apologize. We have been doing absolutely fabulous. And that was a bit of unfortunate broadcasting. Never mind. Anyway, so you guys, thank you all very much. Yeah. Ooh, thank you. So we are in the process of talking all about rolling mills, and I'll carry on in a minute. We'll just wait until we get a reasonable amount of people coming back on. Sincere apologies. I don't know what happened. Our internet didn't go down because we still had all the chat coming up on the side. But for some reason or other, the picture froze. We've no idea why. Broke the internet. We did. We broke the internet with the information that we were giving you. So thank you very much for all those who are coming on. I hope it hasn't distracted from your enjoyment of today's broadcast. I will give it a little while until we get a nice amount of people coming back on. So in that case, then we've lost all the links that Louise has been putting on today. So over the next 10-15 minutes, we're going to keep on putting the links.
The competition is not associated with
sorry, go on.
With the like what it is, because we've been posting the links, but it is completely separate, so that's all still intact.
Yes,
just to reassure everybody.
Yeah. Okay, so brilliant. I got sound now. It's okay, I got sound. My fault. So, yes?
Are we okay?
Yes, you got sound now. You should have sound.
Oh, yes.
Sound. Yeah, sorry, apologies.
Okay. You can't go 12 hours
without
EastEnders can't even go live for an hour. So, we're doing all right.
All right, then. So, as I was saying, all your competition entries are saved, so you don't have to reapply to any competition that you may have entered already. Obviously, the new competition entries that we're going to be posting from now onwards, yes, you do obviously have to take part in. But if you want a t-shirt, you want an apron, and you've already done it, you don't have to do it again. It's as simple as that. How are we doing for views on it? These 225. Cool. Thank you very much. I do apologize. I really don't know what happened there. Really don't know. Can you buy a Pepe rolling mill in the UK? Yes, you can. You can buy a rolling mill from anywhere. You can buy them from Cookson or whatever. You can buy whatever brands. But if you want to win this, not quite this one, but if you want to win Agile C130 worth £960, Louise has most probably been putting up the links in the chat box. Just click on that. That will enable you then to be with a chance of winning one of those mills. If you've entered the competition already and you did it in the last stream, no need to enter it again. You're already in with a chance of winning. It is as simple as that. Let me try and move my light across a bit. There we go. Cool. So that's across on the rolling mill. All right then. So everybody, I shall carry on. Are you enjoying it so far? My voice is starting to go. Are you enjoying it so far? I'm just going to have a little bit of a snack whilst we're waiting for everyone to come back on. There's one over there for you. Everybody. Okay, so let's carry on. Rolling mills. I'm not quite sure how far we got up to. Okay, so rolling mills. Whichever rolling mill you want to buy is better than no rolling mill at all. Try and save up and get the best mill you could possibly afford. Ask your parents, ask your kids for money for Christmas. Come along and say, I have my birthday and Christmas present all in one. I'll have a rolling mill. Go and buy it. It's super. I was talking about recycled gold and recycled silver, wasn't I? So you should understand what goes on from there. Looking after your mill. If you're in an area, this is quite close, as you can see, to the polishing motor. And the rolls here, you should look after them. You should always apply. Let me try zoom them in a little bit. Do I have my, I've lost my controls now. Ah, there you go. So if you have a rolling mill, look after it because it is quite a major investment. You should always make sure that these rolls here are slightly oiled. Some people will put a little bit of sponge in the top here. They're slightly impregnated with a bit of oil. So as you turn the handle, the rolls will clean themselves and be slightly lubricated every single time. Some people will put a little bit of foam in the top of there, a little bit of foam in the bottom of there, so the rolls will always be kept clean because the foam picks up any dirt or dust, and also they will be lubricated as well. Great little tip. If you're living in an area that does have a lot of, say, high humidity, Hawaii, for instance, something like that, always make sure that these rolls are always lubricated when you finish every night. If your boyfriend, girlfriend, mother, father, brother, sister can sew, make a little cover that fits over the rolling mill as well, because especially in this environment here, where we got the polishing motor, there is going to be airborne dust. And if there's slight little bit of oil on these rolls here, the oil will attract the dust. If there's dust and particles on these rolls, as you come to use it, that will be pushed into the metal you're putting through, and then you're going to have to get those marks out. So that's going to be no good at all, is it? So look after your mill. So should you happen to have some little marks on these mills, on these rolls, what can you do to get out the marks? A little bit of steel wool is ideal, just to put a little bit of oil on a little bit of a mark that's on them. Then get a little bit of steel wool just to go over the rolls, just to remove that little bit of rust or a little bit of a mark. The other thing that you can do is get yourself some, what's this here? Some metal polish. Okay, this is multi-use metal polish, cleans, polishes and protects for copper, brass, nickel, pewter, even on silver and gold, it even says, although I'm not quite sure how I would want to use that on my silver and gold. Then grab yourself a bit of cloth, a nice soft cloth. Okay, so you got a nice bit of soft cloth like this. Grab yourself a bit of dowel as well. So the dowel has to fit between, I use this was the one that I use for downstairs. As you can see, it's a little bit on the short side for this mill, but you get a piece of dowel that fits in between, nice and snug, so it doesn't move back and forth between the rolls. Then what you do, you get your bit of cloth, and again, that cloth has to fit in between the rolls. You put your bit of wood in between there, you fold it over. Then, as you can see, what you do then is get a little bit of polish, put a bit of polish along your bit of cloth along there. Okay, a little bit of polish like that. Turn it over, a little bit of polish on the other side of the rod, like that there. It's a little bit, okay. Then what you want to do is open the rolls up. So we open them, we pass the cloth through, wind the cloth through, like that. Close the rolls. So you're not rolling the cloth flat, but you just want the rolls to bite and just to grab onto the cloth. So there we go. So the cloth is sort of trapped. Yep. So you got that. So the dowel is inside. Now you've got a bit of polish on the outside here. Then you take this through. So now as the wood is stopping the cloth going through, you've got that little bit of polish now on this edge and the edge underneath. As then the rolls come through, if you want to tighten it a bit more, you can do. This now is going, I mean, just try and move out of the way of the camera. This is going to polish. He says, it's hard, trying to get out of the way, Andrew. So as you can see what's happening, there we go. So as the rolls go around, it is polishing. It is polishing. Turn that down a bit tighter if you want. And we can really get this clean and polished. And that is a brilliant way if you've got marks on here. Not much point coming along with a bit of emery paper and doing this and getting emery paper on that one spot, because the rolls then are not going to be even. What you want to do is do this, and as you go around, this would be easy on a direct drive, because I got to spin the handle 5 times to take this round once. As you can see, it's getting us a nice, gorgeous, gorgeous, clean rolls as that goes round. It doesn't do in the V grooves here. What you may have to do with that is take that out and then fold it up and put that in place and turn this around, and that then will get in the V grooves all the way along. Okay, so you get the general gist of the idea here. Once you've gone over it, try and get rid of all the polish, put it back through again like this. So I've turned the cloth around the other way now, take this through, nice clean cloth, go through. This will get all this polish now off the rolls. Okay, that, you can see how shiny they are already. Once you've done that, take this back out, then get a little bit of light engine oil, some 3-in-1 oil. Just then have to do the same thing, get a bit of oil, impregnated cloth, and just rub it over the rolls themselves, and that then will give the rolls a gorgeous, gorgeous finish. If your rolls are badly marked, badly pitted, badly rusted, get in contact with the manufacturer, and sometimes they will tell you then how to remove the rolls and send them back for refinishing. There we go. That's how you look after your rolling mill. You can put a cover over the top now and make sure that it's protected, because if you look after the rolling mill and you spent several hundreds of pounds on the rolling mill, you really want to look after it. And as I said, the rolling mill I got downstairs is over 30 years old. There are some slight marks upon the faces here. So I need to do that little technique to get that nice and clean. Yeah. Thank you. So that is how we clean and look after our rolling mill. I'm doing pretty much on time, even though we did have that little bit of a minor hiccup, didn't we? Everything okay with it, with the stream and everything else so far?
Seems okay.
Louisa?
I was just wondering if we could catch up with the donations now that we've had that little.
We can't now because we started a new one.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
can we work out from the, because this is classed as a new stream, can we, that's what I was.
True, I think, yes, you can do. Go on the left-hand side, monetization. Yep. Along the top, it says supers.
Okay.
And I have a list of all the supers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's all different currencies.
All right. So absolutely amazing amount of people who have donated.
You guys are amazing.
Super. We don't know exactly how much we've raised, but we will certainly let you know over the next day or so once we've totted up all this and we check. But thank you so much for all your kind donations. Really do appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to the bench. Do you mind if I just wash my hands, Lou, a second? Because they are a little bit on the side of there. Do you want to have a chat? You have now. Have a chat.
I don't know what to say.
Have a chat. Any questions you want to ask Louise just for a couple of minutes whilst I wash my hands? The floor is yours.
So does everybody sound okay now? Do we all have sound? If you just tap in, oh, play the saxophone. I didn't bring it. I'm beginning to wish I had. I'll bring it next time. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you're all enjoying it. Thank you all for your lovely, kind comments as well. Great. That's fab. So next we're going to have an hour of forming, and we're going to be posting up the link to the bangle forming, the Durst and bangle forming kit. Is that right, Andrew? Did I say it right? Bangle forming die set. Yes. So that's going to be the next competition, and then we're going to announce the winner of the doming kit. So that's coming up next. Come on, you'll be washing your hands away.
Move that out the way.
When's going to be the next 12-hour live stream? Not for a little while.
Give us a chance to get over this.
I think you've got to do a three-hour soldering masterclass, haven't you?
Yes.
By popular demand.
That's going to be a good one, yes. I'm looking forward to that one, yes. That's going to be a good one. Okay.
Oh, Tiara, I wish
You were here to get us a tea or coffee as well.
Oh, hang on. What am I doing here? I've got it pointing in the wrong direction. Move this back into position. You can make a cup of coffee after this, can you, Lou? What do you reckon? You could. Whether you go into a night is another thing, but you could.
Well, Jasmine did say she was going to pop in.
She did she?
The Chinese after.
We can't sit here eating the Chinese, Lou. You could, yeah, you could quite easily, yeah. Okay, right, what are we doing? I'd like to have a quick snack whilst we're having a bit of... So we're going to have some questions now all about roller mills. There were a few questions that were in the last segment about if you've got marks on the roller mill. That's the best way to get the marks out of the mill that I know of. Unfortunately, we can't really access the last lot of chat without going on to the other one. But if there's any other questions that I want... Yes, unfortunately, Caroline, you did miss the demonstration of the mill. We did have a technical problem halfway through. What I will be doing, for those who are coming on, thank you for the 462 people who have come back. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much indeed for having having confidence in us, absolutely, and having patience with us. Get some strawberries and cream. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? WD-40, yeah, WD-40 sticks. Use 3-in-1.
2 full happy birthday songs.
Did you hear me? You didn't hear me singing, did you?
You were singing, really?
Oh my gosh. Did he wash his hands? Yeah. What type of polish? The polish that I used there was just simple metal polish that can polish steel, brass, pewter, nickel, and so forth. Just normal metal polish. Take out the handle and move the... yeah, so if your rolls aren't rolling nice and even, and you put your bit of metal in and it goes way to one side like that, or way back to the other side, it's because your mills are not even, and perhaps one is slightly closer than the other, so it rolls it further, so it'll bend it in the one direction. So if your metal is bending, it is because the side that is bending on the outside is too close. So what you need to do is not remove the handle, because the handle just simply removes the rolls. You want to take off the top handle. There's a little circlip underneath that you can take that off. Thank you very much for the $10, Amy. Really do appreciate it. What's this one? What's this one? I'm doing the emojis. Thank you, the emojis. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's a little circlip underneath the top handle. Remove that, remove the top handle. Then you can move the gears on either side. If the banana piece of metal is bending, okay, so if the piece is bending this way, it is because this side is being stretched too much. So if it's going this way, you have to loosen the rolls on the side by one little notch. So you can remove them, move it one notch, open it slightly, put it back in, put the handle back on, get a bit of copper, pass it through. So make sure then that your metal does not do this and bend left or bend right. If you find it bends even more, well, then you're doing it the wrong side. So take the handle off, put it back down, and on the other side, loosen it and put the handle back on.
You don't have the timetable underneath the stream anymore. Are we able to edit it?
Can you put it on social?
Yeah.
Go to At the Bench.
Send the link to the, yes, I'll do that. I can't remember who asked me now.
At the Bench. You can go to atthebench.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, go to atb.yt/12. And there we go. And it should be under there. Yeah, so that should be all to see as well. If you want to put that all to see as well, Louise, that'd be brilliant. So everyone could see the. I thought YouTube may have kicked us off after 6 hours. Perhaps that was it, but it only came to about 5.5 hours. So halfway through, I would love to be able to go, and the amount of donations we have had in amount too, but unfortunately we're not able to do that, but we'll announce the donations. Maybe wondering what's happening with the thank yous and the super van. They are kind donations from the viewers. All the money that is coming in, we are sending to UNICEF. It's a worldwide charity. Louise will just tell you a little bit about it in a few minutes' time when she's stopped doing all this, when she's busy and finished all doing this. That's our charity. I imagine we must have raised several $100 so far today. That's absolutely brilliant, absolutely fantastic. Thank you all. People said that we're amazing. No, we're not amazing. You're the amazing ones for donating, and we really, really do appreciate it. So I'm going to pass the camera over to Louise just for a minute or two, and she's just quickly going to talk about the charity UNICEF and where your money is going to be going to.
We chose UNICEF because it's a global charity, and you support and watch us all over the world, not just in the UK. So we decided for that reason that it should be a global charity. So that's why we chose UNICEF. And coronavirus is the biggest global crisis for children since World War II. So that's why they've launched their largest ever appeal to help tackle the impact of coronavirus on children and their families across the world. And they're doing that by preventing the spread of virus with medical supplies and implementing prevention strategies and campaigns. So that's where your money is going. So thank you to everybody who's donated. You're ever so kind.
Thank you so much. So that's basically what we're doing. I'm not necessarily, yeah. I'm not getting anything for this. Amy, thank you, yes. So I'm not getting any money for doing this. No one's sponsoring this. No one's doing anything. We're doing this total for the sheer love of it and educating you and giving you something to have a laugh about and tell your friends about. So what also you can do in return is just to follow me on YouTube. Click the subscribe button down below. I would really appreciate it. It does go to some way to helping us carry on producing more content like this on YouTube. And fill in your details in the competitions. There's more to come. 6 hours in, we have another 6 hours to go. I've been told to calm down. Louise is telling me to calm down. Calm down. So, okay, we have had, we've missed one out, haven't we, really? So we need to...
I'm poised. I've got the link ready.
Do we have a winner of the last hour?
No, I was going to post it the next one because everybody goes quiet then, don't they?
Yes, good idea. Okay, we are going to have our next demonstration, which is going to be forming, covering different techniques, including bending, shaping, and hammering. So hammering we've used already on texturing. We can use hammering for forming. So again, we're going to go over to that side of the studio where we have the vise, and we're going to be demonstrating a piece of equipment called the Bangle forming die set, and a few other bits and pieces as well. Forming, you can just bend pieces of metal. The vise is absolutely fantastic for that. And whilst I'm doing that, Louise will be putting up a link to the next competition to win what I will be demonstrating, which is the Bangle forming die set from Durston. Price £185, but if you're one of the lucky ones, you can have it for free because we have one to give away. And if you are not lucky enough to win one and you absolutely want one, click down no, it's not in this one. Okay.
I'll keep posting it up.
Louise will keep posting it up. So we will, if you're rewatching this, we would have put the links down below, but this is the second part of the stream. It went down, don't know why, not our internet connection, but a problem with YouTube by the looks of it.
Can I post the link then?
No.
Oh.
So, all right. I want to talk to you a second. You can use, if you don't get a chance to win, thank you, Kate. I do appreciate it. Any relation to Steve by the looks of it? Anyway, thank you, Steve, for your donation as well. I know you donated. Kimberly, you are amazing. Oh, have I got to do that one? Have I?
Yeah.
What's that one doing? Yeah, okay. So if you don't get a chance of winning some of these products, Durston Tools have very kindly given us a 20% discount voucher. Mary's very kindly, no, Mary hasn't, Matthew has very kindly given us a 20% discount code. Just use the term lockdown20 in the checkout at Durston Tools at durston.com.
My buttons work now. I didn't tell you, did I?
Hey, Louise's buttons work.
Yeah.
Super duper. Right, Louise is ready. She is poised with the next giveaway, which is the Bangle forming die set, which I'll be demonstrating any minute now. You've got 1 hour to enter this competition. Go, Louise. Press it. Press it now. Press. Done it?
Done it.
Excellent.
It's on its way to you.
Teresa's going to donate again so she can see her emoji action. There we go. Excellent. Louise's buttons are working. Tommy, you are a star. 25. What SEK? Swiss Corona? Not Swiss. Swedish Corona? Something like that. Yeah, I appreciate every single penny that is coming through. It's all going to go to good cause. All go to UNICEF. Every single penny of it.
You're all absolute superstars.
Corbett, thank you so much indeed. Yeah, oh, what's this one? That's why they don't have too many of these emojis.
I really hope they do. The sillier the better.
Oh my gosh, it's 6 hours to go. All right, we've had a fantastic time here. I'm surprised my voice has lasted this long. I'm gonna have to start calming down a bit. So the competitions are all coming in on the chat box just to that side there. If you've entered the competitions already to win the t-shirts and the aprons and the Kerno Craft gift vouchers and the HS Walsh gift vouchers, you don't have to answer no. Or enter again, that's already been done. All the best. The best thing is the questions. That's hard most of the time, though. Do you just post a new? Did you just post a new? Yes. Yeah, so the link. So the link that is by here. Not by that. Should be by there. Is for the next giveaway, which is Bangle forming die set, which I will be showing any moment. Now it's going to be about half an hour, just showing you a few bits and pieces. And then we're going to do some questions and answers then in roughly around about over half an hour, 35 minutes time for that. So don't forget, all the links are coming on this side. I think they're on this side, aren't they? Yeah, that side.
Yes,
on me, that's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Louise loves your necklace. Everyone loves your necklace, don't they? It's a lovely, lovely. Let's have a show us your necklace, Lou. Very nice, very nice. Very nice necklace. All right, so that is it. Nat, I'm hard in my workshop and you're keeping me company all day long. Thank you so much indeed.
Be looking at the competition winner for.
Oh, so we have the competition winner for the Domain set. Louise is going to come along with this. We have had hundreds and hundreds of entries again for this. Just a Domain set. Next one. There we go. So how many entries would we have had for this one?
I'll tell you. Let's have a little look.
Total number of entries? Wow.
Lots.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness me. 515.
So we had, hang on, the first big one. How many? 515.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Let's have a look.
So Louise is just going to go through now. She's just going to take out some of the duplicates that may be put in by accident. Find out then how many of you have actually entered. So 515 have entered the Domain set competition, which was £280. Louise is just filtering through some of these now.
Okay, so
So here we go.
So
We had
514, I think, was it?
remove duplicates and click next one down.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just double checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So we had 17 duplicates. So if you did accidentally enter the competition twice or 3 times, those extra entries will not be counted. So out of 515 entries, I think must have had about 498 altogether, which is absolutely fabulous. Really do appreciate it.
Amazing.
And Louise now is just going to choose a random winner.
Just need my little magic little bit of...
A little bit of code that goes in. We then have now picked a winner. Louise is just going to quickly go and find the person's name because the email addresses don't necessarily correspond with the names. And the winner is of the Domain set, 24-piece Domain set that is worth £280. Is Louise?
Pat Chesterton.
Pat Chesterton. Congratulations, Pat. You have won the Domain set. 24-piece Domain set with £280. You'll be contacted by ourselves. Hey! You'll be contacted a little bit later on, maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday, with details on what is going to happen with your prize. It's completely free of charge. Wherever you are in the whole wide world, it'll be dispatched to you completely free of charge. Congratulations to Pat.
Amazing.
Are we making a note of all our winners?
Yeah, well, I'm just backing it up.
Excellent. Super, super, super. Thank you very much for that. So the next prize giveaway is going to be for the Bangle Forming die set worth £185, again, courtesy of Durston Tools. Don't forget, you can also win their rolling mill as well by clicking on the link that Louise is going to be posting, and that will be drawn then at 8:30 tonight. Congratulations, Pat. Don't forget, everybody, you've all still got a good chance of winning a prize because we've got loads of t-shirts, loads of aprons. We've got 11 £20 Kuno Craft gift vouchers and also 4 £50 vouchers from HS Walsh as well. They will all be drawn at random from your entries. All right, so we can go and do a little bit of forming now, I do believe. Let me take you across to the other side of the workshop and I will quickly set up my forming equipment. In the meantime, we're going to post up a link. Not a link, a slide, a forming slide in advance, just so then you can see actually what's coming along. Right, that's it. You got it by there? Cool, there we go. Right, give me 2 minutes. We're going to set up over the other side of the studio there next to the Vice with some forming bits and pieces. Join me and Louise in a second. Take care. Okay, we've moved again, back over. No, we've done the rolling mill. We're going to be doing some forming. We just got a quick announcement. Someone just donated as well. What was this donation? This was from Polymer Clay. What's this from? I've got my leg as well going, woo! All right. Oh my gosh. All right. So forming. We're going to be looking at the Bangle forming die set, but first of all, I love a bit of forming. We can use hammers to form, to forge. We can use the vise to bend things. I love this machine. This machine is a corrugator. You turn the handle and we have these splines here that will corrugate. Simple as that. So what can you do with a corrugation and why would you want to corrugate? If you think about a piece of metal, it's usually the price is dependent upon the size and the thickness of the metal that you use. If you can get away with a slightly thinner piece of metal, but then the cost is going to be a lot cheaper to the client and also cheaper to yourself as well. So the one way that you can incorporate strength into a piece of metal is to incorporate shapes and curves and slight bends into a piece of metal. And by doing that, you're giving the metal some structure and some strength. Whereas if it was completely flat and straight, it wouldn't have any strength at all. So that's the reason why I do like a corrugated machine. This is the corrugated machine here. You can buy this from most good jewelry tool suppliers. So what does it mean that you can do? You can basically do this. This is a piece of metal that we have passed through the corrugator. We have formed it and shaped it, and I'll be showing you that now in a second. And what we have done here is got a tapered piece of metal, so it's wider at one end and it narrows down, so it's tapered. Then we've corrugated it, and that would be straight, and then we squeeze on the one end the corrugations together, and by doing that then you do produce this spiral. And then we've oxidized this, as you can see, and from that we have made almost like an ammonite sort of looking type of pendant, purely by using a corrugated machine and a pair of pliers. You can buy some conforming pliers, but simple flat nose pliers, just to crimp the one end that you've corrugated, and it will bend around into that circle. And I think that looks absolutely fab. Really looks quite complicated, looks quite an expensive piece. This is a bit of silver, but you can get away with quite thin pieces of silver. I think this is roughly around about 1/3 of a millimeter in thickness. But the corrugations do give it a lot of strength. Let's do a little bit of corrugation to show you what I mean. Again, I've got another one here where we bent the piece of silver in half and we corrugated it. Then we unfolded it, and by unfolding it then we gave it a bit of a spine down the middle and the corrugations all the way around. And then we use some anti-plastic stakes to do that gorgeous curve that we've got going around. And we got this shape by using the Bangle forming die set, which we're going to come to just now in a second. Again, the metal has to be nicely annealed. You're really bending this metal into quite drastic shapes. You're not just simply putting one bend. You repeatedly bend, zigzag, zigzag all the way along. So it's always nice to have a piece of metal that is nicely annealed. If it's not annealed, it's not going to bend. You could damage the piece of equipment. We've simply got a piece of copper here that we're going to be using today. As you can see, this is just a strip. This is roughly about 1 inch wide, 19, 20, 25 millimeters wide, and it's actually longer than what I need. So why would it be longer than what I want? Well, because the corrugations will take up quite a bit. You think about a piece of metal. If you want a piece of metal that is going to be this long, but you want to corrugate it, the corrugation's going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And that metal has to come from somewhere. So by having a piece of metal that is longer, it will allow for the ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs to compensate. So you start off with a piece of metal longer than what you actually need to allow for the corrugations. This is not like a roller mill. Excuse me. It's got two handles. It hasn't got one like a roller mill has. It's got two handles. So there is a chance that your corrugations may be slightly more so on the one side. And again, the piece of metal is going to curve like a banana. That could be intentional. You get a nice curved piece of metal. I don't think you could actually go to that extreme on the ammonite by having one more so than the other on here. Don't think that will work. So screw these down and just gently until they come together, and make sure then that the top roll stays nice and tight and doesn't move. So that has been down. Then on these dials here, we've got a little bit of an indication. You can move this to wherever you want to. Once it's down, just gently down to the bottom. Position these dials to 0. Then you can release them. And the idea is we're going to release them an even amount on either side. You may not get it right the first time. If you happen not to get it right the first time and it's going through and the metal is bending towards one side, well, then you can always take the metal out and restart it again. That's the beauty of this. You can put it through several times because the corrugations will locate into the splines that we've got here. So that's down there. I'm actually going to, let's just excuse me, I'm just going to rotate these half a turn. So now you've got a little bit of play in the splines. Now I'm going to pass through the metal through the splines. The advantage again with this is you can't really make a mistake and put the metal through accidentally to the one side, because when you come along, you can put your bit of metal into one of the splines that we've got, and that will then make it a lot easier to take this through. Let me move on to this side over here, so you should be able to get a better indication of what's going on. So let's put the bit of metal in. Come a little bit closer on this. Here we go. And we simply now will just simply turn the handle, and that bit of metal will get taken in and come up the other side nicely zigzagged, and the metal will go up and down, up and down, up and down as it goes through. So let's just take this through. You can see how it goes up and down, up and down, up and down like this. And as it comes in through the other side, as it goes through. All right, so that's gone all the way through. And as you can see, we've got some beautiful corrugations on that piece. If you want the corrugations a little bit tighter, well then just come along and go back and just tighten that, perhaps a 1/6 of a turn, an 1/8 of a turn. Then because you've got the corrugations on this piece, you can hook one of those pieces over the splines and you can take it through again, no worries, and that will go through to the other side. And then you've got this beautiful corrugation on your piece of metal. And as you can see now, it's a lot shorter than what it was before. You do have to be careful. You got to make sure that it is nicely annealed. If it isn't annealed, the bending of it may actually snap the copper, which may occur. I think I may have taken that a bit too much. It may end up snapping by here. So that's the problem that I've got. I took it through a little bit in front. Let me just snap it off. There we go. Oh, the powers and beauties of live technology. So that's our piece of metal. I did take it through. It was a little bit too vicious. The metal may have been a little bit too thin and it broke a little bit off. That was because it was a little bit too tight basically, and it just bent the metal. So we've got our little piece of metal now that's a lot shorter than what we started with, admittedly. Now what we can do is use the bangle forming die set just to shape the bangle. That down there. So this is what you can win. You can win a bangle forming die set. This is what it entails. Let me just make this. There we go. You have a carrier rod. It's got 2 bolts that, he says, that locate into your vise. Something like that there. The bolts are there for you to tighten up underneath, so when you start tapping on the one side, it doesn't lift up on the other side. So that's nicely secure. Then what you've got dies. You've got 6 dies. You've got a large die that's flat, a slightly smaller die that is flat. Go back onto the close-up so you can see. All right, so you've got a large die and a small die. Then you've got, same again, a large die and a small die, but it's slightly curved. Likewise on that one. And on this one here, we've got it a narrow curve and a narrow curve again. Large die, slightly small die. Thank you for the donation. Do appreciate it. Chazzel, thank you much indeed for that. Really do appreciate it. What you need to do first of all is use the big die. Don't use the small die, as I've seen a few people do. You use the big die. This is going to give you that first curve, this major curve here. If you use the small die, you're going to put a curve here and here, but you're going to be very difficult to get this curve in. So always use the large die first. Our piece of metal now will come along and it should just fit into this one here, as you can see. Fits quite nicely. And we're going to put an anti-clastic curve into the bangle that is going to make the bangle nice and strong. So not only have we put a corrugation in it that has given strength, by the time now we've put a curve into it and the curve is going in the opposite direction to the bangle, it will give it a lot more strength as well. So let's put this into position here. Or should I put it here? Let's put it on this side so we can see it a little bit more easy here. So always use the big, never use the small to start off with. Listen, a lot of people use that mistake. Always use the big. There we go. Here, if you want to start off, you can just bend it around with your fingers, just like that. So you have got a bit of a, let's see, oh, look at this. This is technology not working for Andrew. Oh my gosh. Ignore it. Ignore what's happening. Andrew, you naughty boy. You can see what happens on live broadcasts. I took it through too tightly and it snapped on me. Let's take this around. Let me do another one. Fingers crossed on this one. This one's going to work. This one's going to work. Let's not be too. There we go. Okay. All right. So very, very quick now. Very quick. We got a bit of corrugation on this one. I haven't tried to be too cocky and do it too much of a corrugation, but you can see what happens if you don't anneal the metal. Put that into place. So, as I said, always start off with the big die first. Put that on the carrier. I think some of the modern ones have a little hole here to put a clip through that enables you to hold this in position. Get the corrugation. It doesn't have to be corrugated. It can be a simple, plain piece of copper. It can be silver. So we've got that shape. Just use your hands to bend it around. So that is the sort of shape that we have got. Looking something like this, simple and round. You can even use a plain bit of copper as well and bend it round. So it's important to get the shape first of all going around. And this is the reason why you use the large one first, because you need to get this overall shape. Don't use the small, use the large. Now you've got that shape there. What you want to do is make this anti-clastic look. This is where the hammer comes into place. And we now will simply start to hammer. Try and match the curvature of this. Move that out of the way, so that's a bit distracting. Try and get the curve of the hammer onto the bangle stake as we have there. Come in a bit closer on this so we can see. And now what we're going to do is just start to hammer downwards. Hold on to it now with your thumb here and keep on going down. And don't hammer too much, otherwise you're going to take away the corrugations. But it should bend quite nicely, even with the corrugations on it. So you can see the advantage of using these large dies first. May need to open it up a little bit. This is a little bit long, this piece of metal, for a torque bangle. There we go, coming round. It's a little bit on the long side. Let me get my cutters and just put a little bit of a curvature on the end of this, just to remove a little bit. And just cut a little bit off the end of that one as well. So bear with me a second. There we go. That was really quick. That's just for demonstration purposes. Go back over. All right, so this is the reason why you use the large die first. Because that is the shape that you need. You need it round in a large size. You'll see a reason why. That comes off. You put the short one on. The small one, smaller diameter. Now all you've got to do is just bend this little area here and that little area there. Come along now with the hammer again. Bend it round. Bend it round. And you can see now how it's just coming along to fit into a cuff shape. So you can see what would happen if you got the small one, first of all, and you're trying to do this, and how pointless is that, because you can't use the metal, you know, and then you get the big one, and now how do you get that onto the big one, because you've made it small. So always use the big one first, then come on to the small one. You can use the hammer just to refine that shape. And as you can see, literally within 5 minutes, you can produce, a little bit of a form in there, you can produce a gorgeous looking cuff. It's a little bit longer than what we anticipated. A gorgeous bangle anti-plastic cuff in a matter of minutes, using the bangle forming die set. I can't really explain much more than that. You can use the flat ends, you can use the very wide, and what does look gorgeous is, I got one here, I haven't got one here, is a nice roller printed piece of silver, and you can use this with this, and that does look absolutely fantastic. I haven't got my bit of copper to hand, and looked absolutely stunning. Make them in silver. Got one here, and the advantage now, this is really thin bit of silver. The advantage is it does have that bit of springiness, which is great for when you want to put it on, because then it'll just simply bend, and you have got yourself a beautiful, stylish, anti-plastic bangle. Don't like cuffs? Don't like cuffs? Why not use the same technique with the whole bangle? And that's exactly the same on here. Come along and hammer, and you can get that technique then for a whole solid bangle. And that is thin material, but it does have quite a bit of strength about it. So that is how we use the bangle forming die set. And it makes these shaped bangles, as you can see, you know, so easy to do. Use the corrugator, you get beautiful patterns. Even without a corrugator, it still produces gorgeous, gorgeous shaped bangles. That's what I just did now in literally 5 minutes. Absolutely fabulous, absolutely easy, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That is the bangle forming die set. If you want your chance of winning one of these bangle forming die sets, the link should be in the description. Click the link if you've entered already. That's great.
In the description now, is it?
No, sorry, not in the description, in the chat. Thank you, Louise. It's in the chat. Go this way, click on the chat, the link in the chat, enter your name, your email address, and at the end of this hour, in about 20 minutes time, you get a chance of winning one of these bangle forming die sets worth about £180, courtesy of Durston Tools. That is pretty much all I was really going to do when it comes to forming. I haven't really got time to go into an awful lot more detail on other types of forming, although I do have some items that I have made. Let's have a quick look. Let me get them out of here. All right then, we have got, you may, in fact, I'm going to go and sit back down at my bench. That's going to be the easiest thing to do. Let me just turn the cameras around a second, and we'll go back and have a chat at the bench, shall we? Cool. Let's turn this around, and let's go down. Cool. So, everybody, forming, there's a technique. Boy drivers. There's a technique that it's been around for centuries. It's called a technique called fold forming. It was revived back in the 80s by Charles Luton Brain. I don't think he actually invented it. It has been around for a long time, but he came along and repurposed it and developed the idea. What is fold forming? It's this type of idea. Get my products, get my camera, not on that one, Andrew, on this one here. All right, what is fold forming? It's a way of bending a piece of metal, in this case, copper. This is a piece of copper that we have simply bent lengthways. Then what we have done is got a chasing hammer or cross pane hammer and hammered along the fold. Let me get a bit of a close-up on this. He says, is it going to go close up? Yes, it is. There we go. Cool. As you can see, if we've hammered along the crease, and then we've opened the crease up, and this is the particular shape that we've got, almost like a spine. You can see all the hammer marks along the spine here. So that is from a piece of copper folded, the folded edge, you hammer. And obviously as you hammer, the metal will stretch like a banana, like we've been talking about, and it will stretch because the metal is being compressed and stretched and hardened. Then when that piece is opened up, you get that gorgeous, fantastic shape. That's the most basic type. Now, depending on how you fold and how many times you fold, and whether that fold is an even fold, as this one is, like that. If you happen to fold it in, in a tapered way, you then can get some amazing, amazing shapes like this. So the fold that I put down the center was a tapered fold, as you can see. Let's come here, there we go. Let's come out a bit too close. Look at that. And what we've done with this, we've actually put this through the rolling mill instead of hammering it. And because you've got two pieces of metal and you roll it, those pieces of metal are going to get squashed and going to get longer. So that's again how we get this gorgeous shape. And then when we open it up, as you can see, it's like an M fold. We get this beautiful, beautiful shape. Again, the same type of thing, the same fold again. I think we rolled this one a little bit further, and that does look an amazing type of fold, almost like, I don't know, like an insect, or it can be used for whatever. And then again, you have a piece of metal that is rectangular, but you taper it towards the outer edges and you hammer along the crease. And again, you then can do this type of amazing thing. And you don't form it into this shape. As you actually open out the fold, as you open it, the metal starts to curve as it goes around. And the more you open it, the tighter that curve appears. So because it's tapered, the end that is tapered actually spins around and gets a tight circle. And the end here, or the middle, that has the longer, the wider section curves the least. And you get this sort of almost like a ram's horn effect. We've got another one here. Even though I've got a long one here as well. So you may be thinking, Andrew, what is the point of all of these? Totally agree with you. Because they are quite nice. They're little sort of sculptural pieces that you could put upon a mantelpiece. You can always use these to create the base for candle holder. You could, I'm not quite sure, use them as feet for a bowl, something like that. Or if you do it on a slightly smaller scale, there's like an M fold. So you can see the letter M is an M fold like that. Then we've done that. We've got along here with a chasing hammer. We've creased. We've made marks all the way along the silver. We've done that on both sides. And then when you open this, you open it up and you open the other side of the fold, it curves. It just curves into this glorious, glorious shape. And this is the sort of effect that you've got. And I've put a little earring post on here, slightly bent now because we've used this for demonstration purposes and exhibitions. And that is such an amazing, amazing earring that you can make up using this type of fold forming technique. As I said, it's years and years, it's centuries old, and it was revived back in the 80s by Charles Luton Brain, master goldsmith, absolutely amazing, amazing guy. And depending on the thickness metals and the size of the metals you've got, you can do all sorts of different sizes. This is a tiny little baby size one, as you can see there. Bangle cuffs, yeah, this is the thing. It's a technique that once you understand when you fold the metal, and you hammer along the crease, depending on how you open it, depending on the shape of the metal, it will depend on how it actually all bends. And yes, you can make some gorgeous, gorgeous cuffs with it. So 45 minutes, yeah, half an hour on forming. There's lots of other things that we can do. I could do this demonstration, but it's quite a slow, laborious type of technique that if I had plenty of time, I would do a few, but I want to try and keep to our timetable for this. So you can win the bangle forming die set. I'll give you another 15 minutes to enter the competition. How many entries we had so far for this, Louise?
562. That's I haven't filtered that yet.
No, so at least 562 people have entered the competition. Thank you all so much for entering that. You still got another 15 minutes if you haven't done so already. I'm sure Louise has put the links in the chat box there just to for you to click on if you haven't done so already, and you're going to just come on. Yeah, brilliant. All right, so I'm gonna stop saying that. All right, so we got 15 minutes to take some questions on forming. After the forming, we're going to have an hour for our questions and answers. There is one thing that I have forgotten to do that I'm going to have to do whilst Louise is going to be chatting to you on questions and answers for a moment. I have to roll down this bit of metal for the bezel setting, because that's what I'm going to be making up a little bit later in an hour's time. Yep. Yeah. Well, you okay? It's okay. Yeah, I can talk while I do this. You're all right. I won't leave you on your own. Okay, so I do believe we have some questions, Louise.
Yes.
Is that a bottle of gin or a bottle of beer behind? No, it's a water bottle. Sorry.
I wish it was a bottle of gin. That'd be a bit nice, wouldn't it? Did we announce the winner of the Green Lion Soft Frame? Yes, that was Yvonne.
Yvonne. So well done, Yvonne.
Yvonne Russell Jones, yeah. Let's have a look. Questions on specifically fold forming, yeah?
Yeah, not fold forming, but that bangle forming die set, anything like that, yes.
Okay, what kind of thickness metal for the earrings and cuffs?
Okay, good question. I will tell you now. The earring that I did, is really thin. It is coming in at, wow, 0.3 of a millimeter. That's 0.3 of a millimeter for these earrings, these silver earrings. So you can see that it looks really, really heavy, looks really, really chunky, but because the metal thickness is quite thin, it doesn't weigh an awful lot. So the technique of forming it does give the metal a lot of strength. The bangles are, let me bring the silver ones round because I can tell you about them. Yeah, I got the camera in now, yeah. That is, again, that's 0.4. That does have a little bit of springiness about it. So perhaps that may be a little bit on the thin side. But if you make it up into a complete bangle, like this one here, then the bangle then does have a lot of strength about it, as you can see. And this is going to be, yeah, I'm using millimeters instead of gauges, I'm afraid. So I do apologize for that. Again, that's 0.4 millimeters in thickness. I don't know what gauge that is in the US, so I do apologize for that. So as you can see, let me put that camera back over there. So as you can see, the fact that we have really, really thin gauge metal that does give a lot of strength. I'm just putting this camera back on. That's a bit close. You want like that. There we go. So there we go. See that. I'm not putting it on you yet. Okay. So that's the thickness earrings and thickness bangles. Is it really close? Is that enough?
Very close to me.
Woo! It's not close to you at all. Go on. What's the next question, Louise?
Oh. Any more questions on forming?
How to determine when you anneal and how often do you anneal? Yeah, okay, let's put you that one. So I should look for one. So when you're using the corrugator, it does really, really stress out the metal an awful lot. So I would make sure that if you're going to use the corrugator, as I just showed you then, is to anneal the metal perfectly beforehand. Make sure it is so soft and really, really flexible. Put it through the corrugator. Perhaps don't put it through its final corrugation in one go, because it does stress the metal out. And as you see, if you stress it out too much, the metal snaps, and that's no good. More so on copper than on silver. Pass it through. If you feel the metal is quite flexible, as in it bends and doesn't bend back, anneal it again, put it through the corrugator again until you're happy with it, until it's the right sort of thickness. Then when you come to shape it, if you want to try and preserve the corrugations the best, don't anneal it, because that will soften them a little bit. Then you can start to hammer it. But it's just trial and error. If you're just using flat section with the bangle forming die set, you won't need to anneal it at all, because you're not really stressing the metal out that much. You're just simply putting a gentle anti-clastic curve. So a curve this way and then a curve going that way as well. So once you've annealed it first, you shouldn't need to anneal it again. Next question.
Okay, how to determine when to anneal and how...
That's what I just did.
Was it? Oh, right, okay. Got another 5 hours to go, yeah? 6 hours. A lot of people are asking, where can you find a corrugator? Would you source one from anywhere, I guess?
Yeah, all the major tool suppliers should have corrugators. They may not be that popular now, perhaps. I don't know. You could try with the major suppliers. Try Auto Fry. Obviously, you find an Auto Fry, use their coupon code ATB5 to get 5% off the order. Just try all the major manufacturers, suppliers, I mean. But I know who used to stock them was Cynthia Eade. EID, Cynthia Eade and Betty Long, I think their names were. They've done an awful lot of corrugation, anti-clastics, tin plastics, using sinusoidal stakes. I have a book of theirs, actually, that's absolutely fantastic and brilliant. I think they developed the corrugation technique. So Cynthia Eade and Betty Long, check them up on the internet. They may be able to supply you with a corrugator. If not, check, as I said, Auto Fry, or check Stella, Rio, those sort of places around the US, and they may be able to hook you up with a corrugator. Next question, please.
Okay, Karen is asking, how can you determine how much metal to use if you are making an anti-clastic ring to a specific size?
It is a good question. So what I would do, I would get a piece of metal of the correct thickness that you're going to be using, make it a set size, make it, I don't know, 1 inch square, make it 20 millimeters square, make sure the dimensions are exactly the same, okay? Pass that thickness metal through the corrugator at the required corrugation, and then see how long that piece of metal is. If that piece of metal happens to be half as long as what it was when you started, you know that at that setting on the corrugating machine, that a piece of metal that you put through will be as half as long as what it was originally. So 20 millimeters square, it comes out at 10 by 20. You know that if you put a piece of metal through that's 100 millimeters, 10 centimeters long, it'll end up 5 millimeters. That's the best way. That's the best way that I can work out really what size. That is your finished piece of metal. Then if you can do the anti-plastics on it, you can work out what length metal that it is by using the ring blank sizes table, and these are available, the unprinted version, as you can see, at thebench.com. Here is the ring blank size table. If you go to atthebench.com and join up as a free view, or if you're a paid member, just click on the resources section up above, and you can download this particular table free of charge. And this will tell you the length you need of ring blank for a particular size. So there's quite a bit of maths involved in all of that. Just go and check out and just do some experiments on some copper beforehand before you actually sort of set your sights on using silver. Next question, please, Louise.
Okay, Melissa is asking, did you solder the bangle before shaping on the shaper?
I was wondering whether somebody would actually think about that. Right, so what I did was something really, really good. I worked out, as I just did in the last equation, how much corrugation takes up over a set length. A bangle like that, the inside diameter is normally 62 or 60.5 millimeters from there to there. You know then how long the bangle has to be, normally 21.5 centimeters. You work out how long the bit of metal has to be, so when you've corrugated, we'll make it 21.5 centimeters. Now you've got a really thin bangle, and yes, I went along and I soldered it. I soldered it closed, so I've got a bangle. Then I went and corrugated it. Yeah, so I can hear you all thinking about, Andrew, how can you corrugate something when you've actually got to pass the metal through? And I will tell you now. Let me go and get my corrugating machine, and I will tell you. And this is the benefit of using this corrugating machine, is because on the one side here, bit of a close-up on here. Here you go. On the one side here, this pillar, oops, Daisy, pillar, not pillock, this pillar here, you can remove. So with the wing nut here. So when you remove this wing nut, you remove this pillar, which then removes the splines. Then you have got your corrugated machine with the two splines without the end. The splines come along, you get your full complete bangle, you put that on, you put the corrugations back, you put the end back onto it, so that bangle now is trapped. You screw down the ends of the corrugation. As you turn the handle, it'll completely go all the way around. And the more you corrugate, the smaller the diameter of that bangle will be. Then I actually used some sinusoidal stakes, anti-plastic stakes actually on here. And I did that particular type of anti-plastic look about it. So yeah, I was wondering whether somebody would come along and think, did he corrugate it? Did he shape it? Then did he bend it around? Then did he solder it? But no, I did it the other way, soldered the bangle, then I corrugated it by removing one of these end pieces and sliding the bangle between the rolls. It is as simple as that. Okay, we got a few more minutes left before the competition closes for the bangle forming die set. Do we have another question, Louise?
Yes, we do. How do you open the fold forming without marring the metal?
Another good question. I would use a very thin penknife. Don't use a scalpel. I would use it initially. Just get the penknife in between the fold, because these folds are being hammered shut. Just get it in between and just put the blade in between the fold and just go along the fold and just wiggle really gently, really gently. Once you've got it open a little bit, then you can get a very thin, like a lollipop stick or a popsicle stick into it and bend it open a little bit further. But it is a good question. I wouldn't use a penknife or anything metal to go all the way in and really bend it open, because you're likely to mark it. But a penknife just to split it a little bit, That will enable you then to get your popsicle stick, your lollipop stick into it to really open it up all the way. If you find it is a little bit too hard to do that, well then yes, you can heat it up and anneal it. Don't quench it in acid because the acid will be trapped within the groove. Just quench it in water. Then once you've opened it up, then you can put it in the acid if you're using silver or copper, then that will get the oxides off. Yeah, I think about one question more to go, Louise.
Oh, could you, sorry, chat's jumping around a bit. Demonstration using a sinusoidal,
Soda steak.
Yeah. Judy would like to see that. Where'd you get your crimping machine from? We've done that one, haven't we?
Yeah.
Matthew wants a 24-hour stream, but with cocktails at half time. I fully support that idea.
I absolutely love the idea of that. I don't think I could manage for a full 24 hours, not with my voice the way it is at the moment. But no, that's a really good idea.
Could you talk about how to anneal metal without looking at the colour of the metal?
Do you find your post on markers immensely helpful?
Yeah. So the markers, there's a few sort of controversial comments on that saying, well, the red one burnt off before the green one does, or it's just purely from the color on it as well. But the markers are really a good indication. I know if you are annealing something like aluminium, you can put soap on it, and when that gets to the correct temperature, I think the soap turns black. Same sort of thing you can with metal. If you know the annealing temperature is a certain number of degrees, that is usually when a marker actually burns off. So you get a piece of metal, you want to anneal it. If you over anneal it, it will become, the molecules will open and perhaps it'll be slightly porous, and you can over anneal a piece of metal. Then the metal is, you can still work with it, but it doesn't have the right properties as it would have done before the over annealing. So you would put a marker pen, like a Sharpie, something like one of these here, put it onto the surface. When you heat it up and you find that that just starts to disappear, that is the correct time. That is the correct time then that metal is going to need. If you are annealing metal, don't have it with overhead lights, have it in a dark little corner of a studio so you can really see the color of the metal. If you heat a piece of metal and there's bright lights around you and you heat it so you see a bit of color on it, you've usually overheated it and you've heated it too much. Do it in a cool dark, just a dark corner actually, that you can see the color of the metal. There has to be a slight color of the metal. That happens to take place when the marker has burnt off. So that is how you anneal the metal. Right, Louise is just going through, that is the end of our competition for the Bangle Forming die set with £185 from Durston.com. Matthew Durston's very kindly donated all these prizes, and including the final prize as well. So thank you very much to Matthew for that. If you're not lucky enough to win any of the prizes that Matthew has offered, you can always go along to Durston.com and enter the discount code Lockdown20. Wow, Lockdown20, and you can then have 20% off your order. Louise is just going through now on here. You're going just far too fast now. You're going far too fast. So how many entries?
You can guess.
How many entries have we had for the Bangle Forming die set? I think we've had, I'm not looking, okay. I'm not looking.
You know we hate cheaters.
648.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, yeah, go on, honey.
611,
wow.
but filtered.
That was pretty close.
569.
569 people with duplicate emails. That's
No.
No, sorry.
40 odd, wasn't it?
40 duplicate emails. So people who do try and cheat and perhaps do it completely by accident, the duplicate emails are removed. So even if you put 2, 3, or 4 goes, you only have one chance to make it fair with everybody else. Louise is just finding out the another bit of a clue actually to who won. Finding out who won. Louise is going down the list to try and find it, and she's having to scroll. My good, she is scrolling down. The winner is...
Can I have a drum roll, please?
Oh, you're on camera as well.
Okay.
The winner is these.
Francis Linden.
So Francis Linden, you are the winner of the Bangle Forming die set. Well done to you. We will contact you to sort out how to get your Bangle Forming die set to you. Thank you so much for everybody who entered. Don't forget, thank you, sir. Well done, Francis. Well done. Good, good, good. That's another prize done. Congratulations to all the prize winners so far. She rocks. She's more rock star than. Oh, is that Indelude? Anyway, that is the winner, Francis Linden. Well done. You've been the Bangle Forming die set. That'll be sent out to you directly from Matthew. We will contact you over the next few days for that. For winners on that. And if you haven't unfortunately won anything today, you can always go on to durston.com and use the lockdown 20 code to get 20% off your order. That is available rest of this week and all of next week as well. So you've got a good time to check out Matthew's site. He does have a lot of new products that he has been developing, and I've been the lucky one who've been helping him develop them as well. Brilliant products. Get 20% off, never to be repeated. If you order also Otto Fry, don't forget ATB5, you get 5% off Otto Fry's website. And don't forget, you can still enter the competitions for the t-shirts. All right, you can win this type of t-shirt. You can win this type of t-shirt, or you can win this type of t-shirt that has a bit of color to it. You can also win an apron as well. So we got around about 20 t-shirts to win. You can win an At the Bench apron. I think we've got 10 of these aprons to win. We will contact you if you happen to win these for your size. Obviously, the aprons only come in one size. You can also enter the competitions for gift vouchers. Kernocraft, they gave away the soldering kit this morning. That went, I can't remember who it was. I'm awfully sorry. But we've got records of all these people. We will contact you. They're also giving us 11 £20 gift vouchers that you can use off your order at kernocraft.com. Don't forget, you can also win one of 4 gift vouchers from HS Walsh as well, off your tools. And don't forget, all the winners today and of all the t-shirts will be getting something from Birch. Birch very kindly lent me the folders here, and I've been showing them throughout the day of all the birds and all the tools, and all the, there we go, of all the tools, all the birds, everything. Oh gosh, Birch, birds, I don't know where that came from. Must have come from Wadder, I think. Not quite sure. I'll leave it in there. Shall I? Oh, go there. Birch birds. Pop along. Again, the URL will be in the description on the last film that happened to stop on us. You'll also be getting some goodies in the parcel from Birch, including pens, USB sticks, and these little notepads as well, which are very kindly sent to us by Birch. So you can still enter these competitions. Louise has been posting the links to these competitions. They will run until the end of the evening. Don't forget, the one major prize that you can win is going to be the Durston Agile C130 rolling mill worth £960. One of you lucky winners who have entered today will be winning that. We will announce the winners a little bit later on this evening. It is now, gosh, 6 minutes past 4. What are we doing now, Louise? What's on our...
We are doing, well, if you consult your next slide, it's actually ready for you.
Woo! Questions and answers. Okay, during these questions and answers, I am going to have another drink because my throat is getting really, really sore. We've got another 5 hours left. Wow. So 7 hours gone so far, 5 hours left of our 12-hour marathon. Apologies that we had to split this into 2. We had a technical difficulty. Something happened with YouTube. We were still streaming. The internet was still working, but it wasn't being received by YouTube. So that's the reason why we had to stop that stream and start another one. And thank you to the 560 people still on. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Don't forget, if you do want to enter any of these competitions, please can you make sure that you are a YouTube subscriber of this particular channel. And whilst we're not asking for money, or we're not getting money for doing this, the little subs that we do get from you guys do help us to produce new content for our YouTube channel. And if you do feel like donating, you think, you know, Andrew's working hard, I feel really sorry for his throat. Louise, gorgeous girl, she's working so hard as well. And if you want to donate some money, please do. In the chat box down there's a little grey box with a $sign. Click on that, donate some money. The money is going to charity. We are sending it to UNICEF for the COVID fund. For that helps the children all over the world. We wanted a worldwide charity, not a local one, because you guys are from all over the whole wide world. And it just helps, doesn't it? It just helps everybody. So if you feel like donating, put one of those little emojis. And I have no idea how you put some of those little emojis on there, but I'll try and replicate the actions as well when they come up. So there's a little bit of fun there for you. So what we're doing now, Louise, we're going to have question and answer. Okay, before we get the question and answer, I'm just going to do some housekeeping, do some bit of tidying up over there, because we're going to do some bezel setting for the next question and answer starting around about 5 o'clock. But I haven't quite prepped enough for that, because I was going to do something with the rolling mill that I haven't done. So we'll come to that in a minute. Just put the slide up for a moment. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to tidy up what I got on my bench, and we're going to come back with some questions and answers really, really shortly. I'll speak to you in about 2 minutes time. See you in a minute. Bye. Okay, I've got myself a coffee, and Louise has. I haven't got time to make you a coffee. I'm just about time to get. Okay, one sec. No, you sure? All right then. So thank you all very much for the donations that are coming in. I was going to make you one, but my audience is waiting. So what are these? That's it. Hang on. What's this one? This is. Oh, was that one? What's the next? What was the one before that, Louise? I do these. What's this one? So these are the emojis that are appearing on the side. And there was another one as well, wasn't there? One before that as well. But thank you all very much. I know I'm making fun of the emojis, but I'm doing all this and whatever. But I do appreciate everything that is coming in. It is bouncing now to hundreds and hundreds of dollars, hundreds of pounds. Thank you all very much for all this that is coming in. We really, really do appreciate it. There's one before, two, go back up one, and before that one again. That one there, what's this one? Oh my gosh, I've got another long time to go yet. All right, so yeah, so maybe wondering what all these donations are coming in. They're going to charity, they're going to UNICEF. We're just thanking you all. He didn't make me happy. You can make you happy.
Absolute nerve. Natalia.
Would you rather me put the still up and go and make you coffee?
No.
No, I had to be quick, didn't I?
Power through.
Pardon, power
Maggie.
through.
Sorry.
Maggie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Maggie, what's this one? Woo, woo. And this one is, I can't roll on my back doing this one going. Perhaps at the end of that, I'll be on my back. Yeah, who knows, laughing like that or just crying, I'm not quite sure. So what was Andrew saying about the bush birds? I did hear that as well, didn't I? The picture is blurry. It's not us, I'm afraid, Gillian. It must be you. Lost points. Oh, come on, guys. I tried. I have a limited amount of time. I had to clear the place up, clear that, put it over there, get the next one in position for the next one. What was I saying about Birch Birds? Yeah, Birch, again, have sort of partnered up with us. They've given us a few things to give away. They've given us pens, and they've also given us notepads and USB sticks as well, like thumb drives. What we decided we would do is give these out to the people who are winning, because it seems a bit silly me posting out a pen to, I don't know, South Africa or Sweden is just one pen. So we're including all these few little giveaways with the people who win the t-shirts, and all the prizes, basically. I think not all of them, I think we've only got 20 pens. So the 20 people, the top 20 people we will choose, and we will put some Birch pens in there and some Birch notepads. I think there's 10 USB sticks. So look out for those extra special goodies in your, what's this one? Number one fan from Garland. Oh my goodness, I'm still going. Okay, can you please explain the essentials of centrifugal casting? It's a big subject and a big topic that I really don't have time to get into over the next sort of 45 minutes, especially as I need to answer a few more questions as well. I think that I will be producing a film on centrifugal casting, not just one, but perhaps a whole series right from the start of making the mold. So making the master, making the mold, making the vulcanized mold, injecting the wax, doing the sprue treat, doing the investment, doing the lost wax casting and the centrifugal casting. Joy, thank you so much indeed. And what's that? What's keep it up? Oh, wait, so I can do my weight. Yeah, I do that quite often, yeah. So yeah, centrifugal casting is part of the lost wax casting, which we will do a whole series of films on, but I can't do anything today, I'm afraid. Any tips for settings, not drilled drops? Yeah, I'm just making caps to go over the tops and just glue them into place, I think would be the best thing to do. You can get some tubing and using a collet set, and you can make some tapered tubing that would fit over the ends and pack the little collet then with some glue to glue the dropper into it, but make sure you put the jumping on the top of that first of all. Jewelry bench ideas. Can you start standard and add on bits? Jeweler's bench. It's a good question. Yes. Not. Oh. Yes, what you can. I know there are manufacturers out there that will supply you with just a plain bench with no drawers. And you can buy the drawers then. I know, again, I'm going back to Durston because I know their products off the back of my hand. You can buy the set of drawers separately. They're on casters, so you can put them whichever side you want on the bench. Usually when you buy one of these benches here, it comes already done. It comes pretty much already built with all the drawers by the side, and it has the drawers underneath and the lemon tray and everything like that. So it's pretty much comes as standard. Louise was saying to me yesterday, she's saying, well, you could do with something by the side of here, like a little slot that you can put like a form or some hooks on the side of here. And that's how then you can personalize your bench. I got hammers. You see, I got lots and lots of hammers, and I could put them all on the wall. But for me, I think that would look a bit untidy in the recording studio. I don't want to do that. Although it does look great upon pegboards. It looks absolutely fabulous. But I fancy putting them down the side of my bench here. But there are certain little modifications that you can make as you go along, that as you work, you think, what I could do with that, or I could do with something else. But for instance, in this bench here, can't really see at the moment. Maybe I have to turn this around. So underneath here, we've got this little tray that comes out. This is a soldering tray. Now, for me, I don't do my soldering right in front of me by here. I've got the boards that I bring across from the top to work in front of me here. So that is not what I do. So I'm using this tray just to put the tools that really do need, I'll just look at the next emoji I gotta do, that do need a little bit of proof, not proof, a little bit of heat proof, if they could be hot. And again, the drawers underneath here and so forth. So as you use your bench, you'll customize it and you'll get used to it and make some alterations as you go along. So thank you, Roy, for that. What is this one? It's Thank you all very much. All these donations are going to UNICEF. Thank you all very much for this. We're having a whale of a time. What's this one? No, here we go again. Oh my gosh, 533 of you. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm thinking of making the jump. You have an easy time here. I'm asking all these kinds of questions.
You've got a coffee.
I'm thinking of making the jump from silver to gold. Do you have any recommendations on additional material or tools? Also, comparisons on difficulty. Make sure that when you're doing your filing, that you keep all the gold dust separate from the silver dust. That is the most important thing that I can suggest. You use the same flux. You can use borax, you can use magic borax or flux, whatever. Use the same flux. Obviously, the solder is going to be gold solder. The main difference between silver and gold is really the expense and the cost of doing it. And likewise, when you go from gold and you want to start working with platinum as well, the cost of going up in precious metals is quite an awful lot, especially when you come up to use platinum and you have to have a different soldering block, different files, different buff sticks, and so forth, that sort of thing. So there is no real difference or difficulty. Again, if you have the rolling mill, you can get away with having a less amount of stock material to hand, because you can make it bigger, you can make it bigger, you can make it longer, you can make it thinner to whatever size you want. And because gold is so precious, it's a lot more expensive than silver, you need to save all the little bits and pieces, all the little offcuts, because that is going to be a lot of money at the end of the day. You can melt them down and use them as little embellishments upon rings and pendants and earrings and that sort of thing, as sort of granulation, which looks great against silver, especially if you oxidize the silver. So that would be the main differences between silver and gold. Once you start working with gold, especially if you start working, say, with 18 karat gold, the color's great, it's lovely and rich. What's your computer's making noise? It's lovely and rich, and it's an absolute joy to work with. So there's no real difference in working. Next question, Louise. Please. I caught you out tonight.
Any tips on soldering a silver ring inside a copper outer ring that keeps falling out?
There's one question I want to have a look at with draw protectors as well. So copper is not good against the skin. So yeah, by soldering a copper inner to a silver inner to a copper ring is really, really good. It's a really good idea. It's a lot better against the skin. Do you say it keeps falling out? Mm-hmm. Soldering it. If you solder it, it shouldn't fall out. Perhaps what I would do is make it on the long strip first. So you'd have strip of silver, strip of copper on the top. You would do the sweat soldering technique that I showed you at the beginning of the day. That's unfortunately in the previous film to this. That is what I would do then to sweat solder that on top of the silver. You're going to get a much better join. Then bend that up round and make it into a ring. Then I would use silver solder to join it together. Use a hard solder initially when you're soldering the sandwich together. You're soldering the copper on top of the silver. Hard solder, make it round into the ring, get the ends nice and flush, and then perhaps I was using an easy solder or a medium solder to join it together. That would be the best way to do that. Somebody asked about the copper on the vise. Let me just swing the close-up camera around and just quickly show that to you. These are some just simple jaw protectors. Usually on these engineer's vise, you've got really, really sharp teeth, and the edges here are pretty sharp and they're slightly serrated. So if you put a piece of metal in here, you may find that it'll be slightly wavy due to the fact of the serrations and the dimples in the jaws. So what I simply did was get little bits of copper, and I put the copper in here. So the copper was here. I tightened up the jaws until then the copper was sticking upright. Then I simply, whichever way they go, there you go. And I simply then bent the copper, once this has been closed up, downwards this way. Then I sort of like folded over the edges, and I did that on all edges. I'm sure, again, I've done a YouTube film on simply showing you how to make these, and you can see how the pattern from the vise is showing through on these, and these are due to be changed soon, or I could just simply turn them round and do that, and I've got these faces here in place when I come, and those are just simple jaw protectors just to protect what I put. Sorry about that, guys, I should have warned you about that. And that goes in, metal goes in, and then it doesn't get marked. So that's just something that you can make up. So put the metal, 2 pieces of metal in, close up the jaws, fold them down, and then just like you would a present, just fold in the edges. Next question, Louise, please.
Okay, flex shaft versus rolling mill. Sandra would like to know, which should she buy first? Can't buy both at the same time.
That is a good question. I think day to day, depends obviously on what you're doing. I think I would get a flex shaft first because it is so versatile. Because as you've seen, we can polish with it, we can texture with it, we can drill holes with it. Stop this thing from knocking. You can do an awful lot with it. The hand pieces here can come off. You can put different hand pieces on. You can buy the jump ringer, and that you need a number 30 hand piece for that. Brilliant. You can just simply slot it onto the end of here. This hand piece, sorry, my coffee's in the way. That hand piece will come off. You get the other hand piece, you put it on. It is so versatile. You can polish with it. So it's not like buying one bit of equipment that will do one job. It's one bit of equipment that will do loads of jobs. You can explore textures. You can explore polish. You can explore drilling. There's grinding. You can put grinding wheels into it and get all sorts of shapes. You can use it for sharpening your gravers, for sharpening punches if you want to start doing texturing. So it's far more versatile than a rolling mill is, especially if you're still creative at the bench. But that would be my next purchase if I was buying either a rolling mill or a flex shaft. But definitely a flex shaft would be my next purchase. Next question, please, Louise.
Oh, Annie is asking, can a faceted stone be bezel set?
It sure can. We're going to be doing some bezel setting now at 5 o'clock. I've got a lot to do at 5 o'clock, but I can get a chance to finish the whole bezel setting.
I know we can't start early till 5, yeah.
I may overrun it a little bit because the Delft clay casting was going to be a little bit of an extra one that I squeezed in. But yes, you can use bezel setting to do faceted stones. Have I got one in here to show you a little bit later? No, I haven't actually. But yeah, you can. It doesn't really matter. Faceted stone, it can be a flat back stone like a rose cut cabochon that has facets on the outside but has a flat back, or it can be a simple faceted in a bezel setting like in a tube. But yes, it can with no problems at all. Just treat it exactly as you would do a normal cabochon. Do you want another question, Louise?
Yes.
What do you do with scrap silver with solder on?
I would cut off the silver without the solder on. Put that to one side because you can reuse that. You can use that to start melting down. If you want to do your cuttlefish casting or your Delft clay casting, that sort of thing. So all you've got left is the little bit of metal with the solder on. Then I would wait until you got a bit of a pile of that. Then you can send that off to the refiners who will refine it and perhaps give you the money back for it, or that perhaps they'll credit your metal account with them so you can get some metal back as a result of sending it to them. There is a price to pay, obviously, for the refining fee. That's why I said save it up until you got quite a lot. That would be my best. If you only occasionally got bits of scrap with little bits of solder on, I would perhaps melt it all down together with a few little grains of fine silver, some pure silver. I know there's solder in it, but it depends on what you're going to do with it, that bit of silver. If you're going to work it hard by putting it through the rolling mill, shape it, draw it down, the solder may not help the metal. It may make it a little bit on the brittle side. But by adding the fine silver, hopefully that will just compensate for a little bit of solder when it comes to purity and also for malleability and ductility as well with the silver. So those would be my sort of suggestions for that. How's that? Next question.
Okay. How do you use silver dust if you want to apply it to a sheet so it looks similar to reticulation?
Good question. I think I did this on At the Bench. You would make sure that the gold dust is coarse. It has to be coarse. There's not much point trying to get a buff stick and using what comes off the buff stick or off your grinding wheels. Make sure you get a big bastard file. It's a look at her face. Andrew, you swap. It's a bastard file.
No need for that language.
It's a bastard file. I think that there's only one lot of teeth going in one direction as opposed to teeth crossing over. It's a really, really rough file. I would use that to file your pieces of metal off your bit of gold.
I just like confirmation that it is the term. Not that I think
I could say anything now, couldn't I? And you guys will back me up. What can we say that would embarrass her? A big bastard file.
Big... To me too, thank you, Ken. Yeah. You have to laugh.
You do. So that then you're going to get big filings, big bits of lemon coming off that are going to be of a reasonable size then to use as your gold dust. I would then get your silver surface. Then I would apply some flux, make sure that surface is lovely and clean by quenching it in your acid, your safety pickle, your vinegar and salt, or whatever you're using for a pickle, or go over it with some emery paper. put some flux onto it. But then what I would do is heat up the metal until that flux bubbles up and then settles back down. Once it's settled back down, then I would get the metal lemel, the gold lemel, the metal filings, then sprinkle it over the surface. And by doing it this way, the flux is all cooled down. So it's not going to bubble up and push all the filings to one side, and then you're going to get uneven coverage. This is the best way then to get your nice even coverage. I would then try and heat the metal from underneath, not from the top, because as we were showing a little bit earlier, soldering the ear post to the earring in the first film, that the post could melt. And likewise, the metal, the gold filings will melt because of the heat coming down from the top. But if you heat from underneath, you heat the plate or whatever it is you've got the metal filings on top, these bits of metal, the best bits of gold, will not melt because they're not being heated. They're being heated from underneath. If those start to melt, you've melted this bit of silver as well here. So keep heating up the silver from underneath. The borax is settled. The gold filings are on top. And as soon as the actual metal starts to heat up and to fuse because of the flux that's on it, what you will find is that hopefully then that they will actually just fuse together. If you bring the flame on top, there's a chance that all the little balls will all be drawn together in one or two little lumps, and that's not what you're after. So that would be my tip to get like a nice sort of stardust reticulation sort of look with gold little filings using a big bastard file. Oh, I guess it's 5:30. 4.5 hours to go. So that's been my best tip. That 3.5 hours? Yeah, 3.5 hours. Oh, I do apologize.
No,
No,
right,
4.5 hours, yeah.
Sorry.
Well, we're gonna last. We're gonna last. Right. Okay. Next question. Oh, by the way, whilst we're doing the questions and answers, Louise has very kindly put all the links to all the competitions that we're running at the moment. There's another three competitions to come that we haven't announced yet.
Another two. Yet to be announced, yeah.
2 more competitions yet to be announced, but the competitions that you're seeing coming up on the chat here are for the t-shirts, the rolling mill giveaway, the apron giveaways, the at the bench half price discount codes, Durston's discount codes, Otto Fry's discount codes, and also the vouchers for HS Walsh and also Kerner Craft that you can win. Go and click on those, enter them. If you've entered them once, don't enter them again. Once you've entered them once, your vote has been counted. If you do enter them several times, only one vote will competition, you know what I mean, one entry will be, what are you laughing for? On camera, okay.
I can't, yeah, I know, it's just, it's filtered out the rude words, but people have just been saying what they've nicknamed their naughty word files as, yes.
Oh my gosh, how do you keep a square wire flat? Now that's a really interesting question, because when you get a square piece of wire and you're trying to bend it around into a ring, it wants to bend with the least amount of deformation. So instead of it staying square, it will try and shift. So instead of it actually being square, it will shift that way there, that way. It'll shift, there we go. It'll shift this way, won't it? No matter how hard. Tap it around a mandrel, it'll go, whoop, I want to go this way. So the best way around that is to use, let me just go and grab it a minute. If I got it to hand, yes, I have. The best thing to do to use that is whack. Oh, this. Where's me close-up camera on this? This is a what we call, and hopefully the comments won't get. Oh, hang on, what we got here? $4.99. Thank you, Sarah Brown. Thank you very much. What's she do with a paintbrush? Oh, how do I do this one? Hang on. Paintbrush. That's a new one. I haven't had that one before with me today. That's a new one. Thank you for that, Sarah. Very kind. Thank you very much for that. These donations are all going to, I think I've done Victor. Yep, done that one. All these donations are going to charity. They're going to UNICEF. Thank you very much. If you want to donate, we don't take anything from this. We're doing this. We are mad. We are doing this completely free of charge. We're not getting paid. We're not getting sponsored. There's no affiliates or anything to do with this. Everything that we're doing is completely free of charge. So if you do feel like that you have enjoyed today, the last 8 hours, please donate. Click the little link that's down there, the little square, little grey square with a $sign on it. Donate. The money will be going to charity. Thank you to every single person who has donated so far. And if you haven't donated and you're still enjoying it, just please subscribe to this YouTube channel. Really would appreciate it. It does help a little bit. It does go a lot. In fact, it goes a long way to helping us produce some content. And don't forget, please share this stream with your friends. There's a little way of sharing it. You can click the little link down below. Share it on all your socials. We still got 4.5 hours to go. More giveaways, more excitement, more fun and frivolity, if that's such a word, is there? And we can just see Andrew make a fool of himself when people make donations. So going back to what I was just saying, you can use this. This is a shank bender. You have various dies to go in here. You then can put in the metal. I use a pencil for demonstration purposes. It won't fit, but you put the metal in here, and as you move the handle, here, like this, it says a cam action, and the metal will be forced around the former, and that will keep your metal square. If you don't happen to have one of these, you can use a pair of half-round pliers, like these here, half-round pliers. All right, they're flat on this side, they're half-round on that side. Then you simply, I'm using my pencil for demonstration again, you would just gently get your metal and bend it, bend it, bend it, little bit at a time. And by doing that, you can keep the flat against the flat of the finger a little bit. If you do find it's just twisting slightly, get your little block, and just hammer it flat just to correct that little bit of a twist. So that's the best way. Don't try and just form it around a mandrel by hand. It's never going to work. It's always going to twist that way. That's the way. Whereas you want it to go that way. Make sense? Hope so. Next question, Louise.
Okay, Natalia is asking, how do you approach developing your drawing skills for when you're speaking with a customer that's describing the design they want? Will a lack of drawing ability hold me back?
I think if you can practice, I've got 2 books that I have got that I will... In fact, I will actually produce a film on this for YouTube because I feel they are an absolute fabulous. If Mark Goodwin is on, I don't know whether Mark is still on. He has the books as well. I don't have them round here in the shop. They're at home. Is Mark on? No. I will come back to you on that. There's 2 books I would really, really recommend. It just goes through how to approach drawing for a client, and it depends on how far you go with that. So off the top of my head, can't remember the lady's name. I do apologize for that, but I will come back to you with a YouTube film on that. Oh, I got another one. Hey, you, what's this one?
Do it properly now.
Oh my gosh. What have I got to do to this one? What am I doing? Am I going?
I'll tell you.
Is that like that? Is
Yeah,
that, yeah? Is that, do I get points for this at the end of the night?
No.
No, I get a glass of wine.
No, you don't. You do make me a coffee.
Oh, I'll make a cup of coffee in the next interval. Well, I'm setting it for bezel setting. I'm actually losing the plot now, so goodness knows what's going to happen with cuttlefish. No, with bezel setting.
Would you like another question?
Go on, Louise. I'd love another question.
This is Juan. I find I'm using too much borax and my silver won't melt completely once it sinks in the borax. Am I just not getting it hot enough? Some silver won't melt completely once it sinks.
I don't know. I don't think you can use too much borax. If you're melting some silver down in crucibles, borax is actually the best thing that you can use to enable the silver to melt nicely. And you can't really use too much, because if you do use an awful lot, it'll just simply coat the crucible itself. If you're using it when you're coming to solder, I don't think you can actually use too much borax. I don't think borax inhibits the melting of silver at all. Not quite sure what you mean about the silver sinking down into the borax. I don't know why that would be. Oh my gosh, I got another one. How's it go? What's this one?
Come on, see the bench.
I bet you're going to take screenshots of this, aren't you now? How am I doing this one? Oh, hang on a second. I've got to remove that peg. What's this one? Oh, how's it going? How's it going? Again? Oh, come on, Louise. I can't stay here ever. Come on. Look the rubbish down there. Come on, hurry up. Post it on Facebook. Come on, Andrew Berry's losing it now. There we go. All right.
I'll stay where you are, 'cause there's another one.
There's another one. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol, for that. I'm not going to get. Come on then. The night is young, and I'm certainly not. Right. Come on then. What's this one? You have to excuse the floor. What's this one?
Looks like it's an avocado rolling on the floor laughing.
Rolling on the floor, laugh. How about this? How about that one? Oh, I can smell cooked food. I can smell the kebab shop, you know. All right. Oh no, please, no more. No, I didn't mean that. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Nice trainers. Thank you. They were my birthday present from Louise. Ravina 11s. They're my running shoes. Very nice. Thank you. Yes, Shelley. Well, good to see you, Shelley. Yes, Sylvia Wicks, Making Jewelry is a very good book. She does have some very good diagrams in it, and I actually used those diagrams when I was in university. But there are specific drawing books out there. I will come back on over the next few days with some drawing books to show you exactly what's what. Your borax dish leaks water out of the bottom. Is this normal? The fact that the borax dish is unglazed, which means that it does absorb water. That is why I have started to keep it in a little tray like this here. So I can keep all the water and everything else together in the one spot there in case it spoils the bench. Being unglazed, it does absorb the water. If you put too much water in it, it will soak through to the underneath. So that would be the reason why. You may have a crack in it, perhaps, that would cause, very Welsh then, didn't I? Very Welsh, a crack in it. And that would then go through the crack into the bottom. As it's unglazed, it's porous, water will go in. Has to be unglazed to allow that little bit of roughness to get the borax off and into the dish. Ken. I like your move. Yeah, Andrew, too funny. Thank you. Yeah. Pills. I haven't had any wine yet. 2 glasses of wine for me because I've done it. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Steve, I do have to make an apology. You did email me. Steve, hang on a second. I may have a pair up here. I don't know. Let me have a quick look. I do. Okay. Steve is an awesome goldsmith. He very kindly sent me 2 tools that he has adapted. I think it is, Steve, that you've adapted. And he has done certain things then that makes the use of them safe when it comes to jewelry. These are more like an engineering tools that Steve has adapted. These, I've never seen these over here in the UK. It's almost like a wrench where you turn the screw here, it opens up the jaws, but then you can also squeeze the handle to tighten up and push here to release. Now what Steve has done, he's added these little extras into the jaws here. There's another pair of pliers that Steve has developed as well. I don't have them in this workshop, they're actually downstairs. I will be featuring these a little bit later on, Steve, not necessarily today, and I do apologize for that. And I know you did email me, and I do apologize for not getting back to you, but life, as you know, has been really tough for me over the last few days. And it's been really, really busy here. Even with lockdown, we've been trying to make money because unfortunately, I don't have any money coming in because the shop is shut. So we've been working really hard with that. So I do apologize. So Steve, I do have all your information. I thought your drawings for the Roland Mill stations and the pull-out drawers were absolutely brilliant. I will go back and I will check all these over. I do apologize. I do appreciate the donations you've given today. Thank you very, very much to you, and thank you very much to everybody who has donated. I will come to you, Steve, perhaps in another film, if that's okay, and I will show these particular tools and give you a plug then. But Steve, if you do have a website or you do have a YouTube page, I'd be happy to feature it in the chat at the moment. I do have your emails. I'm not able to access them at the moment. If you do come through, I'll see if I can get Louise to allow those links to come through, and I'm happy to promote you because you're an awesome guy. Do appreciate it. Thank you very much for all that you do for the jewelry trade. Thank you. Okay, so we've got about another 10 minutes or so before the next technique, which is all about bezel setting. I'll be showing you how to make up a bezel, how to solder onto a base plate, and how to set a stone into it. That's going to be coming in the next hour from 5 o'clock onwards, so stay tuned for that. How about some of the questions? Any of the questions we got there, Louise, that you can quickly have a look at for me?
Oh, just been updating Facebook. Sorry, let's have a little look. Tracy, I'm having a terrible time soldering tiny balls, 1/4 mil, onto a ring shank without melting them. Any suggestions?
Yeah, so again, we're using that same technique as we did with the first part of the day. You may have missed it, and that's fine. There's no words to actually go over it again. So what is happening if you're melting the balls, yeah? So soldering without melting them. So the thing to do is, because the balls that you've got are small and the ring you're soldering the balls onto is large, the large piece of metal is going to take longer to heat up than the balls. So if you put your flame onto the inside of the shank where the balls are going to heat up like that. The rest of the ring shank will take a little bit longer. And what you'll find, the balls will melt because the mass is a lot smaller. So what I would suggest you do, I'm not really quite sure on how you're doing this, I would get a small little ball burr. I would put a small little dent on the inside of the ring shank where the balls need to go for a start. Okay, then I'll put a little bit of flux into that little dip, that little depression. Then I'll put a small little bit of solder exactly where those balls have to go. I would heat up the ring shank until then the flux then will melt and the solder will melt in the little divot where the ball has to go. So that'd be my first step. Then I would then perhaps pickle what you've done, make sure the balls are nice and clean, then flux that little area where that little bit of solder is, and then I would get the ball and put the ball exactly where it needs to go. And because you've got that little bit of solder exactly where that ball has to go and a little bit of a divot, it's going to make life a lot easier for you. You would then put the flame on the ring. You would put, then there's balls on the inside. I would put the flame from the outside, because you don't want the flame to go onto the ball. So the flame would come from the outside, and because the balls now are on the inside, in contact with the solder, with some flux already there, you're going to heat up the ring. And as the ring gets hotter and hotter, the heat will be transferred through to the gold balls. And like I was explaining about the gold dust, heat the outside. The heat is transferred, and when there's enough heat in that silver ring to melt the solder, it'll be the right temperature, because the ball sitting on top of the solder will be the correct temperature. So all this little area, even though it's being heated from underneath, will all be the correct temperature. And then when the solder melts, the ball and the rest of the silver will be the correct temperature, and the solder will melt between the two. And that is going to be the easiest way that you're going to be able to solder little balls onto the actual piece itself. Don't try and do what I did with the little ear wire and solder on the inside. Solder, heat up the inside of the ring, and then when the solder melts, then bring the ball in, because the flame is going to be too hot for that tiny little ball. The ball will melt and the ball will squish. You don't want to put any flame upon that little ball. Heat it with an indirect flame. So only the heat from the silver is heating the ball, and when the temperature is right, the solder will flow and a miracle will happen. That's what I like to think, miracles happen. Yeah.
We have Melissa.
Melissa
Has joined us.
Is she? Melissa,
yeah.
Melissa Muir, good afternoon, good morning, Melissa. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining me today. Rebecca, he likes a nice glass of Chardonnay. Is that me?
Yes,
I like anything.
You don't like so much red.
I do drink red, but I don't like to have. Not quite sure what Sam is doing.
I'm going to get rid of Sam because I think he's mucking about, isn't he?
Put the user into timeout. So Sam, back, we've put you into timeout, so you won't be able to post in a while, I'm afraid. Yeah, put user in timeout. Okay, Sam, thanks. So Melissa, good, Melissa, good. Thank you for joining me today. Melissa Goldsmith jeweler over in the US. That's a nice, oh, that's an easy one. Okay, $50, Michelle. Appreciate it. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much indeed. These little donations that are coming down in this little corner here, click the little gray square with a little $sign. You can donate. Not donating money to me or Louise, but you're donating money to UNICEF, our worldwide charity that we're giving all the donations for today. It's a worldwide charity. Let me just quickly do this now. And going, woo, let me get my cloth. Let me get my cloth. There we go. So I got my store there. So that's what we're doing. We are just collecting donations. Louise and I aren't making a penny out of this. We're giving 12 hours of our time for you guys to have a bit of fun, a bit of excitement, a bit of a laugh, and just to give you a bit of entertainment, and that's all. Hopefully you can learn something in the meantime between us messing around.
Another question?
Yes.
Yes, this is from Mary. What is the brand name and red torch on your bench? Do you recommend this torch? Because she needs a new one.
This one here, that one. Okay, Louise, perhaps you can, okay. All right, so this is what I'm going to ask you to do. That is, it's a butane torch, slightly bigger, obviously, than this little guy by here. There are lots of names for these torches. What I'm going to ask you to do is go onto andrewberry.co.uk. andrewberry.co.uk. Make a note of it. Get a pen and paper. So it's andrewberry.co.uk. Along the top brown bar, you've got stuff that Andrew uses. If you want to have a look at the merch, there's shop by the side of it. There's a few things on for sale on there as well. But go to the stuff that Andrew uses. And there's some books that I recommend. There's some tools that I recommend and camera equipment that we use here as well. They are affiliate links, so I do get about a couple of 2 or 3 pennies from a purchase if you happen to make it from it. Just go on there. You will see a link for the torch. The torch, this particular brand is Systotech. This is available from Cooks and Gold here in the UK. Walsh sell them as well. Don't forget, click on the links at some stage in the chat by here for your chance of winning the £50 voucher from Walsh. I think this is called a Pro Flame, if I remember right, or a Max Flame. You can buy them on eBay. You can also buy them from your other tool suppliers as well. Good torch. It is a good torch. We've got, what have we got? What have you done?
Just realised it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes to 5.
Okay, so that would be my best thing to do. Perhaps I'll put some links to all these products when we get around to editing this film for you to see. But yeah, Systotech is this, but I think it's called a Pro Flame, if I'm right. Melissa, can you just tell me what these torches are called in the US? I'm not conversant with these types of torches. A large butane handheld torch. A GT8000, I think, was one. Thanks for being you. What's this one? Woo! My legs kind of woo. Thank you for your donations. It is really appreciated. Thank you so much. I love you all. Really do appreciate it. Okay, anything else we need to know? I tried to make a rope to decorate my bezel and had limited success. Do you have any tips? Yes, I will in the next hour. I got some samples in my little box by here. So far, what you're describing is best for the wire. Okay. I think we all need some of Katie's energy. Yeah. Okay. The big shot torch for here in the US. The big shot torch, excellent. That's good. Good. Creme brulee. So this one is a little creme brulee torch, but that one's a little bit bigger. You may be able to use that for creme brulees as well. The longest I've had one is lasted a little over a year. I mostly use Oxybap now. Okay, creme brulee torches here in the US. There's 2 different sizes. That's quite a large one, isn't it? Let's have a look. So Sorry, I just need my drink a minute. My throat is going now. Cousins sell to the public, but a trade company, so you'll need to know exactly where you want. Yeah, okay. On some torches, inclusive to Cystotech, it says that the flames coming when using the torch can cause cancer. Do you know torches contain? The torches, as far as I'm aware of, and don't quote me on this, don't contain lead. That would be illegal. That would be illegal to sell. Okay, I'll come back to Natalie Gomez in a minute. How do you choose the names? Because if you look at some of the polish that comes with the Fordham polishing motor, they're saying that, okay, they're saying that the polish causes things like birth deficiencies, birth defects and that sort of thing. And some of the polishes are banned in certain states. So there's lots of controversy out there regarding jewelry materials and so forth. So I can't give you a definite answer. I don't understand why they're saying the flames are dangerous. They are dangerous if you put your hand into them. I don't understand how they would be dangerous by simply using it. There is no lead in it. You're not allowed to use lead in these sort of things. I don't understand why there would be lead in it in the first place. Big Buddy butane torch. I like that. Big Buddy. I've got a Big Buddy on my bench. I like that. Okay. About learning paths. Okay, so we're going to go back to how do I choose the brand name At the Bench. I'll be really quick on this now. At the Bench. Okay, the time's up. I know, Louise. I know. Just give me 2 seconds. In the UK, jewelry is spelled differently to the US. Jewelry is Jewellery. Jeweler, Jeweller. Okay, in the US, jewelry is spelled Jewelry, jewelry. So if I wanted to say, here we are, we are making jewelry. You will spend jewelry, making jewelry, that jewelry for you, making jewelry for you. Jewelry is spelled differently in different parts of the world, so I would have to have bought several domain names and had them pointing to the one I was actually using. At the bench, pretty much a standard term. What are you doing at the bench? What are you making at the bench? So that was pretty much how I chose that. I chose that about 11 years ago when I registered the domain. I got atthebench.com. I got all the medias, the .co.uk's, the .nets and so forth, because I think that is pretty much a universal name, and it is spelled the same no matter where you are in the UK or the US and so forth. So At the Bench, to me, seemed the most obvious choice. So I'd like to do things at the bench. I want to make jewelry at the bench. You get the general gist, the idea. The shop name is simply Andrew Berry Jewelry, because that's easy. That's my name, and I wanted people to identify me with the shop. If they come into the shop, I'm not a faceless entity, and your name is, for argument's sake, Cloud. For argument's sake, what's Cloud? Who's Cloud? Can I speak to Mr. Cloud, please? So you don't know who Cloud is. But if you associate a name to a company like HS Samuel in this country, in the UK, it's Harriet. It's Harriet Samuel when she started it years and years ago. So you can identify a person with a brand, and that's what I wanted to do with Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry Jewelry is that I am Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry is the brand and all that it stands for. So that's the reason how I chose those two names. Right. I do believe we have a discount code coming up. Not discount, an offer.
That's why I'm excited. That's why I was going, your time's up.
Louise is excited because now her little machine is working eventually.
Lots of people have been asking about the GRS Benchmate competition. So
have they really?
They have.
Okay, so this is one of the. Not the last one. What are the ones?
No, we've still got the Otto Fry blades and frame.
Cool. Okay.
We've still got to announce the rolling. Sorry. Okay.
You've made the frame already. Yeah.
The rolling mill. We've got the At the Bench memberships, the aprons, the t-shirts, the Walsh vouchers, and the Kernocraft vouchers. But we might not announce them until tomorrow because we've got multiple ones of them. So that's going to take a little bit of time.
Sure.
But we will try.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Just checking on some of the questions that came in before we're going through that. Okay, so we have the next hour is going to be all about bezel setting. I'll see what I can get done within the hour. It's not going to be an hour, it's going to be about 45 minutes. So I'm not quite sure how far I'm going to go, but I'm happy to talk about the styles of bezel settings that I've got in my tray here. And the reason why we're offering the GRS Benchmade Encore Setters package is because that is basically what I use here. As you can see, we got the bench pin here, as you can see. Yeah. Oh, I got another. Okay. And we've got the Benchmade. This comes along. I thought, hang on, calm down. We got this as well, which is, so this is the Benchmade. Can't quite see it here. Here we go. So this is the Benchmade system here. So GRS are giving away the Benchmade system, the dovetail plate, the peg, and all the adapters that go in it. It's worth, get ready, Louise, get ready for it. And let's have the GRS. Where's GRS on my list here? I've lost it on my list. Hang on. What's the GRS worth? $546 worth. I'll quickly do this one now, a second for you. This is Art by Tra. $5. Thank you very much indeed. What's this one? What's this one? Oh, okay. Those are my blowing kisses. Okay, so, oh my gosh. So that's what we're going to be doing. This hour, we're going to be doing the Benchmade system. We can use that to hold our bezels, and that's hopefully what I'm quickly going to be showing you in what we're going to be doing here. $546 worth available to you if you are one of the lucky winners to enter the competition. Love GRS tools. I see them at all the trade shows. Josh, absolute hell of a guy. I can't remember all the other guys' names, so I do apologize for that. Absolutely gorgeous products. They look after me. I look after them as well. So that's what we're going to be giving away in this next hour. So I think Louise has already put the links. Have you already put the link?
Yes, I was waiting for the drum roll.
Oh, okay. So we got a drum roll coming up, and Louise is going to put some links in the chat that will enable you to click on to enable you to win the next giveaway, which is the GRS Encore Jewelers Setters package with £546. So we got a drum roll.
Ready?
Brand new competition. Here we go. Hang on. Whoa. Hang on. I'll put you on. There we go.
I'm excited. Here I go.
You're just going to press the button. Give it 3 seconds and it will appear.
Is that there? It's on its way.
Yeah, it will appear.
Here it comes. Yay!
It's there. So that is the link you need to go to enter the GRS Benchmade system, Encore system. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on, Cindy.
That's the best one yet.
I said I didn't realize you could choose all these weird and wild, wonderful things. All right, so what am I doing? I'm doing like a Russian dance, aren't I?
Yeah, big star jump. Yeah, oh yeah.
Like a star jump, isn't it? Ready? Stop. Ready? Star jump. This is it for the donations.
Slowly so I can get a good photo.
I can't. When I'm in the air, I can't. You can't see my legs. Hang on. Ready?
The first one I got was perfect, but I chopped your head off because you were so high. Okay.
Ready?
Go.
There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm clicking my lights and everything over here now. Oh, okay. So there we go. A little bit of fun. I'm not gonna get a chance to do the bezel set in this way, am I?
You didn't say yippee.
The things I do, eh? Here we go. I'm going to tuck that in again. There we go. Ready? Yippee! Oh, Christ, just keep my drink. Just keep my drink for 6. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, thank you very much for the donation. Do appreciate it. There. Okay. So, so there's the link on the side there. Please enter the competition. You can win a GRS Benchmade Encore system with $546. That's what we're going to be using now just to do some bezel setting and to show you some of the ways that we're going to be able to bezel set some stones. When you go onto the form, if you go up onto the top, you can actually see what you're going to be winning. We will contact you after the announcement has been drawn. Oh, what's this one here now from Diana? What's this? You're just doing this, so what's this one now? Let's have a look at this one. I don't get a chance to do my bezel set in this way. Is that right? I'll put my legs out. Yeah. Oh my giddy aunt. We got another 4 hours of this, yeah. 3.5 hours. Thank you all very much. Really do. So it's just down there. It's the little grey box with a little dollar sign. Click on that, donate. All the money goes to UNICEF. We don't get a penny out of this. We are just purely doing this because we're mad and we're just doing it for the love of it. Right, bezel setting. Slide in position. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to set up. Sorry, that was my emoji. Yeah, my emoji for the half cup berry, wasn't it? Half a cup. Let's have a look. Louise, half a cup. Yeah, that's as much as the machine gives me. Not as much as the machine gives me. I didn't have time to press the button twice, did I? Be grateful. Oh, good gosh. Okay. Ah, dear. All right, then let's carry on with the next segment of the 12-hour live stream broadcast that is slowly driving me mad. We should be on now. We got sound now. I finally made a coffee. I know. Thanks to you. That's thanks to you putting that emoji down there to give Louise coffee, albeit half a cup. Story of my life, half a cup berry. There we go. See, whoosh. Okay, sound is on.
Coffee's better than none. Yeah, that is true. Actually.
Thank you very much indeed. The poor woman. Oh, please. Oh, dear. So, okay, bezel setting. I'm not going to get a chance to make up a bezel. I'm going to have a go and see what I can do. See what I can do in the meantime. I haven't produced my little bit of metal yet, although I may get a chance. All right, so this is what we're going to be doing. Bezel setting. Yes, you can bezel set a faceted stone. You can bezel set a flat back stone. You can bezel set most. Excuse me, I got a sweet to try and help my throat. So don't forget, GRS Benchmate system, Encore setters package, $546 worth. You can win by entering that competition. 560 people on. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Everybody who's watched me from all around the world. You are legends. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. Legends, every single one of you. Really do appreciate it. Just put a pint of cider. Oh, Richard, put a pint of cider. Oh, it is so hot in this room. We've been here all day. I think it's been one of the warmest days of the year out there, and we're in here. But it doesn't matter. We're giving you a nice bit of entertainment. I got a cup of tea. Nice. Yeah, I'm drinking coffee with you, Louise. There we go. Wendy's sure.
Cheers, Wendy.
Thank you. All right. Bezel setting. Yes, you can use thick bezels, thin bezels. How am I going to show this? We've got a few tools. So bezel setting is quite a good way of learning how to set. It's a great way. You can get some beautiful, fantastic stones in all different shapes, all different sizes. Your best bet is to start off with a round stone. It's easy to start off with a round stone. What's happened there? There we go. A round stone, when it comes to bezel setting, is the easiest. You can buy some bearing wire. Okay. Oh, I think that's very kind. Well, there is some left. I thought you were passing me this for a refill. Peter, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the donation. Don't forget, all these donations are going to UNICEF. Louise and I aren't getting anything at all for this. We're just doing it for the fun of it. Bezel setting, straight walled stone with a 16 gauge bezel. I'll come to that in a second. I've got an idea for you there. Fresh coffee. Right. All right then. Bezel setting. There are, this bezel setting is something that I could talk about for 3 hours. I've already asked people out there if you want me to do videos or like a soldering afternoon, a bezel setting morning, that sort of thing, that we're going to go through bezel settings and talk about it and do demonstrations. I'm sure, just pop down in the chat box down there. Barbie G, thanks for being so. I love this one, but you can't see my legs, can you? I'm just imitating emojis. Okay. As you can see, we're having a bit of fun. So, yeah, pop down. If you're interested to learn a bit more about bezel setting, I'll simply do some longer live streams, because literally I've got about half an hour left to do this particular one. And we're running slightly behind schedule. Thanks to everybody, and I do appreciate it. Bezel setting on curved wire band. I got some rings here that I can show you. So yeah, so don't forget, click the link, go and fill out the form. GRS Benchmade Encore system with $546 could be yours if you just simply put your name and email address in the form, and we will announce the winner around about 6 o'clock, 6:15 this afternoon, when we talk about questions and answers again, and then a general chit chat about all sorts of things. So do appreciate it. Bezel setting morning, yeah, or bezel setting afternoon, or whatever you want. I'm open to suggestions and open to offers about what you want me to show you. Yeah, anytime would be great. Yeah, exactly. All right. So first of all, let me just show you some of the examples that I got in front of me by here now. Oh, let me move my camera a little bit. to the one side. In fact, kind of do an overhead shot. That may be a little bit better. All right then. So round stones. In fact, let's have a quick look at the ways that we've got some bezel settings going on here. We have got, I'll start off with this one here. Can you all see that? You should be able to everybody see that. There we go. That is, oh, don't put your hands in front, Andrew, because it's hard to focus. There we go, we got it. So this is a heart-shaped stone, a heart-shaped cabochon. It's like a lace agate or something like that. We've got a bezel that goes around it. And with this, we've got a little bit of a twisted wire surround. Let me just see how I've done this twisted wire surround. Okay, so looking at the back of it there, we've actually soldered the heart-shaped bezel onto a back plate. And what I've done there is opened up the back plate and sort of replicated the heart as a little cutout in the back. It's nice because it adds that little bit of detail, and you think, oh, that's going to be boring, isn't it, from the back? But you turn it over and you do get a little bit of nice little bit of detail, which is a nice surprise when you see things like this. It adds a little bit of touch. The twisted wire looks like it's been added. I made this a long time ago. The twisted wire has been added afterwards. It just adds a little bit more of a decoration to a piece that would otherwise be quite boring if it was a simple plain bezel. Heart-shaped, very nice, Andrew. We've also got something like this one here. Let me put the number of tweezers there. This now is a triangular. This was quite unusual because the bezel is being placed on a curved shank. So the bezel continues around with the continuation of the shank, as you can see by the side here. And that's really nice. That's quite unusual. It's triangular shaped. And again, we have done this bezel really nice, simple, plain. Looks really effective from the top, almost like an arrow. And again, on the inside, it looks something like that there. For that, I think I use some bearing wire or some bearer wire. I'll come to that in a little bit later in a second. Square. We've got a square bezel setting here as well. Somebody was asking, could you bezel set faceted stones? Yes, you can, because this ring is actually a faceted garnet, as you can just about see on the light catches it there. Nice, simple, straightforward. I've added the square upon a curved band, as you can see. The band was out of one piece, so we've got a nice shaped border that runs all the way around. That was made out of one piece. I bent it round into the ring shape. Then I filed the bottom of the bezel to fit the curvature of the band. I soldered the bezel onto the band and just put a little bit of decoration on either side of that. Had to obviously cut a hole in the back, as you can see, to allow the stone to poke through. So there we go, a faceted bezel setting we got there. If you notice with all these, all the bezels are all close in contact with the stone on them all. You don't have to do that. And this is something that is really, I love this. I love this type of technique. Let me put it down on here for you to have a quick look at. You can almost see a little scalloped edge running all the way around the bezel on this one. And if you can just about see, may I try and get a close-up camera and bring this on the side so you can really see what I'm trying to show you here. So as you can see on the side, it's very high walled compared to the stone. The stone, you say, Andrew, that bezel is too deep for the stone. Yes, it could be if I was setting it in a normal way, but I've come along with a pusher and I've just pushed at set intervals running all the way around the stone. So I'm using the height of the bezel as a little bit of a decoration. The lady who is great for this is a lady called Ginger Meek Allen. Look her up on the internet, gingermeekallen.com. She does settings this way and they look absolutely fabulous. She's got some gorgeous faceted stones as well when it comes to this. Really admire her work and the type of alternative setting, as you can see. So the bezel is very deep, but you don't necessarily need to push all the metal over the bezel, because you can just do little bits like that. And I think that looks absolutely fabulous. So you can also get what's called gallery wire. So you don't need to make a solid bezel. This is made from gallery wire. It is simple, like a fringe, loads and loads of fingers that are coming around. These fingers, because they are, let me see how close I can get on this. Here we go. There we go. So from the side, you can just see, and look from the side here, it's called gallery wire. And this type of setting, you don't have to worry about the setting being too high, the bezel being too high, because of the little fingers. And they're little individual fingers that come over to hold the metal. Really nice and easy, nice and straightforward to set. I've put this, I've made a little ring that went on the inside of the bezel, as you can see, and then I made a twisted wire that just fits nicely around the outside, and we set a snowflake obsidian into that there. Looks really cool. Other types of bezel setting, I'll come to these now in a moment, and a little tool that you can buy for this. So if you want a nice, heavy, thick bezel that goes around a stone, as you can see, we've got this bezel here that is soldered up onto a back plate. You can leave it as it is like that, or you can put a little bit of a beaded decoration going around it, as we have on that one. But the bezel is heavy. If I had to try and move this bezel on its own without putting these serrations going around it, it may be a little bit too heavy to force over the stone. If you're using a hard stone, it won't matter too much if you slip or there's a lot of pressure. But these stones are turquoise, and they're a soft stone. They don't take too kindly to having any pressure put on them, as you can see. So there's a little tool that I use. If you go to andrewberry.co.uk, okay, so we mentioned this before, andrewberry.co.uk, on the top brown bar, we've got shop. I sell Jim Brandvik's serrated, castellated index tools. This is my little box that I put them in. And this little tool set is available, as you can see, Bez jaws, there's top jaws, and there's tools that he sells. I sell them on his behalf here in the UK. I think I'm the sole distributor over here in the UK. And using these tools, the serration tools, you can make these, wrong one, sorry. You can make these serrated bezels, if I can just about get that in shot there. They look really good. So it's basically very similar to this, where you've got the little fingers, but you can actually do this by hand. You can see the serrations running all the way around. And because you've got the serrations running around the bezel, and they come down about halfway down the bezel, and because they're fingers, it's easy to bend the metal over onto the stone, because you're not having to move the whole bezel. You're pushing over each little individual castellated piece of silver onto the stone, which, even though it may be a really thick, heavy bezel, it's quite nice and easy to push over the individual ones. So if you want to buy these tools in the UK, we sell them. It's andrewberry.co.uk/shop. We sell the kits, we sell the devices individually, or we sell the whole kits. We got the shipment from America took about 4 weeks to come in due to the current situation, but we sell these. And if you want these, go and look them up. Go and look them up on YouTube. There's links to the films where we made these on YouTube. You can go and have a look and see how we made them. Different types of bezel setting. Now, it's quite interesting when you come to bezel set, because you're really looking at the stone, aren't you? You're really looking at the stone, and that's what the whole idea of bezel setting is. The bezel is just a fixture that will enable you to hold the stone and suspend it from a chain or put it onto a ring. So I thought of something a little bit different. So I did this, and this is what I came up with. And you know, the backs of the bezels are looking like this, and I've done some others as well with actual glass blown cabochons as well. So we got this. So why not turn it around? So why do we need to see this side? Why not see this side? So a very good friend of mine by the name of Ray Skeen. I got him to make me a square piece of glass, and I set the glass within the bezel. But as you can see, if I turn that over, I've used the stone to give me color on a little pierced design I did on the front. What's the tool called? I will tell you again, it is the serrated castellated index tool set. Jim Brandvik developed this. If you're in the UK, you want to find out more information, go to andrewberry.co.uk/shop. All the tools are on there, and if you want to buy it, and I'm happy to ship out anywhere in the world. We've got this. This is something that I sort of utilized, a glass rectangular. It's not really a stone, it's just a rectangular piece of glass. And I developed this little bezel around here. And you think, well, why are you setting a bit of glass? But actually to give me this little bit of a design on this side. Little boat, little sea, palm trees, starfish, fish, and the bubbles. So I think that's absolutely gorgeous. An unusual way of bezel setting a bit of glass, but utilizing the back of the bezel for a little design. And likewise, again, with this one, excuse me, that I did, it's a simple bit of PowerShell, mother of pearl shell that's actually slightly been dyed, but not quite bezel setted. But as you can see, a pierced design this way. Oh, my throat is going. We got a pierced design then on this side, and the stone is held in with little tabs on the back, similar to bezel setting, but as you can see, that gives a really gorgeous way of showing color. Not really interested in the stone or the disc. What you're interested in is the design that's on the back and the color that comes through as a result of it. Hope that helps with some sort of bezel setting ideas. So what sort of tools do we need to bezel set? You need some way of burnishing the metal over onto the stone. As I said, we've got literally about 15-20 minutes of this, so we could do an awful long film on this. Didn't realize this was going to take so long, so I do apologize. So there are several tools that we can use. We have got various tools. We've got this. This is a bezel rocker, and what you would do is this: you would rock the bezel back and forth on the bezel to push the bezel over. Great little tool. We got a pusher that we could use. This can help push the metal over. We have got a burnisher. This is one of the most popular things that you can get. You can use this to burnish the metal over onto the stone. I've also got, let me just move this camera back a little bit. And we've also got, again, a bit further, Andrew. Here we go. And if you've got a flex shaft, and this is what we were talking about, what's best is to buy a flex shaft if you possibly can. You can buy various hand pieces. This is a hammer action handpiece that would fasten into the flex shaft. Flex shaft would go here. It rolls this way, but it produces a not pneumatic, that's air, a reciprocating handpiece that goes in and out, in and out, in and out, and that will help push the bezel over the stone. You can also use it for texture and that sort of thing, but that's another completely different idea altogether. Gillian, I know you keep asking me how to set a druzy quartz. I see it every time, and I'm sorry I haven't replied to you. We will get a druzy quartz. I will get a druzy quartz from Kernocraft. Kernocraft supply druzy quartz. I will get a druzy quartz, and I will look into setting a druzy quartz for you. Louise is making the notes so I don't forget. Thank you, Louise. Nice collaboration with a lamp worker. Yeah, I've also got some other bits and pieces as well from a lamp worker that's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, collab with different people, get something that's really, really unusual. Yeah, so I could talk for hours. Andrew has frozen. I think that was just me doing this. So there's lots of ways that we can bezel set. So those are the tools. Okay, so the reason why we're giving away the Benchmade Encore system, this guy here, is because we can use this to hold the rings in place whilst we set. We can put the ring into the holder here like this, and because of this, we now have our two hands free. You don't have to come along with a, oh, come on, you've got so many drawers in this place. Must be the bottom one. Yeah. What you don't have to do is put the ring into a ring clamp like this. You don't have to do this. Hold the ring clamp with one hand and then try then and bezel set and push it over the metal with the one hand. When I bought my Benchmade Sister, it was the best thing I ever bought upon next to the other big tools. But it's brilliant because the stone stays, the ring stays here. Let me see if I can turn that around a little bit further. There we go. Okay, and that's my pendant motor stand that's just coming into view. So this is what we've got. This is what you can win from GRS. It includes the dovetail plate that goes on your bench. It includes your bench peg as well. And I think it includes something like this, that some other adapters as well. So this is absolutely gorgeous. So this enables you now to have both hands free. So you can steady the ring, you can steady this hand without fear of slipping and damaging the stone. How can we get with this? There we go. So that would be the stone in here. I've got a pusher. We can push the metal over the stone. Two hands free. You can put it here and get a little bit of a hammer and hammer this side here. This isn't a hammer. This is something I'll show you in a minute. And you can then hammer the bezel over the stone because it holds everything together. And this system is absolutely, and I keep saying absolutely because it is brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. As you can see, it goes into place. You've got two hands free. You can move it around wherever you want to move it, bring it into position, tighten the knobs on the side. Then you've got the burnisher to come along, and the burnisher, here we go. And you can come along with the burnisher then to burnish. You've got two hands free. You can steady this hand, you can hold this hand, and you can move it all along this way. We've got another £10 coming in from Marjorie. Thank you very much, Marjorie. I will flick back onto the wide angle view and I will do something for you now. So that then you can use the tip and you've got complete control. Do it in your hand like this. If we can focus on this, there we go. And it's very hard. You've got to brace your hand against the bench, the pin, something like that. And you're trying to push and you got to force it this way. You got to force this way. It's really, really hard. So that's why a Benchmade system like this is absolutely gorgeous. What have I got to do? I got to do thank you. Thank you. Okay, this way is it. Thank you for the donations. Really do appreciate it. All the money is going to UNICEF, all the donations that are coming up today. If you haven't donated, the next thing that you can do is make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, because every little subscriber really does help, and I really would appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. And you should subscribe if you want to enter into the competitions as well. So the Benchmade system, super gorgeous, absolutely wonderful. And the reason why I love this is because let's try and get a bit more of a wider on this here. All right, so we can undo the screw on the bottom, take the Peter, undo the screw on the bottom here, and we can take out this. So now we can interchange this with a different type of ring holder. I'm not sure if these are included within the package. I'm not sure, but I think they are. So now what you can do, you can slip the ring over the, let me close up again. You can put the ring over this expanding collet into place like that. And now you've got complete access to the whole ring. So say you've got some stones that go all the way around the side here, undo that, swivel that round, come along, work on it, and so forth. You don't, and you're not stuck to a ring, stuck in a ring clamp like this, because with this, you can revolve this all the way around as you can like that. There's another fit in that enables you to put the ring this way around on the top as well. So this is the reason why I love the Benchmade system, because it is so versatile. And also there is this as well, which is like another vise, very similar to the ball vise that GRS produce. And again, the advantage with this is if you're doing bezel settings as we are here, let me just go and get the key to alter this. There we go. So the advantage you got with this is that these little pins will come out. You can play around with these pins. You can put these little pins wherever you want to, and you can then come along with your, right place, there we go, with your bezel, and you can get your bezel setting in place like that. Okie dokie. So now that bezel setting is nice and secure. If you can't afford and go for one of those vices, the next thing that I would suggest is to go back to this in position like that, and then you would have this. This is a T, an aluminium T. I think this comes with a kit as well. If it doesn't, it's the round little shellac container. This is Thermolock, another GRS product. We sell this on atthebench.no. We don't sell it on andrewberry.co.uk/shop. Thermolock is a plastic that when you heat it up, it goes soft. So what I would do here is put that in a glass of water, a jug of water, hot boiling water. This becomes soft. You can mold this into a shape. You can get your setting you want to set. You can put that into place, put the GRS Thermolock around it to hold it in place. When it cools down, it is held your setting nice and safe within that. Excuse me. Then you can put that within the GRS like that. And again, completely safe. You've got your two hands free. You now can come along with your burnisher or your prong pusher or your bezel rocker, and you can put everything into position simply by using that. You can warm this back up then by using a hairdryer to soften it enough to take out the setting or whatever you've put in place to do that. So that is an absolute amazing thing. I do love this. This comes out. And everything is done in front of us. If you don't want to use the Benchmate, then that comes off. Then you get your peg, and you put your peg into place, and you've got complete versatility. And these all come with a kit that is available, £546 worth. Just click to the it's this side, isn't it? Click to this side to enter the competition. So this is what we've got in here now. We can tighten this up, and now we can work on this. We can come along with. I've actually lost it because it's in my other box. Okay, so for argument's sake, we can use a little pusher like this. We can use a little hammer like this. There we go. And because you've got your two hands free, we can do so much more with this rather than trying to hold it and trying to hammer it or push it. So in this instance, what we could do, I've actually lost my, so we're going to use this, and I shouldn't really, but you can get the general gist of the idea. So we've got this lovely pattern going around the outside. So what I would simply do with this is get a little punch here. Let me go and get that punch. Just bear with me a second, and we shall see about doing that punch. Okay. Oh, sorry. Second. That's the polishing one. Where's my punches to? I don't know. Don't know where they are now. Anyway, we're not going to go into that, are we? All right, so I would get a little punch, and then we would simply get the punch and use the punch, come along like this, and then just tap a little section over the bezel. Again, a little bit of a punch, a little bit of a hammer. Tap that. A little bit of a bezel there. Tap that. And I'm just tapping just gently down onto the stone. And because this is held nice and safe, nice and securely, we can simply come along with our hands and hammer that over onto the stone. It's a lot better than trying to hold it in your hand, trying to force the metal over. So this is something that I would really, really recommend if you want to get into bezel setting. The Benchmate is an absolute system. As I said, I bought mine many years ago, and I can honestly say that it's one of the best investments I've made, because you can do so much with it. You can hold things with it. You can hold things whilst you're drilling and setting and so forth. So this is the Benchmate system. On that side there, check out in the chat, check out the link that you can go and win a Benchmate Encore Jeweller's Package with £546 from GRS. And I use it. All these products that I'm showing you today, I use all the time from all these different suppliers, because I do believe in all these products. I wouldn't try and promote something that I don't believe in. So these products I use all the time. The Benchmate is always in use all the time. So that is what we do with our bezel setting. That is the best thing that I can suggest at the moment. I think I will explain one or two little things as well. You can use bearing wire when you come to bezel setting with That has a little, that's not the right one. Where's it to? Where's it to? Bearing wire. Here we go. Bearing wire, you can just about see a ledge. No, not me, the actual bit of metal. You can just about see a little ledge. You can use bearing wire. That's a nice little bit of metal for setting your stone, and the stone would come along and sit on the edge of that if you want to set the stones a lot easier. So that is all we've really got time for sort of demonstration wise when it comes to bezel setting. We could go on for hours. I was hoping that I was actually going to make something up for you to show, but unfortunately I haven't had time to do that. So I'm going to open the chat box now for some questions regarding bezel setting. Ask away. Louise will ask us, same as the ledge. thanks, Ken. Yeah. So Louise is going to ask me some questions. Ask me anything you want to do about bezel setting, and I'll certainly do what I can. Louise, do you have any questions?
Before I start asking these questions, I've got one really important question for you. Do you want Jazz to bring us a Chinese takeaway, or can you wait?
Chinese takeaway. What do you think?
Up to you.
I'm not going to be able to eat it, are we?
No. Well, what have we got? 8 p.m. Yeah. You're just going to be chomping through a mouthful of chow mein, aren't you?
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be advantageous to but can she bring it at 9?
We can get ourselves at 9, can't we?
All right. No, but thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, that's great. Just so I can let her know. Yeah. Thank you, Jazz. Okay, the first question is from Corbett. I usually see you using stepped wire, but the bezel wire I have doesn't, the bezel wire I have access to doesn't have a step. Does this change how you set?
Not really. The bearing wire that we've got here just facilitates a ledge, doesn't it, for the stone to sit on. You don't need that ledge. That wire is good if you don't want to put a backing onto the metal, because the stone will sit on a seat, so it doesn't need a backing to sit on. It doesn't matter whichever way, that's just made for you can actually make your own. If you got some rectangular wire like this and got some slightly narrower wire like this, and you soldered the narrower wire on top of the wider wire. Can we focus on this camera? With this camera focus this close? Just about. Then you have got your own, as you can see, this wire is thicker than this wire. Do it that way on. There we go, that's better. You can see now. So if I solder this wire on top of the wider wire, I've got a little step. There we go. And I can use that to rest the stone on when I come to set it. And you can do that with whatever shape stone, whether it be pear shape, oval, round, square, triangle, or whatever. So that's a little tip on you can make your own bearing wire or bezel wire. What you most probably have got is some fine silver, which is a great material for when you come to bezel set, because it's a little bit softer than sterling, and that will bend nice and easily. If you have just got the simple rectangular section, make it up into a bezel for the stone to sit in. Then you can solder it upon a little back plate like that. Solder the bezel onto the back plate, and then the stone will sit onto it. Or you can make up another ring that fits inside the bezel for the stone to sit on as well. So it's a little bit of a lazy way using this bearing wire or bezel wire, but it isn't a necessity. No, it's not, and you can make your own. Louise, do we have another question, please?
Yes. We have another donation from Jeffrey. Thank you very much,
Jeffrey. Thank you so much indeed. I didn't miss that. Jeffrey Marlins, thank you so much indeed. Really do appreciate that.
Lily Tree is asking, is there anything in particular to consider when using gallery wire for bezels?
Not really, because if you look at the side of the stone here, you can see how high that gallery comes up the edge of the stone. Now, if you had a solid bezel, because this is quite a shallow stone, if you had that bezel at the same height and it was solid, you won't be able to burnish that amount of metal that is standing, here's the stone here, that is standing above the stone. You have to get all this metal over. And as it's solid, you have a heck of a job to do it. You may get some wrinkles because the metal has to go somewhere that's this big and it has to go a lot smaller. So you may get some wrinkles. The advantage you've got of using this sort of gallery wire, similar to this, is the fact that you've got all these little fingers and they can be longer or standing higher than a solid bezel would be. And that would simply come over to hold the stone into position. So you can get away with a deeper, higher bezel, and the stone is going to be held in a lot more securely with longer fingers, higher bezel like that, than it would if it was a very, very narrow height bezel upon that. Hope that does make sense to you. So don't forget, please, you can win this GRS Benchmate system. You literally got 10 minutes left to come along and enter the competition to win. It's $546 worth, courtesy of the boys at GRS. If you're interested, the link is on the chat there. Go and enter the competition. If you haven't done so already, don't forget, you can enter a couple of times, but they won't be counted. So just enter it once and we'll pick a winner in about 10 minutes time. Do we have another question, please, Louise?
We do. This is from Rosanna. Do I have to polish the ring before soldering the back plate?
Soldering before soldering the back plate. You can do. I don't think it would matter too much. My argument is always look ahead, always see what you're going to be doing next. If by soldering the bezel in place, I'm going to have a hard job trying to polish a particular area, say something like this here. So say I'd have a really hard job perhaps trying to polish this area down here once I've soldered the band onto the ring. Well, then I would polish it beforehand. It's going to make my life a lot easier by doing that. And that would be completely the best way of doing it. Then when you come then to solder the band in place, you don't have an awful lot of polishing to do. It's going to be virtually polished in the first place, and it's going to be so easy to do that. Wow, still going with the entries for the Benchmate. Awesome. 700 entries for the competition for the Benchmate. You've all got a chance of winning. So I would always look ahead, and if I went ahead and not even thought about what I was doing next and just simply went and soldered it all together, and I go, damn, how do I polish under there? It would have been easier if I'd polished it before I soldered it. And that would be my argument. Always look ahead at what you're doing. If I can do a better job, an easier job now, then afterwards, do it now. There we go. Louise, next question. Sorry.
I was just replying to Rebecca. You can enter as many competitions as you like, but please only try to enter each one once. But we're posting the links up so frequently, we understand that you may accidentally. But as long as you're using the same email address, that's, yeah, we can filter it. So yeah, that's okay. So we'll know you haven't cheated if you've done that. That's completely fair then.
Okay. Square corners and bezel setting, yes. Square corners and bezel setting. When you come to bezel set and you do make up the bezel in square or sharp corners, what do you do? How do you bezel? Do you get the burnisher and burnish from the middle of the stone out to the corners? No, you don't, because you're effectively pushing the metal out to the corners. And if you went, let me just get one in position here so I can just quickly show you. Yeah. So for argument's sake, we're setting this little square shaped garnet within here. If I came along with the burnisher, which fit focus, there we go, and I start in the middle of the bezel here, and I burnish out to the corner, okay, push the metal, so I'm pushing the metal out, and then I do the same on this side, and start in the middle here, and push out here. You're effectively stretching the metal, and you're pushing the metal away from the corner. So what you need to do is when you start to burnish a square shaped stone is to burnish over the corner first. There's lots of other little tips and tricks that I could teach you when it comes to square setting, but there's lots of things that we don't have enough time for that. So always do the corners first. get the corners down. Don't push the metal out to the corners, because you'll have gaps and the metal will be coming out and you'll have a gap in the corner, and you don't want that. So burnish the corners first, then really burnish towards the center of the stone. Don't burnish from the center of the stone out. So always go from the out, in, but do the corners first. And that is the best way that you can get a nice crisp corner. Otherwise, you're going to have too much metal sort of going over the edge, and your stone's down here, and you've got a gap between the corner and the edge of your stone. Next question, please, Louise.
Oh, I think you're going to make me another cup of coffee.
Or was that you doing that for me? I must admit, I did drink your last coffee.
I think I need a tutorial on using the Nespresso machine.
It's a very lame excuse. Very lame
It
excuse.
is not great, is it?
Okay, so can we have another question then, please, Louise?
Okay. Is there any tip or rule to measure the bezel so that it is accurate for the stone?
Yes, there is a little formula that a lot of people know. It's pi 3.142. If you've got a round stone, you've got a diameter. To know what the circumference of that stone is, you times the diameter of that stone by 3.142. You can go on and on. I think 0.14189. You can go on and on and on. It's an infinite number. That then will give you the exact circumference, but that does not take into account the thickness of the metal. So what you need to do, you need to get the diameter of the stone first. Then you, you add on the thickness of the bezel. Then you times that by pi. That will give you the length of metal that you need for that stone. Okay, so you're saying, what if you got an oval stone? You can't use that because the stone has 2 diameters. So what you would do is get the average of those 2 dimensions. You have a stone 12 millimeters by 10 millimeters, for argument's sake. So you've got 10 across the stone this way, you got 12 this way. You add the 2 together, add 12 to 10. Louise, 12 and 10? Oh, how much is 12 and 10?
That's your question.
22. Yeah, 22. That's it. 22. You divide that by 2. So 11 is the average. I wasn't thinking. Sorry, you were concentrating. That's all. Sorry. That's okay. Oh, all right. She was listening. No, she was busy and replying. So yeah, so that is the average. So it's 11 millimeters. Then you add on the thickness of the metal, times that by pi. That is the length that you need. Make it round, then make it oval, and your stone should fit into the bezel. If it's a little bit too small, you can always tap it round upon a mandrel just to make it that little bit bigger. And there's several ways that you can make the bezel slightly bigger when it comes to it. So that, I think, is the best. Have I tried the Badico Swiss hammer handpiece? No, not yet. I'm planning on getting a micromotor a little bit later on in the year with a hammer action handpiece, but I hear they are absolutely brilliant. Is that what you've got, Steve? Do you have, is it Badico? Let me know. Okay, next question, please, Louise.
How do you determine that the pattern will fit all around the entire bezel and not end up with part of the pattern missing because you ran out of room?
Another good question. If you're using the castellated, if you're using this, the castellated index drill system, yes, you do have individual sections. So what I would be inclined to do is make it to the length that you can with the serrations, or if you're using some gallery wire like this, make it to the length you can. If by making it the bezel is going to be too big, just cut back one pattern, one serration, one little finger on the gallery, a little bit, take it back that one, and then it'll be a little bit too small, But then once you've made it and soldered it, you can always stretch it slightly by just tapping it upon a ring mandrel or just rolling it. There's a little technique that you can do. You can roll it on the bench to stretch it, or you can get some round nose pliers just to squeeze the bezel that will just stretch the metal a little bit. And that then will ensure that you do get now a nice even bezel with a pattern running all the way around. Obviously, if your pattern doesn't have quite a small repeat, then you may have problems because of the pattern won't match. But you can really do your very, very best. And perhaps if you've got something like this here, where you've got a little jump ring on the top of the pendant, you always have the pattern not quite matching at the top here and disguise it with a little jumping on the top, but the rest of the pattern would match. You'd have a little bit of a harder time with the bezel that went all the way around. But if it is just that little bit too big, cut back a serration and then stretch the bezel up to fit. Hope that helps there. Okay, in strange times, yeah, pandemic going on, everyone, yeah. You have a chance to win a free membership. Yeah, I think. Okay, the reads, yeah, 50% off. So there are lots of things going around in the chat at the moment. How can you add a patterned wire around the bezel without it melting? Exactly the same technique as I have explained. Don't heat up the patterned wire. Something like this here, you don't necessarily have to heat up the patterned wire. Turn the piece over and solder it from the back, but concentrate your flame in the center here and allow the heat to come out to the outer bezel. And the same with this as well here. This is a beaded edge running around. Don't put the flame directly on these little balls because the balls are going to melt. Put the flame upon the larger mass, where in this case, the base here, and use the heat transferring to come across from that onto the balls to solder. And that will make life so much easier when it comes to that. And it's all about knowing the torch, knowing about the heat. How is the heat going to work? Where's the best place to put the flame? And if there's two surfaces touching, you only have to heat the one surface because the heat will be transferred to the other surface because it is touching. And that's the reason, and that's how we can solder thin wires onto nice thick bezels. Okay, Louise is gesturing. Polite. Polite gesturing, she was. Polite gesturing, oh, lady. Oh, yeah. So it is now time to announce the GRS Benchmade Jewelers Encore set. How many entries have we had for this, Louise? We have had seven.
We've got 739.
739 entries for this. It's £546 to lie. $546 worth. Louise is going to run some software through this now to get rid of all the duplicate entries. So if you have accidentally gone and entered a couple of times because you've forgotten, or did I enter it, or they enter it again, you'll only be counted once at the end of it. It does. Constant links all the time. So Louise is just going to post this up now. We're just going to have a quick look and just run and see how many duplicates. Oh, I've entered as well. No, that was damn. All right, let's just pop all this back while Louise is choosing. So yeah, Louise is really working so hard today. She is working so hard getting all this. We had a bit of a problem initially this morning when her little device didn't actually work, but I think she did absolutely fantastically with that. We've got 738 entries, 738, and we have got 56 duplicates, so they have all been removed. They are based upon email addresses, not names. So there is that many of you who accidentally put in duplicate emails. It's fine, don't worry about it.
On the entries as well, and if mind you, some people do have.
Yeah,
especially in Wales, people have the same names, don't they?
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, so Louise is just going to go through that there. We filtered out all the email addresses to see who is likely to win. We had over 748. There is about 680 now entries that are in there. The rest have been taken off because they've been duplicate entries. The random generator has found, an email address that we're just going to tie up now with a name. That is going to be So put it on to Louise and I shall do
Please.
a run road, and the winner is
John Wilkinson.
John Wilkinson is the winner of the Benchmate Jewelers Setters Pack. Well done to John. Way. So we will contact the boys at GRS and they will send you over your Benchmate Encore Setters Package, $546 worth. It is yours, and I do apologize if you haven't won today, but there's still a chance that you could win t-shirts, aprons, gift vouchers from Kernocraft, gift vouchers from HS Walsh, and don't forget you can use the code LOCKDOWN on atthebench.com to gain a membership for half price. So instead of £180, it's £90 half price. And don't forget, there are still coupon codes that you can use. Unfortunately, they're not in this film. They were in the last film where we had to swap over. Durston have got a coupon code. It's lockdown20. You can get 20% off your order at Durston.com. It's Durston.com. You can get 5% discount from Otto Fry using the coupon code ATB5. That'll give you 5% off. Again, you can carry on watching. Louise has been putting up more links to win t-shirts, to win aprons, to win the Kernocraft gift vouchers. We've got 11 £20 gift vouchers to give away. And we've also got 4 £50 vouchers to give away as well. So don't forget, you could stay tuned for all of that to come. Okay, sorry we didn't get around to actually making the bezel when it came to the stone setting, the bezel setting. I do apologize for that. Just simply running out of time. We don't want to overshoot. We really want to keep it by 9 o'clock, don't we? Because we're getting hungry now. We're going to have some tea now, aren't we? You're well and welcome.
I can post all the winners' names, can't I?
Yes, you can. You can, yes. So the terms and conditions that we did post, you do agree to give your name, purely just your name. We don't reveal any other information. If you have opted out of us sending you any further emails, that's completely fine. We won't bother you at all. No details are passed on to any third party. I can honestly, totally assure you that, because that's something that I really do hate. So all your information is kept with us here. We will not spam you. We will not send you anything that you don't want to know. And if you've opted out, we completely understand your wishes and we will take your email addresses off. So thank you all very much for that. How are we doing, Lou?
I am just,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just collecting some information to post up all of the winners.
Okay, so today we're going to be posting up and letting you know who's won all the various products today. That has been the soldering kit, the bangle forming die set, the Dapid set, the Green Lion saw package, excuse me, from Otto Fry, the Benchmate system and so forth. The winners for the t-shirts, the aprons, the vouchers will be announced tomorrow, I expect, because there's so many entries that we don't really want to get involved in doing that today. We'll do that off air and we'll come back with the winners for that. We will be announcing the major winner for the Agile Rolling Mill at around about 8:45. So we got about another 2.5 hours to go before that competition closes. In fact, it is 2.5 hours. We're closing that competition at 8:30. So if you want to be in with a chance of winning a Durston Rolling Mill worth £960, it can be yours. If you're the one lucky winner that our random generator picks out, it can be yours. It's an Agile C130. I'll just quickly show you again. Let's turn this around. There we go. Okay, close up. So this, oh, very close up, is the Durston Rolling Mill that can be yours. It's an Agile C130. Gearbox on the side, 5:1 ratio, which means that when you turn this handle once, the rolls go around 1/5 of a turn. You turn the handle 5 times, the rolls will go around once. It's an absolute brilliant piece of machinery. This side, you've got D-section. This is where the D sections are on this side here. This side, you've got square grooves. As you can see, square grooves here, D sections here, flat in the middle, which means that you can produce flat sheet, you can produce D-section wire, you can produce square wire, right from around about 6 millimeter here, all the way down to, I think, around about 1 millimeter on this side here. So that rolling mill, not this one, because this is mine, you can win the rolling mill simply by entering. I should have warned you again for that. I do apologize. I should have warned you that. Zoom in here. You can win one of those rolling mills by simply entering the competition. No entry required. All you got to do is put your name and email address in the links that are appearing on the right-hand side of me. I should have thought the right-hand side for you as well. Enter that. If you've done it already, no need to enter again. Simple as that. How are we doing, Louise? Okay. Yeah, duplicate entries are not included, only one. So if you've accidentally come along and put 3 of your email addresses in there, the system will only pick 1. It will discard the duplicates and just leave 1. So you cannot cheat the system, because we were offering a 6 months membership to At the Bench a couple of days ago. And we did this. We did exactly what we're doing now. And when we checked the system, the entries, one person had entered over 40 times. That is not on. So if that is the case, that was the case, we disqualified that person. We said, you're trying to cheat the system. That is not fair. So that person, if you're watching, I'm awfully sorry, but you no chance of winning because you're trying to cheat. We don't like cheaters. So that is the reason why, if that happens, you're out. But we obviously accept if you forget, you want to do a t-shirt, you want to do an apron, you can't remember whether you did it in this morning or lunchtime or whatever. It doesn't matter. You won't be excluded. Your entries will just be reduced down to 1. So nobody gets an unfair advantage or disadvantage over it. My Agile changed my entire life in the studio. Yes, rolling mills do. They will change your life. It's a life-changing experience when you buy a rolling mill. Such an amazing, amazing piece of equipment. What else we got here? I need to run a mill in my life. Samantha, enter the competition. It could be yours. You could be the lucky winner. Sebastian, thank you very much for the 50, whatever they are, GTQs. Am I GTQ? Not quite sure, but I do appreciate it. So all the donations that are coming in down here on the right-hand side are going towards UNICEF. We're not accepting any of these money. This money is going to UNICEF. None of this we're getting any money for. All these products are being donated by Otto Fry, GRS, Durston Tools, Kernocraft, HS Walsh, and also Birch Burrs. We've got some goodies to give away to those people who have come along and have won, basically. We'll try and do what we possibly can. 12-hour bezel setting stream. Oh my gosh, that would be oh my goodness me. What else we got here now? So yeah, so the competition for the Durston rolling mill ends at 8:30 tonight. You've got another 2 hours and 15 minutes to enter that. How do you donate? David, they're down in the box down there. There's a little square box with a $sign on it. Click on that. You can donate. Money goes to UNICEF, nothing to us at all. We are doing this because we love doing what we're doing. We've got another 2 3/4 hours of this. The Durston Rolling Mill competition ends in 2 1/4 hours. So if you haven't entered already, and I'm sure you have, get your entries in. Again, we've still got over why can't I open my door? We've still got over 500 people, 512 people watching this stream, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you. You people are legends for staying with us today. Really do appreciate it. Is there a different place to get the links to the giveaways? I can't open them from the live chat. No. Okay, so this is the problem that we had. We had a problem with the live stream about, how long ago was that? That was about 3 hours ago. It actually froze on us. It wasn't us. Our internet connection was fine. I think it was YouTube. We did have all the links down underneath. What we're going to be doing is publishing all the links, all the discount codes underneath this particular film when we get chance. We'll also be coming back tomorrow, maybe Monday, depending on what my throat is like in the morning. Okay, and we will put all the links that we have mentioned today. That's the links to bullionbuddyco.com, OregonTrailSilver.com, Birch, Otto Fry, Durston, Kernocraft, HS Walsh, and so forth. All the links will be listed underneath the video. All the discount codes will be listed underneath the video as well. So you're going to have to pop back and also pop back to see if you are a winner of t-shirts. We've got 20 t-shirts. We've got 10 aprons. We've got 11 Kernocraft £20 vouchers and 4 Walsh vouchers as well to win. And we'll be coming back saying who won those. Is that about it, Louise? And also, if you do enter these competitions, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I would much, much appreciate it. Let me just quickly see how many subscribers we have now on YouTube. Bear with me one moment. We have 77,727. So let's see if we can get up to at least 77,777, shall we? We need another 50 subscribers at least. That's easy, isn't it? Come on. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please keep on going. We need 50 more subscribers to get it up to 77,777. Right, Louise, I think we have, oh, we've got one. What's this one? Keep it up, keep it up. Thank you, Debbie. We have got one of these. Keep it up, 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 keep it up. This way, keep it up, keep it up. Yes, come on, keep it up. I can't do this for any longer, Lou. Can't keep it any longer. Come on. Ah, yes, 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 that's enough. You missed your chance. All the donations that are coming in are going to UNICEF. We're not taking a penny of this, as I keep saying. I read that starting can discolor beneath. Some people use transparent stone, and the silver is good or bad. Some people will put some foil, some fine silver foil underneath the stone if it's a transparent stone, or perhaps even the best thing to do is not to put a back plate behind it, but just to sit the stone on a little narrow ledge running around the inside of the bezel, or use some bearing or bezel wire as well. David, thank you so much indeed. Amazing. You guys are absolute legends. You've surpassed what we even... Well, we didn't expect like this, did we, Louise? We didn't expect all these donations. We will come back tomorrow. We will try and add up all these donations, and we will tell you. Yes, Louise.
We've got the first half where we had that accidental break where YouTube cut us off. So we know what's come through, but it's all in different currencies, so we can't work out just yet. But I'm really excited to find out how much we've raised.
Absolutely. It's an absolutely fantastic feature. You
know, as soon as we possibly can.
You're absolute legends for doing this. Really do appreciate it so, so much. So we've got 2¼ hours left. We do actually have one other giveaway that we haven't done yet. We have Otto Fry have given us the Kerf saw blade holder and blades. We haven't announced that one yet. When should we do that?
Well, we could put that on when you're doing your casting, if you like, or we're supposed to be doing Q&As now, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we need to do some Q&As. I do need to have something to eat, if that's okay.
Okay.
I don't think Chris may be a bit too noisy. I don't want, and I wouldn't want a peanut butter sandwich.
Oh, we've got peanut butter.
I have made peanut butter sandwiches. I may regret doing that because it may be a little bit too thick to try and chew. Thank you. So, thank you. So we're going to do a bit of a Q&A. Perhaps not a Q&A. Perhaps we'll have another chat about socials and that sort of thing, perhaps.
Yeah, if you like.
So if there's anything that you want to know about social media, just pop it in the chat there. We're going to have a quick look. Because we've been in lockdown for the last 8 weeks, Louise and I have been sort of trying to get as much business as we possibly can using social media. Social media, we're trying to use Facebook to its best advantage, Instagram as well. Lots of conflicting reports about what platform is best to use. I don't think that's the best platform to use. I don't like spamming. I don't like follows and then unfollows on Instagram. I don't like that as well. Every day is so much fun. Yeah, Jaffa cakes. I love a Jaffa cake. Now, is a Jaffa cake a cake or is Jaffa cake a biscuit? Is it a cake? Is it a biscuit? Let me know.
Yeah.
It's a biscuit. You gotta pay tax and VAT on biscuits, but not on cakes.
Why's that?
Because one's a cake, one's a biscuit.
Why then?
I don't know. That's what.
You think the tax would be on the cake?
Perhaps it's the other way around then.
Well, the sugar tax applies to that.
Yeah, I really don't know. I think one you pay tax on one and not on the other. I think that is the.
Is it because cake is better?
Any cake is good. Any cake is good. Right, I'm just...
Peanut butter and Marmite, yeah, Karen, yes.
Yes, peanut butter and Marmite. I omitted the Marmite because we had Marmite on toast this morning. Well, you had Marmite on toast this morning, didn't you? Yes, peanut butter. Have you tried peanut butter Marmite? Yes, Karen, yes. Ellen, super, £15. Thank you so much. As I said, you guys are absolute legends for this. Yeah, we've been on air now for 9.25 hours. I'm sorry we had to stop halfway through this. We had some technical difficulties where YouTube actually cut us off. The internet connection was still going through. We could see your comments, but unfortunately, you couldn't see ours. So I do apologize for that. It was either YouTube cut us off or it was our internet provider and didn't like us being on for so long. Could well have been that. So I do apologize for that. But we're back and we've still got 522 people. So you've got 2 hours, 10 minutes left to enter the rolling mill competition. It's nearly £1,000 worth of rolling mill to be won by one of you guys who enter the competition by leaving your name and email address. Don't forget, yes, Louise.
No, go on, I was just doing that.
What? Gesturing. And you can still enter all the competitions. Anything else that we can talk about? Social media.
Ken is asking for advice for startup businesses to build brand and sales. Been in business about a year, but this year has been rough and then Corona happened.
Sorry, I didn't put you on film there. Sorry.
That's okay.
Can I say that again, please?
Any advice for startup business to build brand and sales? I'm in business about a year and this happened and it's been rough and then Corona happened.
Yeah, I must admit to say pack in your job and expect to make money from day one when it comes to any sort of self-employed or startup is obviously going to be really, really hard. What a lot of people would do is keep their job going and then start up on the side, build up sales, build up a database of people, build up your client base. And then once you think you can make a go of it, then you stop this job and you carry on then with your brand, your self-employment, or perhaps you can drop a day with your full-time job and spend another day doing what you're doing, because that's really important. Then there isn't as much pressure on you when you start up. When I started in business, I had no overheads. I didn't have a mortgage, didn't have a house. I think I had a car, that was about it. So for me, starting up, if I start up in business and it didn't work, I didn't have to worry because I didn't have any overheads or any expenditure. But I know it must be really, really difficult if you're starting off from scratch. I think what I would do is build up a client database. Keep everybody's contact information. You've got to be careful of GDPR now in the EU. You have to get people's written permission or tick if they opt out, that sort of thing. That's the reason why we're putting a little tick here if you do not wish to be contacted, because no one likes to be spammed. Build up a nice client base. That is so important. Regularly put out emails, nice emails, newsletters. Use something like MailChimp, and there's lots of other types of database, newsletter programs out there. Louise, do you know?
I just say social media.
Yeah.
Have a really strong online presence and be present. Yeah, post regularly. Be really available, receptive. Reply to every message.
I think nowadays it's easier to start off in business nowadays than what it was before the internet. If anybody can remember what it was like before the internet, when you had to rely upon physical newsletters, write to people, do leaflet drops through people's doors. There was no websites, and that is so hard to start off in business then.
It was easier anyway because there was less choice, though, wasn't
As well, it's like we can all just buy things on the internet now, but I don't know, 30 years ago, it was a case of going to the shop.
Yeah, absolutely.
And whichever shop was closest was probably the one you go to in reality, but
it's true.
We've just got options now, haven't we?
Yeah, I suppose we've got too much choice, haven't we? But then the options are there for us to promote our product in so many different ways. Melanie, thank you very much. Oh, keep it up again. Oh, keep it up. Keep it up. There we go. Keep it up. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. All the donations go to UNICEF, by the way. Thank you.
The newsletters, good ideas. And I think as well,
for your social presence and your online presence has to be integrated, doesn't it? And kind of streamlined against every platform.
Yes, yes. I think as time goes on, it's really hard to get a brand's name that you can have across all social platforms. Like Andrew Berry has been taken, or we looked on Instagram, at the bench, all one word, is being taken on Instagram. So what you do, so I did at _the_bench_UK. It's very hard now with domain names to get a really nice, short, unique name and expect that name across every single platform, because it would be ideal to go, what's your name? Instagram, it's Andrew Berry. Facebook, search Andrew Berry. Pinterest, Andrew Berry, or not Pinterest, but whatever. It's just very, very hard to choose your brand name very carefully. Check out with the domains, make sure that is available. If you're trying to go national, doesn't matter, just stick with .co.uk or perhaps a .net. If you're trying to go international, a .com is obviously the best, but try and get the .com, try and get the .net, try and get the .co.uk or the .co or the .nz or the whatever is in your particular country. It's important to cover all your bases, because then no one then can come along and start up another brand in the same name as you, but with a different suffix when it comes to domain names.
And networking the right places as well, I think.
Networking? What sort of places would you recommend? Do you want to come sit by here so I can eat?
No. Yeah, so you can eat. No, I just think.
That's okay. You can use mine. It'll become.
For example.
Hang on a second, guys.
Oops.
There we go. Okay. We're going to sit by the side of me. Here we go. Okay.
Any opportunity, really, wedding fairs.
Yeah, wedding.
You know, people have got mixed successes have mixed successes with things like that, don't they? Wedding fairs and But I just think have a presence, and if you can be present in a local community in that way, then
absolutely,
it's a really good thing that you can do.
It is. You can sort of help your local communities by helping schools out with little raffle prizes, something like that, that they then in return would get your name in their little leaflets. We got a local school that does like concerts. We pay for adverts within the school concert, that sort of thing, that gets your name across. Make sure that you're on social media. Perhaps our little town here is called Ystrad Mynach, so make sure you join your local Facebook group, post things on there. Don't be nasty. Don't keep posting that, buy this, because no one likes that. You've got to be quite subtle about it. So don't annoy people, because that will be a big turn off. And they'll go, we're not bothering with you. You spam us. You do too many useless links, and we're not going to bother with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other outlets that you can get involved with.
Yeah.
Kind of like along the wedding fair lines. Just any opportunity really to increase your presence.
Yeah, and perhaps even give talks to your local women's institution, for instance. It's an idea that you're going to get out there, because I'm actually meeting, I apologize now, because you are doing what you're doing, and you're pretty much an authority on what you're doing. You know how things are made. Do courses, read books, become knowledgeable about what you're doing. If you've got a particular style of jewelry that you love, like Art Deco or Art Nouveau, and you're in that sort of style of designing, read up, become an expert, become very knowledgeable in that style, Art Nouveau style, so you can back up your designs with a little bit of knowledge. And people are really interested in that, because people like to know the backgrounds of how a design started, that you gained interest and inspiration from William Morris, for instance, and with that, then you've designed this piece based upon his, I don't know, marigold wallpaper, something like that. Everyone loves a story. With Clog-Eye Gold, quite a few years ago, I was chatting to Ben, the director, and Clog-Eye do sell the jewelry. It's Welsh gold, as you most probably know, a percentage of Welsh gold. And he turned around and said, Andrew, at the end of it, we now don't sell jewelry. Well, they do sell jewelry, but he said, we just sell a story, because each collection that comes out has a name, and that name relates to perhaps the inspiration that inspired that collection. It's most probably got a Welsh connection as well. So they sell the romance, they sell the Tree of Life, they sell the Lady Guinevere collection. And these pieces then are based upon a fairy tale or a story and that sort of thing. So they romanticize the piece. You just simply can't say, here you go, want to buy this ring, because no one's going to do it. But you say, this ring has been inspired by nature. This ring has been inspired by the Norwegian Norse god of so-and-so, that is the Norse god, I don't know, of beauty. And we based our piece upon that. And when you wear this, it makes you feel great. It stands out. It's a fantastic piece. So you sell the romance, you sell what that person's going to feel like when they wear that piece. It's going to be a fantastic piece, obviously, because you've made it, but you got to go above and beyond. And perhaps if there is something that you have based your design upon and you sell a ring, just print out a little business card, a little card and say inspiration from, and just romanticize the piece. And everybody loves that sort of thing when it comes to sales. No one likes, buy this ring. No one likes that.
But I think blogging as well, that's another way you can integrate your social media with your website. Because we wrote one last week, which we haven't published yet, on cleaning your rings during lockdown, how to clean your diamond rings, what you can't really put in hot water, how to look after your softer stones, basically leave them in your jewelry box because they're not really durable enough to withstand the cleaning processes. Eat a sandwich. So so we wrote about that, and you guys are experts, aren't you, in your field? So blog and let people know that you're experts and share your advice, but always have a call to action. So have at the end, like we put something like yes, you can clean your rings this way at home, but do come in annually and we'll check them over, we'll clean them professionally, just to keep that link and keep in touch, really.
And put that blog upon your website.
And share to your socials.
Exactly. Then put the link then from your Twitter, from your Facebook, from your Instagram, drive people back to your website. And then whilst they're there on the website, they may look at your links and see some products as well on there that they may like as well.
Because the other thing I'm getting excited about, we haven't done it yet, but I like these online quizzes. And you see them on Facebook and it says, what's your style? And you answer a bunch of questions, and there's software out there which can actually lead you to a product which you can click on and buy.
So you'd say,
I'm a sucker for those quizzes. I love them. It's something to try, isn't it? Try everything. Don't be afraid to try things.
Yeah, because there's going to be lots of avenues you take when it comes to marketing. I don't believe that one person knows everything and says, you do this, you will make $1 million. I personally don't believe that, because what may be right for them may not be right for you. So you have to explore all these different avenues. Some will be dead ends. Some will be absolute rubbish. Some won't work. At least you know. Some will lead you to a few sales. Great. Well, why is that working and why is that one not working? Let's explore this avenue, and going down that avenue, you may take a few more roads from that, a few more entries and exits, and they may be blocked, but then you may find another avenue that will go down and you can explore these sort of things. So I think you do have to have a really open mind about what you want to try and do, what avenues of social media you go down, and what works. Do likes work? Or do you want to get sales? Do you want to become popular? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I can't eat my. Look at the questions, are you? Okay, sorry.
That we're missing.
So that's basically what I would do. I'm not very good when it comes to selling. I'm the world's worst. Louise comes from a different background, but she loves the idea of selling. She loves the idea of selling something, not just the jewelry, but the romance that goes with it, something about it. Even if you can put a little card in there saying how the piece was made, that pattern upon that hollow bangle, how was that put on? Was that pattern put on with lace? I think somebody mentioned in there that they used heavy lace to do the pattern. Get a black and white picture of that lace and just say, this pattern on this bangle was being put on using this lace. And they're going to be thinking, oh my God, that's amazing. How do you do that? And it gains a little bit of interest within the piece. It's a talking point. Someone says, my God, goodness glory, that's a gorgeous bangle you got on there. And she can say the pattern is an actual lace pattern, or it could be Victorian lace pattern, or so forth. So you can always go that step further. You're not selling the piece, you're selling the story, perhaps on how it's made, or a story associated with it as well.
Did we talk about jewelry photography? Somebody asked before, and I think we mentioned it, but we didn't actually talk about it because we've got the gem light box.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the manufacturer now, but it's
Pickup Media.
Pickup Media, and it's fantastic.
PIC.
It's so simple.
Pickup
Even
Media.
I can use it and get some really good results. So that's great as well, for make sure that everything that you photograph looks really professional, I would say.
there are lots of systems out there. You can take pictures in the open air, that sort of thing. On a cloudy day, you could have a little tent, have some tissue paper around it, lifestyle shots. Don't forget to put it upon somebody who's wearing it so they get an idea of how big it is. You know, those earrings that we had in the picture on our Chelsea social media display post you did on Canva, on Facebook. They were gorgeous. On the page, they were sort of like this big. They looked about 1 centimeter, 15 millimeters in diameter, but they weren't. They were,
oh, the cherry blossom.
Yeah, the cherry blossom. They were really, really small. So I think it's important to get some sort of idea of scale and how it looks upon somebody. And that's because when somebody comes into your store to try a piece of jewelry on, they can see how it looks. On the internet, they can't do that because all they see is a picture. But if you show what that piece looks like on a model, on Mary, your next door neighbor who happens to have lovely skin or lovely nails or beautiful neck, put some jewelry upon her, go out into the garden, a nice bit of light, the sun's shining on it, or a cloudy day so it's not too reflective, and take some lovely lifestyle shots to see how that piece will look, because no one knows what that piece is going to look like unless it's actually on somebody.
I was reading yesterday as well about different lights with gemstones. Why do some look good? And like when you're in work, sat in the office, some of them look really, really vibrant because of the UV light.
Oh, okay.
Other stones look better in the sunlight. So it's experimental. I've been reading my GIA. Yeah. So yeah, that's something to experiment with as well.
Absolutely.
Like natural light and UV light.
So yeah, it is really, really interesting.
Any other question? Instagram, yeah, we've only just, you've been on Instagram for At the Bench for years, but it's only recently we've started.
Dangerberry Instagram. I think it is hard. Instagram is one of those platforms that is very good. It's very visual. And
you can tag as well now products in Instagram, which is great.
You can, absolutely.
So you can put a direct link on the photo straight to the product on your website. Which is good. I'm not sure you can do it on Facebook. I think you can do it. I just haven't figured out how to do it yet. But I don't know. I think it's easy to fall into the trap of we're great on Facebook. We've got 4,500 followers and just post on there. And we've only got a fraction of that on Insta. So it's easy to just kind of forget about it and just go with the really majority. Need to put the effort in and develop the Instagram as well. So,
absolutely. Yeah. So also people like to see behind the scenes as well. So a little card to say how things are made. People like to see the person behind the brand as well. And this is what we were saying a little bit earlier, was that people like to see, I don't know why, people like to see me in my day-to-day life or just sitting on the floor clearing the shop. That picture had 100 likes, something like that, but yet you post a picture of a piece of jewelry and perhaps that picture will have 5 likes.
And it was lovely jewelry. And people prefer a picture of you sat on the floor sulking because you've got to do some cleaning.
Yeah, come on. And then, okay, so then there's different styles of jewelry as well. If you simply have the product shots that get given to you by the manufacturers, that sometimes doesn't gain a lot of interest because they're just boring pictures. Although they displayed the piece really nicely, it's quite a boring picture. But if you can put that picture in context on a model or on something, or a nice background, a nice gorgeous leaf, or a nice decorative bark background, but that texture has some relation to the ring or the pendant, that sort of thing, that will get a little bit more interest because people will just flick. And you've got to gain people's attention within the first couple of seconds, because by the time they do this, they're flicking past pictures, they're flicking up on Facebook and so forth. So you've got to have a picture that will gain people's attention as well.
Because they say there's a ratio of things. They say only, is it 25 to 30 or 25%, 20 to 25% of your social media posts should be sales or selling, and the rest should be team photos or just more about building your brand.
Exactly. And I think
we're guilty, particularly in the last month, of overdoing it on the sales. I've overdone it definitely, but it's just, I suppose it's easy to do in the shop. And people don't mind it at the moment, I think, as well, if you post just a few too many, sneak a few in, because
Yeah.
they can't come to the shop, so they don't mind.
So they need to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So internet, very important. Social media is really important. And also moving images, video is pretty important as well.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of positive feedback from our carousel films, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah. So the gem light box is something that we're going to be featuring very shortly on some films. It is, I think it's one of the best type of photography setups that you can get. Excuse me. It is, I think, one of the most expensive setups you get, but you have an app. That app connects at Bluetooth to the little carousel or the little dangly bit up on the top. You push the button, the exposure is sorted out for you. The background is pure white, which is absolutely brilliant. Push a button, the turntable starts. It'll go so far, come back, go further back, and so forth. And that image then can be made to be repeated over and over again. It can go all the way around. It can go fast. It can go slow. So you have a bracelet all full of charms. Really hard to take a picture of a bracelet full of charms, but the carousel will spin round and you can see each charm in turn as it comes all the way around, which is absolutely an amazing type of sales tool. From one little video, you can get 20, 30 charms upon a bracelet.
Leslie is asking, how would you go about selling two different styles of jewellery in your shop? I love both simple, minimal silver jewellery and also heavy wire wrapped gems. I am not sure how to combine the two.
Okay, so I think what I would do there is perhaps to have two separate areas of the shop, and by doing that, you can sell your pieces with some free dressing. So free dressing is going to be things like a bust to put a necklace on, but then have something else seasonal. For instance, Easter has come and gone, so I think not this year, last year, we got some little Easter eggs, polystyrene little eggs to put in with the display. Then they have different colors. You can echo your pieces to the free dressing that goes with it. Put little bunnies in there if it's Easter, gain a little bit of interest. So you're not just selling the jewelry, you've got other little bits and pieces that gains a little bit of interest. And those little bits of free dressing, if you've got quite a gothic style, the free dressing can't be pink, it can't be bright yellow. The free dressing can be dark and can be a little bit somber, a little bit macabre, that sort of thing that would relate to what you're actually trying to sell. And also some, I don't know, vampire, I don't know, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. And then in another part of the shop or in another display, then you'd have a completely different style of jewelry, and that then would have different type of dressing, different type of display. Perhaps it'll have nice little floaty lace, and you could have nice little backdrop of fabric behind, and have a roll of fabric and have rings put on the roll of fabric. But yet in the Gothic section, it can be put, I don't know, on a bit of coal because it's black. So two completely different styles of display that is relating to what you're actually trying to sell.
Just make a feature. Make a feature then out of the contrast.
Yeah.
I think I'd love if I walked into a shop and saw that. I think that would be really impressive.
Absolutely. And then you can obviously then you could then match the seasons to what you're trying to sell. Autumn colors, summer colors, autumn dressing, autumn stickers, autumn backdrops. That can actually all tie in. And I think it's very important to get, not just simply stick a ring in a cabinet like that, but stick the ring that's at the right height, the right position, looking at you, nice and clean, a little bit of free dressing around it, perhaps have some little gemstones moving from the corner, gemstones like a little bit of a river leading your eye to that piece. So I don't know, that sort of thing. So you look at the gemstones and you go, oh, they're nice gemstones. Ooh, ring. So it's all about pleasing displays, not necessarily central or symmetrical, but slightly offset, rules of thirds, 3s and 5s and 7s of things, not just 1s and 2s and 4s, but odd numbers. You love your odd numbers, don't you, when it comes to display?
Yeah, I like 3s.
You like 3s, yeah. So that's what I would do when it comes to that. Any more questions, Louise?
Yeah, Louisa said, Facebook has just launched a new feature called Shops, new options coming out as a result of COVID on too many options. Yeah, because we ran some adverts, didn't we? And the ads manager used to be fairly straightforward, and now suddenly it just seems like a rabbit's warren, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's just so difficult to navigate suddenly. And it took a good sort of 40 minutes, sat down, figuring it all out. And we still haven't figured it all out, have we? So that's the next thing to do.
And I think it is important to, as I say, explore all these avenues, because you don't know which one is going to work. And when you start off with a new feature, like Louise was just saying about the shops or the carousels or whatever it is within Facebook, I know Louise just sat in bed with a laptop and she was just clicking and flicking through the pages. Oh my gosh, that's not working. But eventually, after a couple of hours,
Isn't that long?
Eventually, after a period of time, she actually got it right. And I think if you go to the Andrew Berry Jewelry on the Facebook, there's some images of some of the products that have been pulled from the website.
But you should be able to categorize them and have catalogs, so you pick which catalog appears. But that's what I can't crack. That's my next thing. So it's just random products appear at the moment, and we don't want that. So yeah.
So if there's anybody out there who knows about these sort of things, I'd love to have a chat. Louise would love to have a chat with them just to try and get it working right, isn't it?
That would be handy.
It would be absolutely handy. Any other questions that come in, Louise?
Let's have a look. We had a shop that displayed some of their top end products in a glass case with lizards. Oh, wow. That's so cool. That's amazing.
Good, isn't it?
I like that idea. Yeah,
I like lizards.
I don't think anybody would come in the shop because they were going to have a exotic pet shop, weren't they?
Yeah.
But there was uproar. But
what if the lizards escape? What if the snakes escape?
Wow, that's really cool. We had a snowstorm, didn't we, in the window at Christmas?
Yeah,
and that was good.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think you've got to be, and when it comes to your Christmas displays, we've got a nice big window. I think you've got to be quite innovative when it comes to that. You can just put the usual tinsel, Christmas decorations, the boring stuff. And whilst that's good, whilst that gains attention, we try and go that little step further. We try and look at other shops. We go on Pinterest to look for ideas. What about we do this Christmas, the Father Christmas? Louise spent months making a snowman.
Gorgeous.
he was pretty big, and we had was it a balloon? We blew up a balloon, didn't we? Were they balloons?
We ordered big balloons, didn't we? I said just order the polystyrene, but oh no, that was too expensive. So I had to go back to school practically and make a papier-mâché balloon.
Yeah.
So I started in September.
Layer after layer after layer, wasn't it?
Yeah. And eventually
we did. Louise ended up making this big papier-mâché snowman that's like this sort of size with a big body, lower body, upper body, and a hat. We put a cap on him, and we had things like this is another. This is another thing is to try and interaction. So for that, we had Name the Snowman, and we offered this up for children. And the idea was for the children to come into the shop to give us a name for the snowman. And I think every child who came into the shop with their parents, we gave them some bubbles, didn't we? Some bubbles, and I'm sure there was something else we gave away. I can't remember what it was now. So a little reward for entering the competition. It gets the parents into the shop. We put it up on Facebook. Come and name the snowman, free to enter. You got a chance of winning something. That piece, I think, was donated to us by one of the companies. So they come into the shop, get the parents into the shop because the kid wants to win something. The kid gets some bubbles. Man, we're going to talk. I want some bubbles. Oh, come on there. Oh, Andrew Berry. Oh, that's nice. And so you get the add-on sort of sale, gets people into the shop, interaction. Then when you announce the winner, again, put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, put it on Instagram, whatever you want to do. Then get the person then to come into the shop, picture of that child. No, I can't do it with the child, with the parent, with a something, or draw us a picture, that sort of thing. Then we can put that up on Facebook this week.
And our window competitions, that's another great way. If you can get, we've had Easter, count the little chickies in the window, and it makes people look in the window. And we had, for Valentine's Day, write a love note on a heart-shaped Post-it note. So people were like
Facebook messaging the messages or calling in, writing on these little notes. We stuck them all in the window.
Yeah, in the window.
And people just loved
reading.
Yeah.
Love stories. You know, violets are blue, roses are red.
So people were looking in the window at the notes, but it just draws people to the window to look at the products, obviously, as well.
It really does. Yeah.
So anything you can do to get people either in the shop or looking in the window.
It's the interaction you need with people, isn't it? You have to give the person something in return for giving you the information that way. And I'm not quite sure. Well, I think it was something we gave away for Valentine's Day, wasn't it? But it was lovely. Could we put all the little heart-shaped stickers in a big heart shape in the window? We had some blank ones. People came in, filled them in. To Ron, like you're my absolute saint. Love Sylvia, that sort of thing. It goes in the window. Perhaps you take a picture of it. It goes on Facebook. They tag you in it. You tag them in it. They come along. They see it. Absolutely great.
I think that was one of my favourite competitions.
It was good. It was good reading them all, wasn't it?
People loved reading them. Yeah, sharing them. It did get quite a bit of interest, that one.
So all these things you've got to do. One of the recent ones on Facebook that we've done. Name your hero, was it? Name the person who has helped your community. I can't remember what that was.
Oh, that was a really successful competition, wasn't it? It was tag somebody who deserves a treat for their kindness, wasn't it? Yeah. So we didn't raffle. We ran a Facebook competition and got people to tag somebody and say why they've been kind, and it was just lovely. People just loved it.
And they explained why they were lovely.
Yeah.
Why they needed the prize. And it's lovely reading all these little stories about how these people have helped their community, or they've gone above and beyond what you normally do for their neighbour, and they're always there. They get in the shop and they sit with them and so forth. And it was lovely reading all the stories, and everybody loves reading these stories. And again, you got the interaction with people. People tagged and go, yeah, I remember Laura. She did absolutely fantastic for our local community. Let's tag Laura, tag Laura, tag her. And we based it upon tags, didn't we? And likes, wasn't it?
You had to like the nomination, didn't you? To in support of it, and the nomination with the most likes and interactions. Yeah, that was it. And she won.
That again, that's really good, because you're getting people interactions, people coming onto your page, getting to share, and then they'll go out and go onto Andrew Berry's website or Andrew Berry's Facebook page. You know, we've nominated Laura because she's the best in our area. Why don't you go and do the same? Oh yeah. Just build your
presence and your visibility and your brand, don't they?
Yeah, it all
while making people feel good.
Yes, exactly. I think at the moment with so much bad going on in the world, you've got to make people really feel good about themselves. Okay, any more questions, Louise? We've got about 10 minutes before we do a little bit of Delft Clay.
You guys have just been having a little chat. Let's have a look. Talking about websites and Facebook. Do you have online inventory ready to sell, or do you show a picture of a sample and then make them to fulfill orders?
That's quite an interesting one, actually, isn't it? Oh, I didn't have your camera. So do you have an online inventory ready to sell, or do you show a picture of samples and then make to fill orders? It is a good question. Us here, we primarily sell brands. If we make up anything special, it's usually a one-off, and we do take nice photographs. So if someone comes in and says, what do you make? We can show a nice little portfolio, whether we take the photographs, print them out into a little photo book, or we have it on an iPad, or have it on the screen scrolling across so everyone can see everything that you make, to give people examples of what you sell. Depends on what you want to do. If you're doing the same pattern over and over again, the same piece over and over again, well then make up 2 ring shanks. It's the same, hardly any more time to make up 2 than it is 1. So make up a couple of ring shanks, making up some bezel settings. Can you make up a couple whilst you're making just the one? So perhaps have some little bit of a backup stock that is ready to go, or you have the components ready. If when you sell that one main piece with the photograph, you then have got another piece that you can bring into your store, make it up within 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. Depends on how, or however longer it is. It depends on how much money you want to invest in stock. If money's tight, you don't want to invest money in stock that may not sell, well then just make it one-offs. Take lovely photographs, do some drawings, take photographs, a front view, a side view, a top view and so forth, so people know exactly what the piece looks like. 3-dimensional view, as we said, put it upon a model so they can see what it looks like. You can take orders from that. If that's a unique piece that you've made for one person, it's an engagement ring. Obviously, don't publish that before the engagement has been announced, because that would spoil things. Absolutely. I've never done that, by the way. But if it's a one-off piece, vow never to make it again. It's a one-off piece for that client, but show what you can do, because people are always interested in what you can make up. And then you can say, well, I can do this, but tell you what, instead of that and that there, I can do a bezel slightly different. I'll do the shank slightly different. We'll split the shank instead of having it solid, and so forth. So that's a really interesting way of producing like an online catalog or a folder of all your past work. This is the thing, Ken. You just got to practice. You just got to experiment. You know, sit in the garden if it's nice weather. Get your phone, get your iPad, get your laptop out, and find out ways to promote yourself. As we said, newsletters, people who buy from you, people who inquire. You may grab an email address. You can use that then to send out an email. People signed up to your website for announcements, that sort of thing. You've got an email address. You can approach them. Always do it on Facebook. I don't like things on Messenger, cold calls on Messenger. I have a lot of cold calls sort of from people from abroad trying to sell me tools. And I reply back and say, look, if I'm interested, I'll be in contact. Yeah, but look at this, look at that. And I say, look, you carry on. I'm going to block you because I'm not interested. So you can go, you know, above and beyond politeness. Yeah. Anything else then, Louise, coming in?
Building Persephone. Can you give us a quick run through of your streaming setup?
Yeah. I can do.
Oh, that you saw my gesture. You're not supposed to say that. That was my 5 minutes. Yeah.
Andrew, you got 5 minutes, Andrew. That's
you run out of time. No more time.
Hand gesturing now. So you want to see what we've got here. Okay. What's the best way of doing this? I think we'll take your camera, I think, Louise, and we'll just quickly show you around here. So from what you can see, I haven't tidied my bench up. So we've got one camera. This is the main camera here. Okay, we've got a number 2 camera, close-up camera, which is this camera here. This is our close-up camera, and I've been using that to move around if I'm going over to the polishing motor. We've got an overhead camera. That's this one here. That's a bit close, or we can alter these. So all the cameras are from Canon. And the advantage is I can use this remote control to power all the cameras. So it's the same remote control. So I can go on the overhead and I can do exactly the same with the same remote control. I can go to this one. So that's the advantage that we've got here. It's this one little remote control. I can zoom in and out because only myself and Louise here. We don't have a great production team here at all. It's just me and Louise. So we got. Oh, yeah, so we do have a great production team. It's myself and Louise, but it's not a big, it's just me and Louise. So there's that camera, close-up camera, up that camera, and a wide camera. I call that wide, not the fact that Louise is wide, but not Louise is wide, but that was a...
There's no coffee in my
but that was a wide shot. The one we originally started, that was a wide shot of everybody, but I decided to keep it on Louise, but I've still got it as wide, so I know. So
you'll be wide in a minute.
So those are the cameras that we've got in place. As I said, they're all Canon. That camera is a Canon XA10, not made anymore. I think it's an XA11. That close-up camera there is a Canon XA11. They're not cheap cameras. These are about £1,000 when they were bought. We got Louise's Canon by here as well. Just about see it there. That's a Canon XA10 as well. They are all connected via HDMI to a little box that I will show you in a minute. I've got a lav mic. It's a wireless lav mic package here, and I'm actually surprised they're still going. They are still going. Yeah, my gosh, absolutely brilliant. Sennheiser G3s, these are. That then is wireless to that camera. Louise has got one on as well that goes to her camera. So that's what we've got there. Lights, we've got LED lights there, LED lights there, LED lights there, and there. I'll move the camera around and you can have a quick look. So everything is connected to a central box. What we're using is, let me just grab this here. is, let me just move this around. Oh, I can't, in fact, I can't because you are fastened down. So let me put it on camera number 2, which is the close-up, and I can quickly come down and show you here. This is called an A10 Mini. This is an absolutely awesome bit of software. We got 2 minutes left, but I'm really interested in this. And we got Delft clay casting. Let me just quickly show if I got the A10. No, I don't. I actually have that at home. So
Can I just say?
Yes, Louise.
We've got a final new competition.
We do. Yes.
Coming up any minute.
Okay. So I need to help you.
No.
Ooh.
Out.
Ooh. So we got one final competition. All right, let's get back. Yeah, we do have a final competition. So this is what we're using. This is an A10 Mini. We do have the A10 Mini Pro. We're still playing with that at the moment. The features are slightly different. So from here, we got the long shot, close-up shot, overhead shot, wide angle. Sorry, Louise shot. And from here, we can alter the cuts. So we can simply cut quick. We've got fades that will take 2 seconds to go in between each one. I think it's a bit slow. Or we can do this. Woo! I love that. Look at that. How about that? And from this, we can do all this sort of thing where the video, yeah, okay. Dip to black or dip to white. Yeah. And there's a mix and there's a bit of a variation depending. Yeah, so that, yeah. So you can see what happens when we push all these buttons. So that enables us to do all these cameras. And also I can do this. I can bring a question. Louise, you need to change the slide in a moment. So we can do that. We can bring graphics in. The software is on the computer that Louise is sorting out. This little box is an amazing thing. It'll also do things like picture in picture, and you can move this around. You can come onto this one and have picture in picture. Where am I? Am I here? There I am, down there. And then you can change picture in picture as well. So you can change that around. Awesome, awesome piece of kit. A10 Mini, really good, really affordable. I think it's about £300. We got the Mini Pro, which goes that one step further. It enables us then to record everything from the A10 Mini. Now that would have been an advantage today because we could have been recording the whole 12 hours onto a little solid state drive. So we've got the quality, we've got all the broadcast in one place that we could then use. As it is now, everything is on YouTube. We have to then rely upon YouTube's compression and so forth if we want to download it. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be splitting up these 12 hours into little sections of soldering, of bezel setting, no, we didn't do any, of the rolling mill and so forth that you can all come back and just watch. That's the A10 Mini. And again, around us here, I will quickly show you if I go onto this one here. So there's a lovely Louise over there. Give us a wave, Louise. And then the reason why you see a little bit of flare when you come onto Louise above her head is the fact that we have got LED lights. We've got LED lights there. We've got LED lights here. There's an LED light on the ceiling where it is. There it is there. And also above me here where I'm standing, there's an LED light as well. The advantage you got with this bit of this hardware as well is the fact that you can, if you have mics on different cameras, for instance, Louise has a mic and it goes to her camera on that side, you can do something called AFV, audio follows video. So when I click on Louise, her microphone becomes active because her camera becomes active. So now Louise can speak.
Hello.
Hello. See? And then when you come on to me, if Louise speaks now, it's not right, is it? Because the camera is not on her, but the camera is on me. So we got a lot of options to do that when it comes to sound as well as video. So that is pretty much the setup. Then there's an output from my Mini that takes me to over there as well. Louise is gesturing again. I'm running out of time. So let's go on to 2. And I can quickly show you. So 2, there we go. So that is my view. I've got this little monitor that is by here. and that's my camera there. So that's what you can see. There's my receiver on top, and that is my little setup. As I said, the A10 Mini Pro is what we've got. It's better. We can hook up a bigger television to have multi-view. We can see what the sound levels are like. We can see what the preview's like and so forth. So that's what we're going to be progressing. We did have a play with it over the last couple of days. We're not confident with it yet. That's why we haven't used it. Hence the reason why we're still using that. Is that about it for our little streaming software?
Because I'm excited now.
All right.
New button to press.
Oh, and also, hold up what you got by there, please, Louise. And also, hold up what you got. So this is...
It didn't work earlier.
It didn't work earlier. So this is what's called a Stream Deck, as you can see.
Oh.
So you can program Stream Deck. So when you hit one of these keys... I just hit something then. Did I hit something? I expect I did.
I'm not allowed to touch it.
Oh, I'm not allowed to touch it. Okay. So you can program these little keys and the words come on it. So when you push a key, it triggers an action. So what Louise is going to do, she's going to push one of these keys. She's clicked the Walsh one. Within a couple of seconds, the Walsh link will come up on the screen. You can associate, oh, there you go, the Walsh competition comes up. And she can program the buttons to do what, well, lots of different things, can't they? So you can turn that around now. So you can program it. And also you may use OBS, which is another bit of software. I don't like to use too much software that will slow down computers. The time is running out, Andrew, I know. So yeah, so that's what we do. We don't use OBS. We run directly from the ATEM here, directly into the computer. The Pro is a lot better. It works on a network. So Louise has got a Stream Deck. That just simply plugs into her computer. When she pushes a button, it'll do things. We've got them programmed to quickly put up the links coming up in the display, but you can push a button, it'll turn lights off. You can push a button and it'll do graphics and so forth, that sort of thing. So Louise is having a whale of a time at the moment. She's pushing those buttons like there's no tomorrow. These are all the competitions that we still have left. I can't believe my voice is still going 10 hours later. These are all the competitions now that are left for the rest of the evening. We have one more competition that we want to announce. It is from Otto Fry. And that is, we have to wait because you can't press too many buttons at the same time. So this is a competition. You've got 1 hour. You've got until 8 o'clock now for this competition. Push that button, Louise.
Ready? Can I have a drum roll, please?
Drum roll for this. Yeah, here you go. Oh, come on, come on, come on. She pushed the button. Give it a few seconds to get
Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes.
Yeah.
Yay!
So there is our last competition that is time limited. You've got 1 hour to enter this competition. It is the Otto Fry Kerf Holder and Blades Kit. Click the link, you'll go to the form. Upon the top of the form, you'll see what is being given away. This is from Otto Fry. This is worth $60. That's it. You've got 1 hour to enter this competition. You've still got time, if you haven't done so already, if you've just come on to do your competitions for your T-shirts, your aprons, your Craft vouchers, and your HS Walsh vouchers. If you want, you've still got time to do that. I think we may keep that open until about midnight for the aprons and that, mightn't we?
If you like.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Give people who are watching the replays.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then what we can do...
And you can have time to edit it tonight, though.
Yeah, all we got to do is just put the links. When this broadcast finishes, we can put all the links.
Oh, you're not going to separate it into topics then tonight?
No.
I was going to say,
no, I need a glass of wine. I need a glass of wine and a bed. In that order. So what we will do when this broadcast is finished, then we will then re-edit the description that is down below to include all the links to all the competitions that you can enter, and we'll give you until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the 31st of May, to carry on entering T-shirt competitions, apron competitions, Craft 11 £20 vouchers, HS Walsh 4 £50 vouchers, plenty of time to enter those competitions. If you want to get your friends involved as well, give them the links, they can enter. No worries at all. Share it with your friends. I'd absolutely love you to. So don't forget, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't forget, smash the little bell icon if that is something that you're into to be notified when films go live on our YouTube channel. Don't forget, we are not having any money for what we're doing for this. All we're asking for you to do is go down there, push the little square with a $sign on it, and please donate some money. The money goes to UNICEF. It's a worldwide charity. And any little emoji comes up, I have to act it. That's what we've been doing since 9 o'clock this morning. Have you been posting them up on Facebook? My little dying flies and my...
Well, I did the yes.
She has, yes. I'm back for the casting. Right, I'm going to be very, very quick. Hopefully I can get this done in time. The casting. They have a glass of wine. Oh my gosh, it'll be, do you know what? It's going to be more than just one glass. Where are the links for the fun giveaways? Up above, that way. Scroll down, Louise is going to come along. So there is the Otto Fry Kerf Holder and Blades kit. You can click on that to be taken. There's loads of other competitions that you can enter for. I've been through all. And don't forget, the one main prize that you have 50 minutes left to enter is for the Durston Agile C130 rolling mill that's just by the side of me. But Louise, can we put into place just one slide of the casting one? Do we have the casting one slide there?
Yeah.
We do? Is it in place?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a good girl. She gets it all done. See, she's well ahead of me. Okay, I'm just going to clean my bench. I'm going to get a few things into place. Okay, I love this guy. I love the keeping up one. Here we go. Yeah, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I will do these all night long. You keep putting them in the chat. Right. Thank you very much. All the donations. The donations go to UNICEF. They don't go to myself. They don't go to Louise. They go to UNICEF. We're doing this purely for the kindness of our heart. We're not getting anything for this. Nothing affiliates, nothing like that. All the prizes have been donated for you guys to give away, over £5,000 worth of prizes. I'm not quite sure how much we've given away already, but we've given away some amazing prizes. The big major prize to be given away is the Durston Rolling Mill, £960 worth, and also $60 worth for the Otto Fry Kerf Holder and Blades kit. So all these competitions are coming up. Give me 2 minutes to remove stuff from my bench, get some the casting stuff in place. And then we'll do some Delft clay casting. Hopefully I can do that now within 50 minutes. You've got, coffee. Another coffee. So I got to make Louise another coffee. I'm going to bring a slide up. Don't worry, it'll go quiet, but the slide is there just so then I can then sort things out and make my dearest wife a lovely cup of coffee. I'll be back very, very shortly. Sound. Oh yeah, sorry, I do apologize for that. It's coming to the end. Coming to the end of the night. Casting. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, a yippee one again. Yeah, sorry about that. The sound is back on now. So yeah, okay. Thank you for the donations. They're all going to UNICEF. As I was just saying with my phone, I want to get to 77,777 subscribers on YouTube. Please share this with your friends. I want to try and get to 77,777. As I just mentioned now, I'm up to 77,738. I would love to have another 32 subscribers just to come on. It all helps. It all helps in very strange ways. No sound. Should be having sound now. Sound should be on. No sound. You should be having sound, or is my sound gone off? Has my sound gone off? Nope, my sound's still going on. You should still be having sound. The sound is back. Yeah, okay, I apologize for that. Okay, so we're nearly ready. Nearly ready. Try refreshing. Less than 2 hours to go. Yeah, we have an hour and 45 to go. In fact, yeah, say hello, sound is on. No sound is fine. No, sound is fine. Sound is back. Yep, sound is back. Good. Okay. So I think the camera that we got up here is going to be one of the best cameras that we're going to be able to to show you on this. Let's come a little bit closer for this, and I can quickly show you what I'm going to be doing. Oh, heck. I forgot. Hang on. Hang on. Am I still on? Right, and what I need is, there we go, am I still on for you? Okay, so we had a bit of a break. This is a coffee for Louise. All right, wait, calm down, girl, calm down. It's gonna come now.
Very much.
I think we got a few more as well. 1.5 seconds too long. Let's do Jennifer. Sorry, Jennifer. Thank you very much for your donation. Do appreciate this.
Okay, that's what prompted the coffee. Thank you, Kate, for the coffee. Cheers.
There's a coffee, and we got a few more as well. Jennifer, thank you very much for your Canadian dollars, I presume, 25 for that. Juliet, 5, thank you very much indeed. And this one is that one. So we done that one. And what's this one? Hang on, Juliet, was what's that one? Picks up something and drops it. Oh, I can't really pick up that. Pick up that. What is it?
Say thank you. Like that.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm not quite sure what that one is. Drop it. I don't know. Anyway, so that one there.
No, there's more.
There's more. We done
Do it again. Okay.
Done that one.
Marianne.
I just got myself a cup of coffee. I'll do that one at the end. I'll do that one. I promise I'll do that one at the end.
Let him forget
I
Marianne.
promise on that one. I'll do that one in the end. The reason being is I got stuff by the side of me here now with a little cup of coffee that happened to explode on me, and that's gone all over.
Okay, so you've got to do that. You've got to do Sharon's as well.
Well, hang on.
Sharon's.
Say that again, sorry. What was Sharon's?
Look at Sharon's.
Oh my God. I'll do that at the end of the night. Oh my God. Okay. Forget the coffee. You've got to be joking. So let's keep me going now. Okay, Delft clay casting. All right, Delft clay. There are lots of different types of clay out there when it comes to doing some sand casting. Petrobond, and there's some other people who are actually producing their own clay as well. I haven't tried some of that particular clay. I tried Petrobond. I don't feel it is as good as Delft clay. So that is why I would always go with Delft clay. Delft clay casting. Let me just quickly show you what is in the kit. You get some rings, some casting rings. I think I was one of the first that sort of adopted this sort of casting technique. Must be close to about 35 years ago now. 30 years ago when Hans I think his name is Hans, I can't remember the gentleman's name now, I apologize for that. Developed this. He didn't develop the system, he developed it for jewelry, but sand casting is such an amazing type of casting they use in industry. And you can use it on small scale when it comes to jewelry. It's absolutely brilliant, and we absolutely love it here in our studio. And also we do lots of films at the bench using sand casting. So it comprises of sand, as you can see here, and also some aluminium rings. You can get different types of aluminium rings. You can get these types of rings, all right, that go all the way around. There's a hole top and bottom. You can get some aluminium rings with a hole in the side. These I particularly like. I do feel that these are really, really good. And I've got, what have I got? I've got all the other rings that I got here are pretty much the same. These rings come together. These are quite stiff, and they a little bit deeper as well. So you can get lots of different rings. You can get square shaped rings, you can get rectangular shaped rings, and I've even got a set of rings here that are this size. These are absolutely massive as compared to these. So you can get different size rings depending on what you want to cast. You want to cast a large object, it won't fit within there. You have to have a big ring to do it, or a square one, depending on what you're trying to cast. I won't be needing that one. I'll just pop that one to one side. I am going to be just casting this little fella now. This is a little shell. This shell was picked up on the beach by our lovely Louise. And then Louise actually did some Delft clay casting, didn't you? You did some Delft clay casting. Yeah. You had a go. Yeah, very good results as well. And Louise cast this little shell and made a gorgeous necklace for her daughter, Jasmine. So that's what I'm going to be doing today, casting this small little shell. It's nice and small, shouldn't take too long. You can't have anything with an undercut, an underhang undercut where the cut goes in, because what goes into the sand, you've got to pull straight back out again. I could do another 3 hours on Delft clay casting if you want me to. Not tonight, because we'll be here literally all night. But again, if you want me to do some Delft clay casting in a lot more detail, a live broadcast like this, I am more than happy to do so. Delft clay in the afternoon, Delft clay in the morning, Delft clay in the evening, whatever. So just let me know. So we need to fill that little model with some silver. We're going to be using some molds. I'm going to be using just these original rings. These rings come with little location marks. Excuse the red marker, that isn't a location mark. The location marks are these here. They all have these little registration marks. There are some rings out there that are built like this, that have the little cutout, and they will only lock in one place. And it is important to have either this little locking mechanism here, so it locks them in the same position every time, or some registration marks on here, because when we separate the mold has to go back together in exactly the same place. Not like that, but like that. Okay, not like that, like that. It's as simple as that. All right. Love it when crazy sets in. Yeah, I got another hour and a half yet. You ain't seen crazy yet. You are. I should be doing my emojis again. Bear with me a minute. So there are lots of things that you can do when Delft clay casting. You can do wax. Wax is an ideal medium that you can carve wax. Then you can put the wax into the Delft clay, take the wax back out. The resulting mold is where then you would pour your silver or your gold or your pewter or copper, whatever. We're going to be doing it quite basic. There are kits out there that has a little stand that you can put the crucible on, that then will enable you then to hold the mold in the right position and that sort of thing. I'm not worrying about that at the moment. We're just doing basic Delft clay casting. But if you search out there, there's gentleman's name is Craig Dabbler. Search on Facebook. He does his own clay, he does his own rings, he does his own little stand. Craig Dabbler is his name. But let's just consider what we're doing here. The molds come in two parts. One is a male mold, that's this one here. One is a female mold, that's that one here. What did the overhead camera look like? Let's have a look, see if we can get a little bit closer on here, shall we? So we got two halves. The male mold, you can see there's a lip, the female mold. Go together like that. And what we need to do is to fill up the male mold first of all. Some people will say put it in this way. Let me bring my close up to the side because I think this is going to be a little bit easier when it comes to this. Some people will say, put it in this way, put the ring that way. Never do it that way. Turn it around upside down. Thank you very much, AG, for the 10. That's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Absolute animation. Just wanted to have a sip of wine after. You're a legend. Everyone is a legend. Thank you so much for all the donations. We'll come to that in a minute. So that is the ring. You use the male ring first. Put this lip facing down. Then you get your Delft clay. You can use Delft clay. You can reuse the Delft clay. Delft clay will burn when the metal goes on it, but you simply remove the burnt bit and reuse the rest of the sand that isn't burnt. Then we get a ruler. Then we will get the ruler and let's do a close up on this here. Open this up a bit there. Okay, so now we get our sand and we simply chop this up as we go. Do the overhead shot. There we go. Chop this up because you can see there's lumps in this clay, and what I want to do is chop it up so it's nice and fine. Just like this. You can see how we're looking. It doesn't take long. It's just like cutting up herbs. All right, we've got a lovely, lovely fine finish upon the Delft clay. Simple. Now we get the mold, the male mold with this ring. We put that facing downwards. Then we get this sand and we just simply drop it into the ring, push it down with your finger, bit more on top. And now this is the reason why I'm doing it upon this type of melamine board here is it's a non-porous board. Try not to do it on bare wood. I always put a board down to work. It's a lot easier to do so. Then you get a hammer. And what we need to do is compact the sand. We're trying to make sure that we compress the sand so we get a good detail when we come to push the shell into it. So you simply get your hammer, you get the sand, and you hammer. And as you can see on the overhead camera here, there, as you hammer, it goes down, so you get some more sand, you refill it, and you keep on hammering, going round and around and around. You keep on going, you go round and around and around, fill it up a little bit more, and so forth, and you go round and around and around. And we're compacting the sand as tight as possible, close like this. Okay, once you have got that nice and compact, get your ruler. Where's the, oh, there it's by there. Then get your ruler. Let's just move all that to one side. Then get your ruler on the top, overhead camera on this one here. There it is there. Drag the ruler over. And this is why I always do it this way around, because this surface really is a little bit on the grainy side. But when I turn this over, you can see that that surface that has been facing downwards, you've got an absolutely perfect finish. You're a star, Stupo. $5, really. Hey, sorry about that, guys. What I'll do, I shall replace the batteries in my other one as well. Can there the two batteries there, Lou, please? Okay. I shall replace the batteries in the receiver as well. Just bear with me a second. Hang on. All right, we should have sound now. Sound should be coming back on. How are you looking, Louise? You on still okay at the moment?
Okay, I've got 2/3.
Okay, cool. Apologies for that. Our wireless mics been going pretty much 10.5 hours. That's pretty good. So thank you for that. Apologies for that. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing. Lovely, lovely surface. The other side where we've just scraped it, slightly grainy. Hope everyone can hear me now. Okay, then we get our shell in this case. Because the shell has a hole in it, obviously where the creature lived, we've just filled that up with a little bit of sand or a little bit of plasticine, a little bit of blue tack, so the sand doesn't go into the hole. We get our shell, we put it quite central into the Delft clay, and we need to push it down, say halfway into the mold. As you can see, the shell has this little pointy bit by here. I'm going to push the mold down to that little pointy bit, is level. What's that? Oh my God, I got to do that one as well. If I Ron, not Ron. Is it Donna? What was the name? Sorry, Donna. Thank you very much for that. I'll be doing all the emojis a little bit later on. You're cruel people. So we will push the shell into the Delft clay. We can use our finger for this, and we're going to go down. We're going to do it at a slight angle. So that little point, let's see if I can get really close on this. So that little point of the shell is going to be level with the surface here. I can't have any under. As you can see, I've got a gap. That's no good. That edge has to be level with the sand. So I have to push that down until that edge is level with the sand, as you can see, like that. So there are no undercuts, no underhangs. So that's the shell. I come around to this side, have a look onto the side here. How are we looking? Pretty good. Just going to rotate that shell around a little bit. So that is the shell that is in position. So that is going to be half of the shell. Next, we get the ring. But before we do that, we get a little bit of what's got talcum powder. Overhead camera on this, you can just about see it. It's just coming in on edge of shot here. Get some talcum powder, tap the talcum powder or some cornstarch over the surface. And the reason why we're doing this is that we don't want the mold to stick together. Then we will get a paintbrush. Then we get the paintbrush and just go over and just spread that talcum powder over the surface. We don't want the mold to stick together. This helps keep the mold separate. You can put it over the mold as well, like that. Once you've done that, get the registration marks here on that one there. Here's the top. Bring that into position. It is so important now to get these registration marks exactly aligned. This is vitally important. Now we get the sand and we do exactly the same thing again. We will mash it up and make sure we get a nice consistency for the next layer to go on. Overhead for this one, we can do this. Like that. We don't necessarily do all of it, but just part of it that's going to go into the mold here. And again, get the sand, you got the shell in there, just gently put it in. We don't want to dislodge anything. We don't want to dislodge the ring. Make sure that the location marks are still exactly the same there. Now we can start just to tap, gently push this into place like this. Get some more sand, put it on. Now you can bring some of the lumpier, bulkier stuff here, and now you can start to hammer this down. This is the problem that you get with Petrobond. I find that Petrobond, the sand is quite coarse. It's cheaper, but the sand is coarse and you get a coarse texture upon your finished casting, and so you've got a lot more finishing to do. There's some more sand there I didn't really use. So keep on hammering, and again, we keep on hammering until we can add some more onto this, and we keep on going. Hammer, hammer, hammer. The more you hammer, the finer the detail you're going to get, and this is why I love delf clay. Okie dokies. That's what we got there. Move all that sand to one side. And now here is our mold. Again, get your ruler, put your ruler here, drag it over the top like that. So now you've got a nice mold. So that is your mold. You've got it. The shell is encased within here. Your registration marks are looking good. That is brilliant. That is what we are after. Now we just separate the two molds. Got the edge of my ruler here that actually isn't fitting. So let's get my tweezers in here just to lift this mold up and out. Here we go. Okay, lift it straight up. Don't try and twist it. You've got to lift this mold straight up and out. And then what you've got on the inside, the shell has stuck to the top, but that's fine because on the inside, you've got that perfect looking mold of that half a shell. That's perfect. Let's just pop that to one side so we don't damage it. Here is the shell here. Gently take that off. Sometimes the shell would be stuck into the lower half, but let's just remove this ever so gently. There we go. So there's the shell. There is the other half of the mold, as you can just about see it there. That's looking good. Now we have to be able to get the silver into the mold. And this is the advantage of this little area here on the shell that is flat, that we can actually have it so the sprue comes in at that point to fill the shell. Now what we need to do is, I use something like a burr, and what we're going to do with the burr is push through at that particular point through from the inside to the outside of the mold. So we've got this here, and we're going to push through directly downwards through that little area that is blank, that is plain, and we're going to push through, and then we push through until it comes out the bottom like that. All right, so that is a little hole that goes through. It's a little bit on the small side to try and get the metal through there. So what you can do, and I haven't really prepared because I don't have anything that's a bit thicker than that. What you can do is just tidy up around the outside. We're going to remove that little bit of sand there, and I'm not going to go all the way through. I'm going to use the end of my paintbrush just to push through for now. So I need to make the sprue big enough to get the metal through and to fill the mold before the metal has time to solidify. Then I would get a knife. I don't happen to have a knife to hand, so I'm just going to use the edge of my ruler for this. We've got to make a pouring channel for that metal to go into. So we've got a pouring channel. You don't want to make the sprue very long at all. So let's just get the burr. Let's put that through. Let's see where we're coming through on here. Okay. So here's the pouring channel, as you can see, and there's a little sprue hole there. Let's just push the end of the paintbrush through just to try and get a little bit of a bigger hole coming through. Here we go here. There we go. So this is the hole you can just about see there going through. Try and make the distance of that sprue quite short because we want the metal to get into this mold as fast as possible. Push that through again. And you don't want to make too big a sprue hook. You don't really want to damage the mold. So that comes through and we've got a nice hole here. What I'd advise you to do is to try and smooth off. What you don't want is all of these little bits of loose sand that are hanging around. Then we now have got a little void, a little area that is going to be filled up with silver. But because there's air in it and the silver is coming through the only hole, there's air, and the air could stop the silver from entering the mold. So we need to make some little peripheral holes around the outside of the mold and just join up those little holes to the mold with very, very thin knife cuts. I don't have a knife cut, so I'll have to use something else. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get the burr and just go around the outside in a couple of places. I know we're demolishing the other side of the mold, but this is purely now, as you can see, we're actually demolishing the other side. These are the air holes. Get something very, very small now, just to join up those holes to the mold, and this is where the air is going to escape. There we go, and that one as well. So those little air holes you've got there, the air is going to escape. And this is the whole reason why we put the registration marks into place, because now we've got to put the two molds together. Make sure that there is no loose sand hanging around the mold. Use your paintbrush, get rid of all the sand. On the inside as well here, looks absolutely awful, but don't get me wrong, this is going to be absolutely fabulous. So that is what we've got. That is looking fabulous. Check out the other side, the mold. We put that to one side. You can see the detail we've got on there. Get the two molds, get your two registration marks that we've got there. Put them together. Don't put them together and then swivel them together. They have to go together straight away, just like that. And now that is our mold ready to have the silver poured into it. Okay? So I hope so far all that makes sense. Right, now you need a little area that you're going to start to melt your silver in. Again, Durston have a little soldering area, a little soldering station. Again, you can get 20% off by using the discount code LOCKDOWN20 with Durston. The sand is packed in tight. Yes, it is. Yeah, okay, so that's brilliant. Okay, no worries at all. So now what we're going to do is bring a little soldering station into position for the next bit. Let me just put all that over to one side a moment. Over there. So how do you know how much silver you're going to need to fill that little shell? Very good question. You can use the Archimedes principle. You can get a small little test tube, half fill it with water, mark where the water comes, put what you've got to cast in the water. If it's heavier than water, it will sink, the water will be displaced, and it'll come up. Thank you very much for the $20. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. I hope I've been a little bit more interesting than the NASA launch, he says.
Melissa's donated as well and sent some stickers from the girls.
Melissa, thank you so much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the stickers. Really do appreciate it. Unicorns, rainbows, awesome. Thank you, Melissa. Really kind. So it works on displacement. We put the water into a little test tube. You put whatever you're going to cast in the test tube, the water will rise. You mark the position of where that water comes to. You somehow get the master out of the water goes back to its original level. Then you get your silver, you put your silver in the water until the level of the water comes up to where it was when you had your mold in the test tube. That is exactly how much metal you need to fill the mold. It's called water displacement. But you need extra. You need extra metal now to enable that mold, that void, to be filled. So you're going to need at least double or triple, in this case, because it's only small, silver to be able to be poured into the mold. Because don't forget, it has to go down through the mold and fill the void. And if there's extra silver coming down behind it to fill it up, gravity will take it down, and the rest of the metal that's coming down on top will make sure that the metal gets into the void, the hole, the mold, and it'll fill it. And then you're going to have some little bit extra left upon the top. So let's just pop that to one side. Let's bring my soldering station that I have made myself into position here. Overhead camera should be able to see this now. Yes, it can. So here's my soldering station looking down on top. Here is my mold. and we have a little crucible and a crucible holder. We have also got some bits of silver. I've got some little bit of silver here that we're going to use. This was an old bit of scrap I bought in. So let's just bend this up, put that in there. I hope this is going to work because we're running out of time. I've got an old baby bangle here as well. And because I'm using a little bit of scrap, I've got a little bit of fine silver as well, as you can see. And I'm going to put a couple of grams, not a couple of grams, a couple of grains of fine silver into it as well. Like that there. I have to go now and get my slightly bigger torch. So bear with me a second, guys. Here we go. So I'm just getting my bigger torch. The little handheld torch is really not going to provide enough power for what we're going to be using. So I am going to be using my Sievert torch, as I explained a little bit earlier, with the soldering demonstrations. Let me try and put on the close-up here. $9.99. Thank you so much indeed for that. That is absolutely brilliant. I'll be doing all my little, I'll do this little emoji now. A little bit of a close-up, although you can't really see much on the camera. Let me see if I can just get this up a little bit higher so you can see. There we go. And just about see what's going on here. But the overhead camera should be a lot better. Yes, it is. Safety goggles, safety specs, always important when you come to melt down. And the idea is now we're going to melt this down until this is molten, and then we're going to pour it through that little central channel there. Everything okay on the chat at the moment? Excellent. Okie dokie. Here we go. This is going to be noisy. I do apologize for the noise on this. Not much I can do, but obviously the bigger the burner, the bigger the noise. Let's just start this off a little bit. Sounds a bit like NASA. Looks like the space shuttle is going to take off. I got a stick here, but I don't really necessarily need that. Put the mold to one side, direct the flame away. We don't want to heat the mold. We don't want to get that hot. So we're going to put the flame on the silver. I may have a little bit too much silver here, to be honest. Let's just move that out of there. We don't need that one. So we're going to try and melt down this little bit of silver. You should be able to see the silver starting to melt. Let's bring all this back into place. Okay, so that's pretty much contained within the crucible. It's melting lovely. I've got my borax cone. I'm just going to dab on top of the crucible. Borax does help the silver to melt quite nicely. Get it in the right sweet spot. Increase the power a little bit now. You can see the silver melting. Apologies for the sounds. Silver's melting quite nicely. Initially it starts off quite well. Don't forget the crucible has to get up to a temperature as well. Don't forget, we've only got about another 40 minutes left to win the Durston roller mill, and also the Otto Fry curved blade holder and blades. If you haven't entered the competitions already, please click the links that Louise is going to pop in the chat box. Hey, another £5. Thank you, Kate. Silver's melted down quite nicely. Here we go, melting nicely now. It's taking a while. Oh, that's my smoke alarm going off. We're going to tilt the smoke alarm, shut the door, these loop. Here we go, melting down nicely. So you just have to make sure the metal is completely molten. By there. So it looks like it's pretty good, but we need to keep it slightly molten a little bit longer. Just at the door. Here we go. So you can see how the silver is melting nicely. When we swish it back and forth, you can see it's still not quite. It has to be molten all the way through to the core. Looking good. Shake the crucible. Okay, so when you think the silver is ready to pour, give it another.
Upside down. Upside down.
It's upside down. What's upside down?
Upside down. I don't know.
Here we go. Okay, so nicely molten. Swish it around. Bring it close to where you want to go. Pour it. I am actually cooking here. We've had to close the door because, thank you very much, Louise, for this, because the smoke alarm outside was going off. That took, it still may go off actually. So that took a little bit longer than usual. I had the flame a little bit too close and I was concerned that the smoke alarm was going off on the outside. So that was basically sand casting, yeah? You want to see what it looks like. Okay, so let's put that.
There's a lot of comments upside down. Keep telling it's upside down.
What was upside down?
I don't know.
I don't know. What was upside down? Pray tell.
Everybody was saying it's upside down.
Upside
The
down?
mold.
The mold?
Yeah.
No. The mold one upside down.
I'm just saying
The mold, no. So that is what we got. I've got the air hose coming up the top. If you have the air hose going downwards, the mold is on top of the air hose and perhaps the air may not come out. So that's the reason why I do it that way. I am still cooking. I've got a cloth here. Has it actually worked? Has it actually, you can see how where it's black here, you can see where it's actually burned the sand, but that's no problem at all. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see if it's worked. Oh my gosh, it has worked. How about that? There is the shell. Nicely, nicely done. So I'm just going to leave that there a moment. Thank you, Louise, for the for that. Out, that's really hot. Let's just pop that down onto here. And we're going to put this just to one side a moment. Just bear with me, just pop that to one side. This is my fan. Thank you. Let's just pop this to one side a moment and we shall come back.
It is
It is a furnace. So I'm going to show you what that looks like in a second. We're just going to do some questions and answers quickly. Need that to cool down a little bit to get out the sand, the silver. What you can do is put it in water. I wouldn't recommend you put it in water. I don't like putting it in water. I feel that that damages the sand, even though there's oil in the sand. I'm just going to leave that cool down. Thank you, Louise. That's very kind of you. This fish off my drink. Yes, that's lovely. Thank you. Always do that in a well-ventilated room. I got a bit by here. Yeah, I got some here, yeah. No. So always do it in a well-ventilated room. Try not to have a smoke alarm right outside your front door or the door or where it is, because your smoke alarm will go off, as it just did. Okay, so thank you, Louise. That's very kind. Any questions whilst we're here waiting for this to cool down?
Let's have a little look. Upside down. Takes a while to melt. I don't think it's upside down. Nothing was upside down. You need ice. Yes. Why not use a flask for Delft clay casting instead of the rings?
Because you've got to be able to separate it. You've got to have two rings. You've got to be able to take one half away from the other half to get inside to put the sprue hole out of the sand. You can buy masters with sprues already attached to do it, but I always like to do it this way. If you have the sprues attached to your master, well, then you can use these rings here, half fill it with sand, and if my little shell had a sprue in it, you'd have the sprue coming out in this direction here, but you still have to have two halves to be able to separate it to get your mold, your master, out of the rings. It's not like it's not like lost wax casting where the wax is encased within plaster and then you melt and lose the wax by putting it in a kiln and all the wax dribbles out. You have to be able to remove it from the mold by separating it, and that's why we don't use a flask. That's why we use the rings. Next question, please, Louise.
Laura K, what kind of casting should I use if I want a dozen pieces?
Okay, it depends now if obviously you're doing a repetitive type of casting. You can do a dozen pieces with Delft clay. There are ways that you can perhaps make a master and have a double master and have a little sprue going into each master from one central pouring channel, and you can fill up two at the same time. That will reduce your costs without going too mad, because you can easily send your master to a casting company who will then make a rubber mold, who then will inject wax, who will then do some lost wax casting. And if you're doing 12, it may just be worthwhile because you've got to pay about £15 for the mold to be made, plus the casting, plus the time and the silver. So you have to weigh up the pros and cons. This way, you can experiment. You can do this now, literally within, what was that, 40 minutes, you've got your little casting. If you have a better, more powered torch, you could have a far better, quicker melt. I think I just had that big burner. It was too big. There was too much heat. I was too close, and I should have used a slightly smaller burner. These little torches would not work. So if you're using 12 and you think you're going to have more after the 12, I would send it away to get a casting company to do all the casting for you. They will make you a rubber mold. You want to do another 12, you go, hello, Mr. Casting Company, can I have another 12 of model number XA43, please, in silver? And they will do as many as you want. So 12 or more, I would say start looking at someone else to do it for you. It'll be a lot quicker and a lot cheaper for you to do it in the long run. Next question, please.
Donation has just come in from Tim.
Tim, thank you so much indeed. $20. You are absolutely amazing. You guys are absolutely. Oh, sorry, my fault. Okay, Tim, Yeah, absolute legend. You're an absolute legend. I do apologize for that. It's getting late and I'm getting tired. You're an absolute legend. Thank you for all the donations that are coming in. Thank you very much. All that money is going to UNICEF, not going to us. Do appreciate it. You've got half an hour left to put in your entry for the Durston Rolling Mill. If you've entered already, don't enter again, because once you've entered once, you have been entered. Is that the, we've also got to do the draw for the Otto Fry Kerf blade holder and blades. I'm waiting for this to cool down, and over the next 20 minutes, we're going to be taking that apart, and I'll show you what my shell looks like. So we've had lots. Oh, I've entered that one as well, Louise. I haven't won.
No, you're not going to be entered.
Okay, so how many entries we got for this, Louise?
520 unfiltered.
520 entries. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you all for this. We've had over £5,000 worth of prizes to give away. We've given away a lot of prizes so far again today. Don't forget, you can still enter to win the t-shirts, the aprons, the Kerno Craft vouchers, the HS Walsh vouchers, as well as using the discount codes that are available. All that will appear below this particular video when we get home. We've had to restart the stream, so I apologize. We've got 2 going. We've had 2 going. This is the second part. Okay, so Louise is just removing all the duplicates. We've got 13 duplicates, so we're down to, I can't remember, 504, 506.
Oh, minus you, so 505 because you can't win.
Can't win. Yeah, so 505 people have entered this competition for Otto Fry, very kindly donated a Kerf blade holder with blades worth $60. This will be winging its way to you when we get the email address and find out the name of the winner. We will be having a drum roll now. Louise is very low. Can you find it? Can you find it? Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. There it is, Ivan Six. And the winner is... And the winner is...
Kavita, Natasha.
Dr.
Yes, I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but you've won. Kavita, Natasha Kaharan.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Round of applause. Kavita, well done. You are the winner of the Otto Fry's giveaway of the Kerf blade holder and blades. $60. That is yours. We'll be contacting you over the next couple of days to arrange how you're going to collect that prize. And you've got another 25 minutes to enter the Durston Rolling Mill competition. 25 minutes left to win the Durston Agile C130 worth £960. One lucky winner will be, I can't say walking away with a rolling mill, because you're not going to walk away with it, are you? If you'd struggle to try and walk away with it, but you will be having delivered to your place anywhere in the whole wide world. We've got $4.99 coming in. You're number 1. Thank you, Shelley. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. We got 50 minutes left, 55 minutes left of this madness. How we've lasted so long.
Some more emojis to catch up with, actually. You've got a couple of star jumps to do.
I got a couple of star jumps to do. Okay, let me just do my star jumps. Hang on, we got some emojis that have come in whilst I've been doing this. And I didn't want to jump up because I got things around me and I got gas bottles by the side of me. And the last thing I want to do is to play the fool. Safety first, guys. Safety first. Let's move that out of the way. Have I got, how many star jumps have I got to do? Oh, I got a thank you. Have I got a thank you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Perhaps I should do a little bit of a bloopers outtake of me doing all the actual emojis. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? We'd like that. Another one as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Don't forget, all this money is going to UNICEF. We are going to be donating all this money. We don't know how much we've raised so far, but it is hundreds and hundreds of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So I thank all of you for doing this. This is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. You guys are legends. Thank you for sticking with us. We were going to have a prize for the person who could stay with us the longest. And unfortunately, we can't do that now because the stream has been split into 2. But if you have been here for 11 hours and 5 minutes, you're a legend as well. You're mad, you're a legend. But just thank you very much. But thank you to everybody who, I'm not finishing, by the way. Thank you to everybody who has been on here and given us some fantastic, encouraging words throughout the whole day. 11 hours so far. We've got another 55 minutes to go.
And you've got to do star jumps.
Right, okay, star jumps. Have I got to do the sound effects as well? Yippee!
Yes.
Okay, hang on. Let me just move my gas bottle out of the way. Last thing I want to do is to trip and fall on my gas bottle. Okay, here we go. I'm going to tuck this in here so you can see my legs just to prove. So you may be wondering what I'm doing. The emojis that are coming up down here in the chat, people have been donating money. It's going to UNICEF, as I just said. I'm not having anything at all. I sort of, earlier on in the day, I thought, I'll act out the emojis. That seemed to be a good idea until there's people been on their back doing this and doing star jumps. So this is what I'm going to be doing. How many star jumps? I guess 2, isn't there? Star jumps I've got to do.
I think 3, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So the star jumps to mimic the emojis. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let me take my glass off my head because I'm going to drop them. Yippee! Okay, that's 1. Here we go again. Ready? 1, ready for it. Yippee! That's 2. Wait. Been watching since 2 a.m. When this is over, I'll have to go. Oh my gosh, you're a legend yourself. Absolutely, give yourself a good round of applause.
The sound's gone.
Oh my gosh, there's no sound.
You lost the sound?
No, I think.
You just lodged
Oh, did I
something
lost?
when you did a star jump?
No, I'm appearing on there. No sound. Yeah, I've got sound. I got sound.
Go on then. Do
I
another
shall-
one.
Here we go.
Do your last one.
My last one of so far. Here we go.
You
Ready?
might have another one to do.
I may have another one. Let's have a look. Everyone's got signed. Yeah, been here all day. Amazing. Thank you both. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Yippee! Excellent. There we go. So my 3 jumps. My little lights behind here. It is absolutely cooking in here now. Oh my goodness me. I think we get the door open now. Yeah, let that out. The apron. There we go. So you've still got 20 minutes to enter the Durston competition. Let's open the door. Not quite fresh air, but a little bit of air coming in. Oh, flip. Luke, can you do that? We're opening the door. Louis got a few buttons to press. Open the door, Luke. There we go. Wedge that in like that. All right, then. So we still got 20 minutes left to enter the Durston Run and Mill competition. Don't forget Durston.com.
J-spin.
What's that?
The J-spin. Oh, you've got the heart thing to do as well. You've got to do the... That was one emoji. And you've got to spin on the chair.
Oh, the chair spin.
Yeah. Shall I spin your chair for you?
Go on, then. Here we go. So this is my stool, so I got to spin. Mind my knees. What have I got to do anything with my hands? I don't know. Here we go.
Sorry.
Bit energetic there, Lou. Good grief.
One more for luck.
Hang on, one more for that. Go on.
What's your bench press?
My bench press, my knees on the... Oh, my gosh. Oh, no, not coffee as well. Lou, what? What's you me? Oh. You're not going to make me coffee, are you?
I don't know how to work the machine.
Oh, it's a lame excuse. It's a lame excuse.
I really don't.
Right. For that, you could explain what the not the competition. Explain about the competitions. Explain about the UNICEF as well.
Explain about you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we decided that all the donations from today would go to UNICEF because followers at the bench and of Andrew on YouTube are all over the world, not just restricted to the UK. So that's why we thought a global charity would be better. So we chose UNICEF. That's a global charity, and they are supporting the COVID crisis or children affected by the COVID crisis globally. And they're sending medical supplies and prevention campaigns and strategies across the world. So that's what we did. Maria, you can donate if you hit the dollar button on the bottom of the chat screen. You guys are legends. You've been here all day. I can't believe you've been watching for almost a full 12 hours. That is absolutely amazing. The same appeal that Greta was promoting earlier last month.
Oh my! That's why I didn't say anything because my microphone was still on. That's a coffee machine going for Louise now. Yes, so that's it is. We've got there's 5.5 million people infected. Countries at 180 plus countries. People recovered 2.25 million. Funding needed 1.3 billion. We have raised a lot of money today. We do appreciate it. We didn't think we'd do anything like we did. Can't tell you how much we've done at the moment. We've got to go back through and add everything up because we've got things in Canadian dollars, US dollars, Danish kroner, pounds. We have to do all that and work out exactly how much money. But all the money that has come in through on the chat today and the last film we did yesterday, we are getting money. Put that is going to UNICEF, basically. 1 second. She'll go back onto Louise now, who will have a bit of chit chat again.
Shelley said, "Make me a coffee, please." Shelley.
Oh, Shelley.
Shelley, yeah, Shelley. Sonia's been here all day. Oh, that's fab. Thank you. Shannon's been here all day. It's flown by. Do you know what? It has gone really quick, I think.
There you go. Hang on a second. Here we go.
Yeah, do the
What's
emoji.
the emoji? The emoji goes.
Thank you.
I didn't even make myself one. Never mind.
Very difficult thing you guys did today. Do you know, it hasn't felt that difficult because everybody's been so supportive, haven't they?
Absolutely. Everyone has been amazing. We had a little bit of fun. We knew there would be some slight technical difficulties. We didn't know the stream was going to go down after about 5.5 hours. So I apologize for that. No idea why that has happened, but we recovered. We've got another stream coming up from that. So unfortunately, we do have the two streams together.
I do have to shout out Natalia as well, who has been here all day as well. I missed her out, but she's been really active in the chat. And it's lovely that everybody has been helping each other and really respectful of everybody else. And you've had some amazing
thank you
support and comments as well, which you haven't had a chance to read yet.
No,
but,
oh my gosh, no. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm really, really tired. I'm going to have a glass of wine and go to bed a bit later. I'm not going to bother even tidying up in here at all because it's just an absolute nightmare. We had a nice arranged pile in the corner of all the stuff to bring into position when we were doing the particular topics. I've just chucked them in box and just chucked them out the side there. So we got a lot of tidying up to do and everything. So everybody, thank you so much indeed. Well, what's that one?
That's the good one. Keep doing it.
So that's the emoji. There we go. Okay, thank you, everybody. Jen, appreciate it. It's been absolutely brilliant. It has actually flown by after 3 or 4 hours. We thought, Mike, this is this is a long marathon. My throat, I'm surprised it is sore. I'm surprised I'm still talking. To be honest, I didn't even think I'd get this far. I think the very best part of this 12-hour storm is the laughter and the smiles. It's just been a wonderful day to spend my time at the bench. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, I've got to keep it up, keep it up. You can see that muscle. Look at that muscle there. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Thank you very much. $4.99, Julie, thank you so much indeed. It's amazing. You've been absolute amazing people. Thank you for your dedication, just for staying with us. Even for 5 minutes, I do appreciate it.
Monia, thank you very much for spending the day with us.
Oh, brilliant. You have been absolutely amazing. So, yeah, we had this idea about 6 weeks ago. I saw 1 or 2 people were doing like a marathon sort of session. I thought, Louise, wouldn't it be fantastic? She went, you mad?
No.
You mad? No. It's the stupid idea, Andrew. What the hell do you think you're doing? And I thought, hang on a second, that's just me. That's just me and Louise all day doing what we've been doing here. We were hoping to get Jasmine, Louise's daughter, in on this to give us a little bit of help with the moderation. I'm not quite sure whether she has, but it doesn't matter.
I think she has.
She has. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Jasmine, for that, if you're still watching. Yeah, so what seemed like a mad idea at the time still is a mad idea, I must admit. But do you know what? It's been absolutely fabulous. It's been great talking to you guys about all sorts of things, jewelry. It's been great talking to Louise and a little bit of a chit chat over lunch. about all sorts of things social, and you get to hear what we do as well with our store, not just about the demonstrations and that sort of thing. Best super show. Do you think we'll be picked up by television?
You might.
No. Oh my gosh. So everybody, another £5. Thank you, Bridget. I recognize a lot of these names coming through. You members of At the Bench, really do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Am I anywhere near 77777 subscribers? Let me have a quick number.
Thing again, it's the camera. Building this.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was another donation.
Okay, thank you very much. So 77,747 subscribers. Please don't forget, share it, subscribe down below, smash the little bell icon if that's something you're into. To notify when folks go live on our YouTube channel. We've had an amazing day, haven't we, Louise?
It's been really good.
It's been good.
I can't believe how fast today's gone.
A few little hiccups initially when we came on. The little stream deck there didn't quite work, so Louise had to enter all the links to all the prizes, copy and pasted. But I think she did absolutely fabulous with that. She's been a star. She has. She's kept going.
Earned my wine.
You earned your wine, have you really? Okay. Yeah, I think so as well. All right, so let's have a look. Was the Rolling Mill winner announced? No, we are going to announce it at 8:45. You've got another 25 minutes before we announce it, but you've only got another 12 minutes to enter the competition if you haven't done so already. If you've entered it, don't enter it again. All your votes are being counted. You've got another 13 minutes to enter. At 8:30, we will stop taking entries for the Rolling Mill giveaway that will be drawn at 8:45. I think Louise has got the gist of this now, the software that we can do to filter out all the duplicate entries, and we will pick one winner from, I'm sure we have got lots and lots of entries. Don't know how many we've actually got so far. This is our day's roundup. This is our last, I think our last but one slide. This is our day's roundup. Trudy, thank you very much for the £10. Really do appreciate it. We've had lots of fun doing this. And we got Laura K. Thank you for the $10 as well. Fantastic. You guys are brilliant. We can do it. Maureen, $9.99. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's all appreciated. It's all going to charity. We're just doing this for the love of it. All going to charity. All right. So is this cool down here?
The shelf. Yeah, I forgot about the shelf.
Oh, I'm about to show, but it's cooling down, nearly ready to take apart. I'm just going to prolong it a little bit longer. I can't wait to try everything I have learned. Yeah, it's been a blast. Drum roll, no, not yet. So just let us know. This is a roundup of basically what's been going on over the last 11 hours. You can still enter T-shirt competitions, okay? They're looking a bit worse for wear because I've been standing on them now. You won't be winning these ones. You're going to be getting brand new ones. But these, I must have had these T-shirts now for about 5.
Thank you, Dave.
Dave, thank you very much indeed. Oh, here we go. Dave, here we go. I've had these T-shirts for about 5 years. The At the Bench ones, they go in a wash. They are not ironed. As you can see, they are tumble dried. The printing is guaranteed. They're absolutely awesome T-shirts. The print is still on here. That one, you can win that one or that design there. You can win this design here as well with all the tools on. That's an absolutely cool one. You can win this design as well at the bench on these browns. We will contact you if you happen to be winner to get the size, and we'll tell you which one you won. You can also win a competition to win an At the Bench apron. We have 10 of these available. Don't forget, you can still enter to win the Kernocraft vouchers. We got 11 £20 Kernocraft vouchers. We've also got 4 £50 vouchers from HS Walsh that you can use off your online order. Don't forget, we still have the discount codes available. We have Lockdown 20 on Matthew Durston's website, Durston Tools, 20% off anything and everything on his site. No restrictions at all. Obviously, you've got to pay postage if you happen to have not won anything today. Absolutely brilliant. What's this one? $20 from Elizabeth. Let's make this a bit bigger. And Heidi, you are a star. Is that, and Heidi is
No, that was Mirette.
oh, Mirette, sorry.
Heidi,
Heidi, where's Heidi. Elizabeth, Heidi was
Bravo. And say bravo.
bravo.
It's clapping.
Is he clapping?
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much indeed. Mirette, high five. What are we doing? What are we doing? Steady on, girl. Don't pull the plug now.
Yes.
Donald, you're a star. Thank you very much indeed. The folk. Thank you for all the donations. We really do appreciate it. But as I said, the rest of these, oh my gosh, TFT Bolt, thank you so much indeed. #1 fan, wee. I'm gonna get all these. I'm gonna put them all in one film for YouTube. We're gonna have another laugh at me doing all these silly things. As I said, discount is valid from Durston all of next week as well as the rest of this week. What did I say? It's Saturday today, isn't it? We got Sunday tomorrow, and it's all of next week. So that's about the 7th of June, the Durston code. 20% off everything that you possibly could imagine on the Durston website. It's not to be repeated discount. You won't get the discount anywhere else upon the internet. You have to use, keep it up. Here we go. Hey. You have to use the coupon code. I'm running out of time now. You have to use the coupon code lockdown20 on Matthew's website. You then can get 20% off everything on Matthew Durston's site. That's durstontours.com. Don't forget, use the coupon code ATB5 on Otto Fry's website. Don't forget, you can still win the vouchers from Kernocraft, vouchers from HS Walsh, t-shirts, aprons, and also the half-price membership on At the Bench, currently £180. With the coupon code LOCKDOWN, you can get that for £90. That's for a 1-year membership or a yearly membership. How are we doing? The email film coming soon from Matt. Yes, yeah, I will do that, and that's gonna be fun. Gonna be fun to edit as well. All the competition links are coming up. So yeah, please click on the competition links if you haven't clicked on already. Also, what we're going to be doing is putting these links below this film. So if you happen to be watching this on repeat, or you want to watch it all over again, just go down below, click on the links. We'll put all, thank you very much. Yeah, #1 fan, #1 fan. Yeah, #1 fan. Thank you so much indeed. Is that hello? Thank you. Yeah, we're going to put all the codes down below. We're going to keep the competition open for the vouchers and for the t-shirts and the aprons until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're amazing. Oh my gosh, what's that one? What's this one? Hang on, what's this one? I haven't seen this one before. You are choosing some weird ones now. What's this one? What's he doing? He's going.
Oh, yes, we got another roll on the floor.
That's that one. I'll do the roll on the floor in a minute. Have a look at the shell. Okay, so I've kept you in suspenders for long enough. I've shown you the shell. The shell looks a bit like this. Shell's looking really good. So as I was just saying a little bit earlier, we got the sand. This black area by here is the sand that we cannot use, okay? So this little bit of sand, we have to scrape out, and that bit of sand gets thrown away. So that bit of sand here, now if I get on the overhead, can we actually see it? Yeah, this little bit of sand that I scraped off now is rubbish. We cannot use that bit of sand anymore. But the rest of the sand, we can use all of this because it has not been burned. So all that now can be simply pushed out into the pile of clay to put back in the bag to use for another day. Oh, it rhymes. So now we've got this. This is our cast in here. Everyone said it was upside down. I always do it this way. If you want to put your air holes pointing downwards against the bench or whatever, that's entirely up to you. I've always got the air holes pointing upwards. There's less chance of any blockages and so forth. So again, we've got all these bits of sand here that we have to remove because it's burnt, and any of the sand that is coming into contact with the molten silver is black. We will remove all of that, as you can see. Likewise, on this side, we can just go around the shell like this, and all the black sand comes out because we cannot reuse that. And I'm just going to push that out. There we go. You're not going to see that just yet. And we will scrape all this black sand out. So get the general gist of the idea. So all that sand, the black sand we throw away, can't use it, it's dead, can't reuse it. The rest of the clay, the sand, we push out, we will put that back now into our plastic bag to use for next time. This little area by here now is all the sand that we throw away. It's as simple as that. And we now have got, let me just remove a bit of, there we go. And we have got a beautiful, gorgeous little shell. As you can see, the shell looks absolutely brilliant. You've got a bit of a mold line on the side by here, but we can just file that off. A little bit of flashing, tiny little bit by there. We can just file that off. So that there is an absolute gorgeous shell. The detail on this shell, as you can see, you've got everything that is on that shell, all the detail, absolutely gorgeous. So what I would do next is not cut it off the sprue just yet, because if you cut it off the sprue, it's very, very hard to hold. So what I would be inclined to do is to hold onto the sprue. Then you've got a way then of cutting or trimming all these little bits of flashings off where the two molds had gone together. Don't go too mad, because you want to try and keep the integrity of all the pattern here. Go around it, hold on to it. Then if you want to polish it, you can use the sprue to hold on to whilst you polish. Use your white bristle brush to get a nice polish on it. But as you can see now, the sprue goes into the back, and because that is the back of the shell, it won't really be seen. So we've got a gorgeous shell from that point of view there. Cut the sprue off. You can decide what you want to do with it. You can solder a little jump ring then just on the top, and you can hang that from a chain. And that's what Louise did for her daughter Jasmine. This was a shell that Louise picked up. Picked it up beaches of West Wales?
Yeah, it was in Newquay, I think, wasn't it?
In Newquay, Newquay, West Wales. Picked it up off the beach. You can then make these little bits of jewelry that are absolutely fabulous, that are completely one-off. No two are ever going to be the same. And that is how we do Delft clay casting. I think we got 1 minute left. We got 1 minute left before we close the competition for the Agile C130 Durston rolling mill. If you haven't taken part, and why not? I don't know. Out of curiosity, Louise, how many people do we still have on now? If you don't mind me, sorry to 487. So in quarter of an hour, we're going to be drawing the rolling mill competition. Louise is going to go through all of the entries that we've had throughout the day. I think we have got close to 1,000. Let's have a look, because I've asked you in the past, and you okay, there's yeah, so
yeah, just
yeah, so we're just going through, just checking for some duplicates. So out of curiosity, Louise, tell me, how many entries have we had in for the rolling mill competition? I'm absolutely gobsmacked, flabbergasted and all that.
1,172.
Say that again, Louise. How many did we have in? I do not believe you. I don't believe it. How many?
1,172, but that's yet to be filtered.
Okay, so 1,172 entrants. I have noticed there's a few of you who have got some duplicates going on here, so your duplicates will be disregarded. You may have put 1 or 2 entries, or 2s or 3s in. Those are going to be removed. So even though you may have thought, hey, I'm going to try and slip through the net here, I'm going to use different names or blah, blah, or different names, but different, same email addresses, it's not going to work. You may have put 2, 3, 4s. You're only going to be counted once. So there is complete fair. I can see a couple of now as it's just scrolling through. Oh, you're crafty. You're crafty. So Louisa's just going to go through that. She's going to filter out all the duplicates. So that is how we do delft clay casting. I don't have time to do cuttlefish casting. Plus, I don't think the smoke alarm would actually like it with the smell from cuttlefish. So I hope we've got another half an hour to go. I hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been an absolute blast. I'm surprised my throat is still going. I've gone through about 1, 2, 3, 4. I've gone through about around about 3-4 liters of liquid, copious amounts of coffee, not enough food. Yeah, fantastic. All these entries, absolutely brilliant. Thank you all very much for coming on today. You've been absolute legends, and thank you for all the donations that you've been posting as well, down as well. All that money is going to be going to UNICEF. We will update you with how much, excuse me, how much we've actually got from the donations. You have far exceeded our expectations with our donations. That's pretty cool. I could be a rapper, couldn't I, really? Yeah, anything else? Yeah, really good. You've been absolutely awesome people. It's been great company. We've loved reading all of the information that you've been putting in the chat. Thank you all for chatting to each other. Thank you for making this 12 hours. It has absolutely flown by. So we do appreciate you joining us today for this 12-hour marathon. We're shaking our heads here. We're shaking our heads. We are shaking our heads on some of these entries because people have entered it many, many times throughout the day.
With separate email. Well, we don't know if it's separate email addresses, but the duplicate email addresses will be removed.
Yeah, the duplicate emails will be removed and only one of the emails will remain. But yeah, you may have made some mistakes. You may have thought, oh my gosh, have I entered it? I better enter it again. Yes, I expect that is perfectly true. You may have entered it a few times, but you will only be entered once into this. So we're just going through it all, just going through, yeah, I can see some doublers, but we're just going to carry on. The software will take out some of them as well. So we got about another 12 minutes. So I can say that the entries down to the Durston Road and Mill has ended. Don't enter now. It ended 3 minutes ago. Anything after now is not going to be counted. So apologies if you've come on now expecting to enter the Road and Mill. 8:30 was the deadline. We're not going to count any more entries from that. We've had over 1,000, 1,100 entries for the Road and Mill. Louise is going to go through this now to filter out all the duplicates. And in 10 minutes, excuse me, in 10 minutes, we will announce the winner. It is to win the Road and Mill. It is to win this little chap. Well, not this one, because this one's mine. This one's mine. This one is mine. But you will win one of these. This is the Durston Agile Road and Mill. It is worth £960. You have a chance of winning that if you've entered the competition. If you haven't entered it, I'm sorry, your entry won't be counted. But I hope you've all enjoyed today. It has been a blast. I hope you've enjoyed entering all these competitions and your chance to win some prizes. The prizes amounted to around about £5,000 worth. We must have taken hundreds of pounds in donations for the charity UNICEF. Thank you all very much, everybody who's donated. I can't see if anybody's donated at the moment because Louise is just trying to filter out what's been going on, but we will come to that. No, it's fine. So let's have a quick look. We've got Teresa, thank you so much indeed. Appreciate the donation. Oh, everybody, we've got Carolyn, 10. That's great. You've been absolutely amazing. Valerie, thank you. You've been absolute legends. Marina, #1 fan. We're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing this. You've got one more emoji left, and that's going to be on my back on the floor, rolling around. We've got 10 more minutes yet before the announcement of who's won the Roller Mill. Oh, that's nice. That's not alcohol. That's just an energy drink to keep me going. So, yeah, brilliant. You've been absolute legends, everybody. Thank you so much indeed. Lots of questions coming in. Sorry if we haven't got around to your questions. I do apologize, but we've had 500-600 people at a time watching this, which far exceeds what we ever imagined. You've been absolute awesome people. 479 people. Really, really do appreciate it. But don't forget, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please click the subscribe button down below. Please, it just helps us in a way that we can then carry on producing content for YouTube. Really do appreciate it. So Louise is nearly there. I'm not going to announce it beforehand. I said 9:45, we'll announce it. We'll get the bits and pieces up, and then we can go back to the chat and just see if there's anything else you want to have a chat about, guys. So there's 1,172 entries. We've had quite a few duplicates that we've just been going through. How many duplicates have we got? 117 duplicates. They could be 117 people or simply 5 people who have put extra email addresses. So the software does pick up all the duplicates. If you've entered many times, your entry will only be counted once. The one person on there who entered 40 odd times to the 6-month membership to At the Bench, which was day before yesterday, you will not be counted because you're just trying to gain an unfair advantage over anybody else, and your unfair advantage is actually backfired, and we're not counting you at all. So you're definitely not going to be winning. I'm a bit harsh, I'm awfully sorry, but you can't do that. That really is not fair to everybody else who have legitimately and honestly put in their information once and by mistake and twice, not 40 times. So we're not going to do anything just yet. We've got another 7 minutes before we announce the winner. There is one winner. We have seen it come up on the screen. You're going to have to wait for it. We're going to have to do a drum roll. Louise is going to scroll through, just get the person name and address so we can announce it now in 7 minutes time. So if you're watching, please just keep on going for another 7 minutes. I know it's painstaking now waiting for this £1,000 rolling mill to be announced to one lucky winner. Louise is scrolling through, she can't find it. She can't find the winner. Okay, we have actually found a winner, but we're not going to announce it. We've got another 7 minutes to go before we announce the winner of the Durston Agile Rolling Mill. Don't forget, if you haven't managed to win a prize, you have had the best prize, and that's me for the last 12 hours, and Louise has been here for the last 12 hours. But if that's not good enough, use the discount coupon codes that have been available. Don't forget durston.com, 20% off your order. Use the discount code lockdown20. You want 5% off Auto Fry, use the coupon code ATB5. How long are the coupon codes live for? The Auto Fry is the rest of this month and all of June. So you've got a little while to use that. If you want to use the 20% discount code from Durston, it's available the rest of this week and all of next week. We'll be posting the codes and all the links down in the description once this film has finished, just so you can revert back to all the discount codes and the coupon codes and so forth and that sort of thing. We have had a blast. Thanks to everybody who has entered the competitions. We've had an amazing time. You've still got time to win the aprons, the Kuno Craft discount and the Kuno Craft vouchers, the HS Walsh vouchers as well. We're going to keep this little section of the competition open. You're going to be able to go down in the description down below to carry on entering those until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's 9 a.m. British summertime tomorrow morning. So you've got basically about another 12 hours after this live stream ends to enter that competition. Good luck to everybody who has entered for the rolling mill. We're going to be announcing that in 5 minutes time, and good luck to everybody who has just entered throughout the day. We've had an absolute blast. Winners will be announced we're going to talk about the winners. We're going to congratulate them now to have won all the items that have been on today. Everything that is going to be drawn tomorrow will come on for a very quick film. We're going to announce the winners who win the bench t-shirts, the aprons, and the vouchers as well. We're going to be doing that tomorrow because there's just far too many to actually go through. Everybody, you've been absolute legends. We've got 4 more minutes yet before we announce the prize. Oh dear. I've had a blast. It's been good. I thought I was going to suffer. I have suffered. My throat is really, really sore. I didn't think I could actually keep on talking for 12 hours. Louise thought I could because I can talk for Britain. So she's busy going through all of this now, picking all the winners.
No, that's done.
No, she's sorry, she's been on, but just copying all the winners so we can just tell you who's won all the competitions throughout today. Yeah. All right. So how are we doing, Louise?
Would you like to know?
No, do you want to know yet? We got another couple of minutes left before we announce the winner. Keep everybody in suspense. Oh, excuse me. I do apologize. Oh, a bit of wind. Went to the doctors. He gave me a kite. Oh, the jokes are terrible, Andrew. So don't forget also Birch Birds. We've got these folders here. Unfortunately, we can't give these folders away with the birds in them. Birch Birds, absolutely amazing. One of the world's favorite companies for birds and also for loads of different types of products as well. Anybody who has won the competitions today will be getting some little extras in their packages with regards to Birch. They've very kindly given us some pens, some USB sticks, and some post-it notes and pads, that sort of thing that we're going to be sending out in the parcels. We've only got a set amount to actually give you, and apologies if you don't receive anything. Spending the day with you has been amazing. It's very kind. Thank you so much indeed. Oh, you are a tease. Yeah, we got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go, Louise, but 3 minutes to go. We are all the winner, chicken dinner. You've actually all been amazing. Everybody who's been on for 12 hours, thank you so much. You are legends yourself. Thank you to everybody who has donated as well for the throughout the day. I love doing a little bit of emojis. Watch out for the emoji film that's going to be coming out and me doing all the emojis. That's going to be real fun. I got one emoji left to do. That'll be the highlight of the evening. Okay, so can we have a look and see what's happening, please, on the chat? All right, so what are Dremel bits and flex shafts interchangeable? Are different sizes? Here in the UK, we got 2.35 millimeter shanks. That is the size. That is where you have the quick release hand piece like this. You can also get the Jacobs Chuck type hand piece as well. Sometimes the Dremels use, I think, a 3 millimeter shaft on some of the burrs. That won't fit into these quick release hand pieces. You need a different chuck. So sometimes they're not interchangeable, but if you get these, the hand pieces come off, you can replace that then with a number 30 hand piece that will accept all different sizes. You two have done amazing today. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you, Charlene. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. I agree, Andrew. You were the prize. Oh, you've been so kind. We've been overwhelmed with the kindness and your generosity as well today in the chat. Can you put up the codes for Durston, Richard? You've been here all day, Richard, as well. So thank you all for that. Louise will just pop them into the chat. Also, we will put them in the description down below. Just bear with us for half an hour or so. Come back to this film. They'll be in the description. You can also go on to the previous live stream that we did this morning that had to be restarted. I think the codes are in the description down there. Let's have a look. Louise's Andrew's prize. Oh, it's so cute. She likes that. She likes that. And she's my prize too. You both deserve a couple of glasses of wine tonight. Oh, man, Melody, we certainly jolly well will. Watching the UK since 11 or so. Totally worth the day. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you, Michelle, you being fine. Congratulations to a great day, Andrew and Louise from Chile. You've been amazing. You've been amazing from listening and watching us from all over the world. Do appreciate it. You both deserve a glass of wine. It's been amazing. I think we got about another minute before we announce the winner to the Durston Runner competition. 526 people, 530 people. Come on, you 530 people. If you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, what is wrong with you? Go down, click subscribe, smash the little bell icon if that's something that you're into to be notified when films go live on our YouTube channel. And I know there are some people out there who really give these sort of films thumbs down. Don't understand, but I'm sure it's the same old person. And I can't wait until YouTube gives us the ability to find out who you are who gives us thumbs down, because that's going to be one hell of a shock for you people who don't like and give us thumbs down. If you don't like us and give us thumbs down, don't bother watching. I'm not interested. So give this film a thumbs up. How many thumbs up? 362. You're absolute legends. How many subscribers have we got on YouTube now, Andrew? Andrew, I will tell you now. I wanted to get to 77,777. We are 16 short. 16. I want 16 of you who have not subscribed to the YouTube channel. Please click the subscribe button. Please. I want 777. I don't know why I want 77777. Just seems a nice number that we want. You do obviously have to be entered, subscribed to be able to win. We will check out. If you haven't subscribed and you've had your name called out today, you're going to have to subscribe. Otherwise, we'll have to choose somebody else. I am getting tough. I want 77,777 subscribers. Okay, we are now going to announce the winner of the competition. The winner, is that the winner of the Durston Ronan Mill? That is. All right then. So we have got a winner for the Durston. No, I can't. I will let you know. You've done them more so far, Louise, and I think you are far prettier than me. No. Oh, look at her just sitting there. Oh, isn't she gorgeous? She is now going to announce the winner of the Durston Rolling Mill worth £960. You will have this rolling mill, not that one, but a brand new one sent to you to wherever you are in the whole wide world. There is just one of you who has won. Louise is going to now announce the winner. I'm going to do a drum roll. And the winner is...
Dace Chapman.
Dace Chapman.
You won a rolling mill.
You have won a £960 rolling mill. You are a legend. You're all legends. Thank you all very much indeed. So Dace it was. Do apologise. Dace. Congratulations, Dace. I'm sorry if you haven't won. We've 1,150.
There's still prizes to go. We've still got the At the Bench memberships. I'm presuming there's a few of them we're giving away. Different durations, aprons, T-shirts. We've still got the Walsh vouchers, the Kerner Craft vouchers. So if you haven't won,
you can still win.
You can
still win some of those prices. And also, because we've got the discount codes, Lockdown20 on Durston's site, you will get 20% off. ATB5 on Otto Fries. Those codes are good. Everybody, I know we built it up. We built the anticipation up. 1,000 of you have entered. I do apologize. I would love to give you all a rolling mill, but Matthew, I don't think would appreciate it. Can you imagine? 1,000 rolling mills. So Dace, you're a good man. Thank you very much for taking part. You're just amazing people. You have exceeded all our expectations on this. You are amazing. Legends in yourselves. It's been a pleasure to sit here and watch all the comments come up. 525 of you still on, 443 likes. Thank you very much indeed. Please, come on. I want 77,777. We are on. Oh my gosh, we need 17 more. Please, I want 7,077. I want 17 more subscribers. Just say Andrew Berry wants 17 more subscribers. Click subscribe down below. I want 77777. Thank you to Andrew and Louise. Yes, come on, Louise, come sit over by here. Come on.
I would just like to say.
Come over here. Yeah, that's okay. Come and say, bring the stool with you. Bring the stool. You have to bring the stool. Bring the stool. Yeah, cool. All right, there we go. So we got 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. What do you want to say?
You haven't read all the comments, but they've been absolutely amazing. No. And I'd just like to support and reiterate everything that everybody has said. And it's been a very difficult couple of months, but particularly the last week or two has been very difficult. And people have seen all the work that's gone into today, which has been absolutely brilliant. And you've worked so hard, but they haven't seen the colossal amount of preparation and the stress that you've had over the last week. Absolutely, but you're the kind of man who doesn't let people down.
No, exactly.
And you love what you do.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you love sharing your knowledge and giving. So
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Round of applause for you on behalf of everybody.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. I do appreciate it. It has been hard. It's been a tough couple of days as well for me. There is times when Louise said, Andrew, you can call this off if you feel you have to. People won't mind under the circumstances. No, I said it's cliche. The show must go on. I've got so many people who wanted to watch this. I built it up. We've been mentioned in the trade press. We've mentioned on Facebook. everybody's been absolutely amazing. And just thank you, every single person who is on at the moment. A few of you have gone, and I'm sorry you haven't won the Rolling Mill, but don't worry, whatever. You've been absolute legends.
Should we make a shell a prize?
Do you want to make a right, the wrong one. Let me get the overhead. Do you want to win the shell? If somebody wants to win the shell, what should we do?
What, do you want another competition, guys? Not necessarily now, but we can.
Do you want to win the shell? Do you want me to finish it off and put a little chain on it, and I'll send it to anybody? Not anybody, one person, anywhere in the whole wide world. We got 77,700. Yes, but is it 77,777?
So if we get the 7,
10.
We'll raffle the shell.
We'll raffle the. That's what we'll do. We'll raffle the shell. We will raffle the shell, and again, the proceeds from the raffle will go towards UNICEF. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That sound all right? It's the sterling silver shell. Let me turn this this camera around now, because we've done the giveaway for the Rolling Mill.
We nearly had the fire brigade here in its making.
So this is going to be raffled. This is the little shell we've just cast. Can we get a little close up on that? There we go. So this is the shell that we have cast. I'm going to finish it off. I'm going to put a little jumping on it. It's not much, but it's something that we've cast live on air. It's something that you could all just have a chance of winning. We're going to be raffling it off. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do it, but just stay tuned for that.
We'll figure something out.
We'll figure something out. Do appreciate it. Congratulations to Dace. Yeah, absolutely. He's been, you've all been legends, I must admit, and I am dying to go to the toilet, Louise. I'm dying for a week. I got 6 minutes, 7 minutes. I got 7 minutes to hold it in. I have been drinking so much. I've run out of liquid. Have you got something I can drink? Over there, please. Thank you. Just another one of my bottles over there. Or even just finish your water on your bench. I'll finish that off if that's okay. Lived up to expectation here. Loved all 12 hours. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you so much indeed. That's why I haven't used these bottle containers. They're a little bit on the noisy side. Thank you all very much indeed. The 12 hours has been good fun. I didn't think we'd get through it. It was a bit of I was quite nervous this morning over it. Normally I'm pretty chilled, but I've had 12 hours. We did have a few technical problems, but we've ridden the storm. We've had to start the stream. I apologize for that, but everybody came on. Do appreciate it all. 471 people still on. Come on, we need a few more. 777. We need 6 more, please. We need.
Make you stay until you.
Yeah, I'm not going to go. I'm not.
Go and get the wine. We've got all night.
You can go. I want 80,000. Let's go. I'm only joking. But yeah, thank you for everybody who has donated in the chat today. All that money is going to UNICEF. Louise and I have had a ball. We've had prizes given to us by all the companies. Please support them by just using the links in not down here yet. In about half an hour's time, by the time we get home, just support the people who have supported us today, who have helped make this day go by really, really well. Really enjoyed it. Really had good fun. Definitely family time for you now. Yep, love from Texas. Thank you so much indeed. You are all stars. Thank you, Andrew. Much hugs. Yeah, hugs. You're amazing. No, not really. I just love what I do. And if I enjoy what I do, well, then it sort of rubs off, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Absolutely at all. Voice is going to go. Nearly time for us to go. We got about another 5 minutes. Can we just scroll down? I think we're just missing some of the. Yeah. Sorry, John. Yeah.
We will email all the winners.
Yeah.
This one or that one?
That one. Yeah. So we just got to scroll down. We're just missing some of the latest chats that are coming up.
Subscribed.
You are stars.
Oh, you have 77,700.
I am 2 away. I've got 77,775 to be precise. Just 2 more. That's all I ask. I don't ask much of you. I don't ask much. Just subscribe. Thank you so much indeed. You have all been, yes, help please. So from all this, what have we learned? That Andrew is mad. Andrew comes up with mad ideas. They may be mad ideas, but we have had fun, and I hope you've had a good amount of time learning what goes on here at the bench. And please, it's been a blast. You've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. Well, we learned that everybody is so generous. You have all been amazing. we had the idea of doing this for charity as well. We didn't really publicize it too much. We didn't want to sort of make too much of an effort. Oh, they're only doing this for charity. No, we're only doing this for fun because we love what we're doing. We're dead serious with our jobs, but we like having fun doing it. And everybody who is subscribed to At the Bench, who has subscribed to the YouTube channel, and who have donated money in the chat, thank you all. Thank you. I've got a lump coming in my throat. Thank you all very much for everybody who has come on today. Come on, 7777. We have done it, 77,782. Yeah, thank you all so much indeed. So that's it. So I'm not going to look at my phone anymore. More to come. What have we learned? We have learned that an hour is not long enough to do certain techniques. I just simply talked for 45 minutes all about bezel setting. We need to have another 3-hour live stream on bezel setting, don't we? What else was there that we wanted? 3 hours. We want at least 3 hours live stream on soldering. We have learned that's what we need to do as well. What else was there that we needed 3 hours on? Delft clay casting. Delft clay casting. We can go into a lot more detail, showing you the pitfalls, the little tips and tricks. Joy Bartlett, you are a legend. Thank you for sharing your talent with us. Air hugs going out your way. Thank you so much indeed. Really do appreciate it. Everybody who's come on. We've got another 3 more minutes to go. Congratulations, Andrew. Yes, Louise?
Yeah. We'll announce as well how much we raised on Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely. Facebook on the At the Bench. Facebook group will also come back and we'll announce it as well and say a big thank you to everybody as well. Again, all the winners will be notified by email. The winners, can't read here, I can turn myself off. The winners will be notified by email. Everybody who we've announced today, congratulations to you. Thank you for entering the competition. We will email you in due course. The competition for t-shirts, aprons, Colonel Craft gift vouchers, £20 gift vouchers. We've got 11 of them to give away. 4 £50 vouchers from HS Walsh. We will announce those tomorrow. Hopefully my throat will be still, if not, I'll just get Louise to do it. We will announce the winners then. We will do the random generator again. Thank you, everybody and everybody. I keep saying thank you, but I really do mean it. Everybody's been great. Even though you've entered these competitions and even though you have been unlucky that you haven't won, you have congratulated the people who have won, and that shows fantastic camaraderie, and you guys are absolute legends. Really do appreciate it. So I think all of you need a round of applause because you guys have been absolute legends as well. So you all deserve a round of applause for sticking around, especially the guys sticking around all day as well. You are absolute legends. More love from Texas. Thank you. You see, we're going to do more live streams. We're going to get our internet connection a bit better. I'm not quite sure. It wasn't the internet. It was something that happened. It went down. So apologies for that.
Yeah, because we still had chat. We still had chat, so it wasn't the internet. I'm not really sure.
No, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. It wasn't the internet that went down.
There's been no major.
No, we've been good. Louise has managed to cope very well. There's only the 2 of us here. There's no flash production team doing this, queuing us in, bringing the slides in, blah, blah, blah. And all I do is sit here. We do it all ourselves. Myself and Louise, we've done it all. And thank you all so very much. And appreciate all the subs for on YouTube. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. It does help in a very small way. What have we got? 3 hours of soldering would be good. Louise, you up for 3 hours of soldering? She will be. She will be. Don't worry. Don't cough. Sorry. Oh, a full shop tour. Yeah, I plan to do something like a workshop tour as well, because up here we've got this little bit of a studio now. We've got the polishing motors, ultrasonics, polishing motors, rolling mills, and all the products down there. This bench. We've also got another studio in the front with all our casting equipment. That's all our oh my gosh, captured keepsakes, another 5. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you for all the donations. I've got 1 emoji left to demonstrate for you. But in the other front studio that we used to go in, we have all our casting equipment, all our lost wax casting, centrifugal casters, vacuum casters as well. We have got courses that we're producing as well. We're going to do a whole standalone courses, so you can buy the courses. We're halfway through producing a course on all about how to start making jewelry, what tools you need, and piercing, basic piercing, exactly the hints and tips that I have picked up over the last 35 years, not just 1 or 2 years of doing this. I've been doing this for 35 years. So in addition to At the Bench, we're going to be producing standalone courses that you can buy. You have access to those products for life. That's going to be a one-off payment. We're doing starting off with soldering. We're starting off with piercing. We're also going to be going a little bit more adventurous as well. We're going to be making rings. We're going to be doing wedding bands. We're going to be doing lost wax casting. We're going to be doing casting demos as well using cuttlefish and delft clay. These are going to be standalone courses. Louise has been going mad at me because I haven't been paying her enough attention because I got all these ideas in my head. And in addition to all these courses that will come to fruition, I'm trying to put ideas and thoughts together for a book as well. I've had plenty of ideas for the book as well, so I need to start doing that. But I just love this. I love the live interaction with you guys down here who are chatting, and I love the feedback that I get on emails every day. Andrew, you've done this, you have done that. You're an absolute legend. You do this. You help us. From your techniques, we have managed to make some money. There's a lovely one the other day, Andrew, with your techniques that we have learned from At the Bench, we have managed, or I have managed, he said, to make jewelry and make a living that has kept me off Social Security, which is fantastic. And I'm sure there's loads and loads of stories that you have got. And if you want to tell me how I've helped you, how these films have helped you, please just email me. I would love to read how I have helped you all. Louise wants to go home now. Come here, Louise. Come here. Come here. Do we have the last slide in place?
I think we do.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right then. So thank you all so very much for joining us today for these last 12 hours. Louise has done an absolutely fantastic job there, Louise. It does. It's a stool from IKEA and it does wobble. That's what I used to use. So don't forget, we're going to be putting together this little shell. We're not quite sure what we're going to do yet. Oh, there it is there. We're going to produce this. We're going to finish this off independent. We're simply going to raffle it. Really, really inexpensive raffle, but you can win that little shell. We're going to put a jumping on it. We're going to send it to the winner of the raffle. More of that is to come a little bit later. We're going to join us tomorrow to announce the winners of the other competitions. You've heard enough from me now. I'm not going to say any more, but thank you all very much for joining me today. Louise, a big thank you to Louise. Kiss a kiss. Thank you, Louise, for helping us out today. She's been an absolute legend. I think she does need a couple of glasses of wine. We're going to go home now. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, Andrew.
I'm not going to stay here, am I?
Why not? Why not? I want to get 80,000 subscribers. I'm
going home.
I'm going home. All right, everybody. Thank you all so very, very... Oh, I haven't done my last emoji. Oh, my gosh. All right, my last emoji. Let's get this camera... close-up camera. Oh, wrong camera. There we go. I think there was one emoji to go, wasn't there, guys? Oh my gosh, here we go. The last emoji. You can see what's all going to be like here. Can you still see me? Yes, you can. How wide can we go? Oh my God, here we go. The last emoji, wasn't it? So the last emoji was that person on his back. Oh, you got me? You haven't got me, Louise. There we go. All right, then. So here we go. I'll do it this way so you can all see me. So if you want to grab your phone, take a screenshot, Andrew Berry being the right dipstick, the last emoji, and we're going to put together a film of all these emojis because I think that would be... Are we on? Yes, we are on. Yeah, that is going to be absolutely fantastic film that you can have a laugh at of me doing all the emojis. So I think take my battery pack and put it to the side of me. Here we go. Okay, Andrew Berry on his back. What is it? Was it like this, Louise? Like this?
You were kind of laughing in front of me.
Oh, my throat. Everybody, thank you all very, very much indeed for all your support. Thank you all so very much for your generosity and your donations today. Just quickly pop onto the chat a second, Louise, if you don't mind, so I can just quickly see what's going on. Oh, didn't miss that. Oh my gosh. If you want to see more of this, just stick around. I'm feeling a little bit mad. High on life. Everybody, this nearly didn't go ahead. The last slide will explain why. So thank you all very, very much for helping me out today and keeping us sane. Thank you all very much. I love you all. I will speak to you very, very soon. Take care. Have a lovely rest of your day. Take care. Bye for now.